Yeah, no.
Hello and welcome to this Hygge grand game called Operation Ignition. And I am PT, and with me here is Victor. And behind the controls in the remote studio, doing the technician's duties, is Boppus, the man himself.
Yes, and boy, do we have a good game for you guys out there today. We have some new technical things that Boppus has gotten for us.
Yes.
We have a new version of the game, or at least a new patch, and we will see if anything interesting will happen here. We have seen a lot of allied wins lately, so we'll see if the Axis are ready to shift up the meta this game, or if the allies will keep their winning streak going.
Yeah, so this is our first stream in quite a while. We did have a grand game, which I think we should just say never happened. The last grand game we had, me and Victor were actually playing, and let's just say it was not our proudest hour.
No, it was not. I did not necessarily develop the war to my advantage, or whatever Hirohito said.
Yeah. I played a volunteer Spain, and it didn't go well for any of us in the Axis.
Yeah, we ran into a Soviet wall, I would have to say.
Yeah.
And I mean, that will be interesting to see this game on a more serious note, that we have seen the meta kind of set a bit, to be honest, where we have seen the... do we have the...
The what?
I think the sound was weird. There, okay. Yeah, but we have seen the meta kind of set, right? Where usually the Axis dominate early game and then run into a Soviet wall and they lose. And while that is how it happened historically, it would be interesting to see some meta shift. It's been a long time since we saw any real Hail Marys that actually changed the course of the game. I think the last one might have been the invasion of the Baku oil fields.
It's funny that you say that, because I don't know if you read the chats, but there are a couple of Hail Marys coming from both teams this match actually, and they have a nice little synergy because Badger, who is playing the UK, he wants to go a Mediterranean focus, so he wants to focus on keeping Malta. He might actually bring down his home fleet. And at the same time, Pontus, who is playing Germany, he wants to do a Luftlöwe. He wants to invade the UK from the air, and this could turn out disastrously for the Badger, who is down in the Mediterranean, focusing there, and he might get invaded actually.
Yeah, that might be very interesting to see, because we have some quirk there that if the Axis actually do invade the UK, then they can call in America into the war very early.
Exactly.
Which might be very good for the Allies, but it might also be quite hard, because in America you need congressional support to get your economy going.
Yeah.
And that would really shift things up a bit.
Yeah, so this would bring the US into the war in 39, and so we did see some hesitancy from the Japanese players, like, oh, are you sure you want to bring in the US? But Pontus, who plays Germany, he reasoned that if they manage to kick out the UK early, then it's all worth it.
Yeah. Did I get kicked out of the game? Does seem like it.
I'm still in the game, so that was rude.
Just connect again.
Yeah, so let's see. We have some messages in the chat. Really nice to have you guys with us. Dunley Side Up says, I can't join today. Hopefully this game is exciting to watch. Yeah, we hope so too. And sorry you couldn't join today. Hopefully next time. And on the Twitch, we have Re33 saying, what could be the solution to the Soviet wall? Yeah, that's a good question. Generally, I would say air superiority is a good place to start. Where you have green air, it's much easier to break through. Also, the Barbarossa last game was quite late, and the longer you wait, the more ready the Soviets will be. Early and with a lot of air support, I would say.
Yeah, I would say the timing of the Barbarossa is really important. We have seen some games where the Axis actually make their victory their disadvantage. So they are doing very well in North Africa, for example, making some naval invasions. And they're like, okay, let's delay Barbarossa one more year so we can keep winning in North Africa. And then they win in North Africa, they invade the Soviet Union, and it's just a meat war.
Yeah, but I think last game, there was a lot of waiting before Barbarossa, so not optimal. Okay, so I got kicked as well.
Yeah, I'm back though.
I don't know if Falk has something against me, against the studio today.
I think it was just an early rehost. Hopefully not a sign of things to come. I do believe that we will have a good game here. We have been more stable recently, right?
Yeah, definitely. And so the official start time is 15 minutes ago, as you might know, but we rarely, if ever, start on time.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. So I hope you guys are well, joining us from all over the world. Please write in the chat where you're watching from. It's always nice to know. And yeah, Boppus, what about you? Are you ready to say hello, or are you still fiddling with the stream and trying to get everything ready? So yeah, can't hear if he says something. He's still silent.
Well.
Okay, now I can hear him. How are things, Boppus? Is everything under control? Can you hear Boppus? Please, in the chat, could you confirm if you hear him right now? Sound is always the main issue.
Yeah. Well, his the sound bar looks surprisingly grey on the OBS studio, I noticed.
Yeah, I don't hear you. Okay, Boppus says let's wait a minute, and yeah, we'll get back to Boppus when he feels ready.
Indeed.
Okay, so we have Adam here from Canada watching. Oh, it must be really early or really late in Canada, right? It's like 3 a.m. or something? Something like that. We do have a player joining from Seattle in the US, Jeff. So yeah, it's a dedication for him to join at this hour.
Fun to have some people from across the pond, and also we have Hubmelly watching from France, and he's saying that they will be safe behind their very well designed and thorough Maginot line.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, what could be safer than a Maginot line?
We have seen some France players holding very well recently, though. We had like one game where the French player really held out for quite some time.
Yeah, and we do have rules. So if you hold out for I don't know, a year, then automatically you lose after a while, I think. So France won't end the game, but we could see some nice showings from France.
And also, it adds up, right? If Poland, when you have a Poland player, if Poland holds a little longer than expected, France holds a little longer than expected, you get some encirclements here and there. That can kind of weaken Germany for the coming assault on Barbarossa.
We also have a viewer watching us from Harplinge, which is 4 or 5 kilometers from here.
Yeah, we will get our lunch in Harplinge.
Yeah, it's actually Casper who was a technician in one of our games. So, yeah. Person from the Philippines here. Hello, Jim. Nice to have you with us as well. So all the way from Harplinge to the Philippines.
Yeah, definitely near Clark Air Base.
Oh wow, I don't know where that is, but
on the Philippines. Yeah, I mean the Hygge community is the empire on which the sun never sets.
Exactly. Yeah, so we're still waiting for the game to start. Just a quick look-see here shows we have. So we have a general secretary calling me while I'm on stream. That's interesting.
Well.
And now he stopped.
No communication from the general secretary. We will see what happens there.
Okay. They're saying we need to have the right version of the game. We have to buy the right DLCs and activate correctly.
I do believe I have.
But we have the right checksum. Shit. Okay, so we are to blame, apparently.
Are we?
I just bought a bloody DLC for €6 just to... Okay, I think we might need to take a technical break and be back with you guys in a bit. We deeply apologize for this. We'll be back in just a moment.
Indeed. Nu ska vi se, vad fan?
We're still on stream, I think.
Right, but we can we're not sharing the screen. I'll just see how.
Take the hint, Boppus.
So, right, Hello. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry about this.
But are we still on stream? Couldn't you bring up a pause screen or something while we sort this out?
Okay, so my friends are trying to sort out if they have all the DLCs.
Sorry,
so while they are doing that, I make sure that you all know what's actually happening. Let's see. Oh, I'm back. A little bit unprepared for this, but I think I could show you some things that are included in this day's stream. So the first thing I want to show you, if you have seen the post or not, we have the predictor meters. So what I have done, I have made predictions for every theater that you can see now in screen. So if you look here to the left, I'm able to control this. So if I think that something's gonna happen in different theaters, I'll just go in and change this, and with a slight delay, you will be able to see on screen what's actually happening. So
Jag har allt nu på.
It's a longer delay than I thought. But what will happen is that
Nej, jag hade prefer time att det kanske var viktigt som inte hade det.
Ja, jag har det nu i alla fall.
Men jag blir kickad också, då måste ju du ha saknat det, eller?
Jag kan inte ta gift på huruvida...
Make some adjustments. That will work in some time. I'll check that out. It worked this morning. And the last thing, you can see here, Europe, Eastern Front, and Asia is the three things I will predict. So the second thing I will do is do a full meter that I can show in-game while Pete and Victor is talking, that I show you my predictions for the whole game right now. Who is winning, who has the upper hand, and who doesn't have the upper hand. So this is something that you can look at to get a clue on.
Ja, men min behövde liksom uppdatera en VM.
And if you think I'm a little bit confused right now, it's because I have both Pete and Victor in my ears talking and trying to sort out technical difficulties while I'm trying to present the predictor meters for you guys. So it's fine that they're talking, they're laughing in the background here, but yeah, it takes me off guard a little bit. So this is what should happen, and the fun thing is right now I don't really get a change in output from these meters, so I need to check that because everything seems to be right, but it still isn't really working. Let's see if I need to just remake something here. You will see me.
Hey. We're ready to take over again, Moppus, if you want to fix your predictor meter.
Oh, and also the stream have been able to hear us the entire time.
Amazing. So
it's always the same. Either we have no sound or we have too much sound.
Okay, I will change things up right now. See if I can get you back here and get myself away. Now I'm taking myself away and. Where are you guys? There we go.
I think that's here we are.
Hello.
That's just a preview. Yeah,
now
here we go.
Here
we are. Now you can see our beautiful faces again.
Hello,
Hello, guys. Yeah, so this is the kind of content you can expect expect. You get to see behind the scenes, behind the workings of the machine. So and we're back. So we're back to the lobby simulator. We have 25 players in right now, so I think we're just missing maybe one more player, and we should be good to go. And me and Victor, we are ready. We have the right DLCs. So we
I'm quite sure it was my fault actually, because I had Hearts of Iron set to an old version that we played the last time.
Okay.
So I needed to update that, otherwise the DLC wouldn't be included. So I do apologize for that, but now we are on the road here. And the new DLC, of course, is Peace in Our Time. It remains to be seen how that will affect the game, but it does change it up quite a bit for some of the countries in the Eastern Europe.
Yeah, it's one of the new content packs, I think. So it's some new focus trees, but
especially for Czechoslovakia. But if we're going quite historically there, and we don't have a Czechoslovakia player, so I don't think it will affect the game too much. We do have a couple of DLCs that really overhauls the meta, and then a couple of DLCs that doesn't change up things that much for us. So it's a bit different from time to time. And welcome also Saxuli, one of our regular viewers. Hopefully you will arrive right to the thick of the game here. If you join the stream on time, you will usually have some fiddling with technical things. But as you saw, Boppus have these predictometers going, and we have a lot of new interesting stuff for you guys.
Yeah, it's one of our new exciting new features. So if you're just joining us and you're looking at the screen and the map and the background and the lobby with the chat and wondering what is all this? What's Hearts of Iron? What's Hygge Gaming? Well, let me tell you. Hygge Gaming is a community of dad gamers. More or less. Not really, but yeah, it's a casual community where the focus is not on being the best of the best, but more of a nice atmosphere. And Hygge in Danish means sort of coziness. It's hard to.
It's hard to find a translation. That's why we also kept the original word for it. But generally, we say that the people we play with are the people you would like to have a beer with. And we do have that once a year at our physical LAN, Bergårdhof, which I'm sure a lot of you have followed the stream of, where we have like a proper dinner, an Axis house, an Allied house, and it's so amazing to see how far we've taken this community from the start. I mean, back in 2017 or 18 or whenever it was, we did have basically everyone was just sitting at home playing, but now people have houses, we have all these technical things, we have ChatGPT to vibe code for us, so everything has gotten a lot better. And that is, of course, thanks to you guys supporting this channel and our amazing players out there.
I just got a notification from Boppus there that when we restarted the game, we stopped sharing, so...
Indeed, let's re-share.
And we have a question from in the chat from Re, if it's public, if it's open to the public, and it is not. This community is invitation only, but if you send us an email or something like that, we could see what we could do. So it's not impossible. A few players who you will see on stream today, they've only played 1 or 2 games with us, and they're international players who we don't know from real life. One nice thing with our last live event was that we got to meet some people who joined us from online. They came over to Sweden and played with us physically, and that was really nice. So that was the community, Hygge Gaming, and we also are playing Hearts of Iron, which is a World War II game. I think most of you know it, but maybe there's 1 or 2 who don't know it. We are playing a multiplayer which is historical, roughly, which means Germany will always be the Nazis. No one will depose Stalin, or maybe you can actually. I don't know, but it's roughly historical, and the teams are roughly the same as they would be in history. So
But that doesn't mean that we will see ahistorical things happening. We have seen paradrop invasions of Berlin. We have seen naval invasions across the Black Sea to the Baku oil fields. Usually it's more rule than exception today to have like naval invasions of the Levant to get around the El Alamein line for the Axis. So there will be a lot of fun things happening.
I have some kind words here from Christer, one of our community members. He's saying the GOAT duo is at it again. Good luck to everyone. Thank you, Christer. Sorry you couldn't join us today, but next time, I hope.
Yeah. And I also have, as a curiosity this time, I have this pocket watch from the Second World War, or at least a bit after, probably, that I have. So I hope I'm not allergic to nickel, because it's entirely made out of nickel. But I will be following the time.
Uranium and lead as well.
Possibly. And I also have to like twist it.
That's cool.
Yeah, so it ticks. So that's cool.
Your grandfather's clock?
It was. He was a seaman, right? So then you need to keep a hold of the time. So
was he a Nazi that emigrated to Ecuador? Because you have family from Ecuador, right?
No, he was not. He was in Karlskrona.
Okay.
So I'm safe from. I'm completely safe from Nazi heritage. I'm proud to say.
Okay, so Ree wasn't talking about our community. He was talking about the bunkers in Havmeli. So yeah.
Now we have a question here from Angry Goose. This is vanilla, and no, it's not. It's run with a modification of their finest brass. So basically, your standard competitive Hearts of Iron mod that has been modified a bit to suit the needs of our community. For example, we have some playable nations, some things that focus on our rule set and stuff like that. So that is what we are playing. And if you want to, it is available on the Steam Workshop, so you can download it and fiddle around yourself. And also, if you become a patron, I think you can even get save games.
Yeah.
So if you see that, that was a mistake, they could have done that better, right? Then become a patron, support the channel, download the save game, and do it better yourself. And then you can write to us and say like, they should have done like this.
And if you become Patreon on a certain tier, you can actually name one of the generals in the game in our mod. So that's an opportunity for you guys.
Indeed, within reason though, not like the main general.
Yeah. Although Oscar, who named one, he did a nice little loophole. He named the general Franco, but of course Franco is also a nation leader. So right now Franco is not in power, but we can see later his Franco is named after Oscar himself. So that was a bit of a loophole.
That will be interesting. And Franco will get into power no matter what. We have a rule for that in the Spanish Civil War. Yeah. But that is the first thing that is going to happen after. Well, we have the Ethiopian War, but that is closed out rather quickly by the Italian player, I presume.
Yeah. So why don't we start, we are in the game now, and people are doing the setup before we unpause the game. So why don't we go and introduce some of our players. We can start with the big bad, the Führer himself. And today it's played by Pontus as the main controller. Pontus, he's a long-time member of the community. He's really established himself now as one of our tier 1 players. He's had a really few strong showings.
He has very strong showings recently, and now he will be taking up the heavy task of being the main controller in Germany. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, and he is joined by Mossberg, who is the one of our technicians. When we play live, he does it for a living, so he's one of our pro technicians. And both Pontus and Mossberg have been casting on stream before, so maybe we've seen their faces. And Mossberg is also a solid player, long-time player. He's got more veterancy stars than Pontus, but I will always say Pontus is a stronger player of the two of them right now.
I would say so, considering his latest showings, but this Germany is nothing to scoff at, and it's like. Will be interesting to see, because like I said before, we have seen the meta kind of solidify. We have seen a lot of allied wins recently in quite a similar manner, and a new main controller on Germany might be what the Axis need to shift up this game and try to get back on top in the Hygge Gaming. Yeah.
And of course, as we said before, their plan is to invade the UK with paratroopers, and we haven't seen any Luftwaffe or Seelöwe succeed in a long time, so it would be really fun if it did, especially against Badger, who is playing the UK, our General Secretary himself, also master of smugness, so it's always nice to see him get a beat.
And I can see the thinking here, right? Because Badger is one of the few people who knows a lot about Navy in Hearts of Iron. And the thing is that United Kingdom is a very Navy-dependent nation.
Yeah.
So if they can kick out the United Kingdom early, you get that Navy threat off the waves, and that can possibly help you quite a lot in other theaters of the war.
And it's almost as if they read the game plan of Badger, because Badger has a pretty unorthodox strategy as well. You can see here he's already building forts on Malta, and this is of course one of his strategies now. He's going to try to hold on to Malta, which is usually quite hard because you are surrounded by Italy here and Italy's airports, so it's really rough to hold Malta. Usually the British player just abandons Malta and focuses on Egypt and Gibraltar instead. But he's going to try to hold it. He's also going to build a bunch of destroyers with anti-air to be able to hold it, to be able to contest the air. And he might even bring down his home fleet. And all of this, of course, is disastrous if Germany decides to invade the home islands. So this could be a really interesting game for sure.
Yeah, it definitely remains to be seen what will happen with these unorthodox tactics. But we love to see it from the studio.
Yeah, we have a question from Lil Tiger if the players are in proper form or if they're severely affected by yesterday's celebration. I don't know, you're a bit affected.
Yeah, I'm a bit tired actually, and I think this might be the dad gamer problem. I'm not a dad, but more of a more of an age sense, because I didn't drink that much yesterday. We had a couple of beers, I even biked home, everything was nice, but today I'm feeling a bit, but yeah, it will improve as the stream goes on, because there is nothing more uplifting than streaming a Hygge Grand game with you amazing people watching.
Yeah, and I haven't heard of any huge celebrations going on yesterday. It's not the Swedish National Day, which was yesterday, 6th of June. It's not as big a celebration as it would be in Norway or Denmark. Yeah,
it was actually, it just became a national holiday rather recently, like 10, 15 years ago or something. Because, well, there is a conspiracy theory here at least that the other holiday that they moved to make the National Day a holiday was Annandag Pingst. And it's Annandag, right? So it always falls on a Monday. But 2 times out of 7, the National Day is going to fall on a weekend, right? So that means it's a plus in the budget for the state, because on the occasion where the National Day falls on the weekend, people would have time off anyway. So then the state gets an extra work day that year.
Okay, so it's a conspiracy. That's interesting.
It's probably a smart play by Göran Persson.
Yeah. Nothing more uplifting than a simulation of World War II. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes we forget how serious the source matter is, really. But yeah, it's all fun and games here. It's just a game, right?
Indeed. And we should probably introduce some more players before we actually...
Let's do it, while we still have the time. So, yeah, we just introduced Badger, our General Secretary, playing the UK. You probably know him from making guides. He makes half of them, along with Boppus, who's our technician today. Not much else to say there. Let's see.
Yeah, and also, if you want to watch his amazing guides, you can see them on our YouTube channel, which you should subscribe to and like and watch. And if you become a Patreon, you will get access to even more guides, 50% more guides, which will make you 50% better at Hearts of Iron. So do check that out and support us on YouTube.
Yeah, let's have a look at Italy. So Italy is being played by Remmefors, and Remmefors is one of our veteran players. He always seems to join the live events as well. Yeah, he's been playing with us for a long time. He's only played Italy once before, though, and that was 3 years ago. So we'll see how that goes. He is, of course, facing off against Badger, who can be a formidable opponent. So, yeah, interesting to see how that works out for him. Yeah, so that's Italy. Let's see. Who should we go for now?
And we have a question in the chat here. What are you specifically celebrating on National Day? And it is...
Is it the coronation of Gustav Vasa?
Yeah, I think it's the coronation of Gustav Vasa when he was elected king.
After he beat the Danes and we gained our independence from the Kalmar Union. Yeah, he was coronated, and
it took quite a while to gain Halland, Skåne and Blekinge as core territory, but today we're there.
And this is where we're sitting physically right now, up here. Yeah, which used to be Danish.
And it says a province in Skåne,
and that's
which is wrong.
Sacrilege. Yeah, Halland is its own region with the highest quality of life in Sweden.
Yeah, indeed. But we have been passed recently by the Stockholm region in life expectancy. I read on Twitter the other day.
Right. But we'll catch up to them again, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, okay. So Spain will soon be kicking off the Spanish Civil War, and let's see who do we have playing Spain today. Oh, it's Sticky. So Sticky is one of our Shetland Island players, and yeah, he's got a lot of hours in this game, and all-round solid player. He's a real-life friend of Rosen, who's also from the Shetland Islands, and they usually also join our live events down here. So it's yeah, a swell guy. And let's see if he goes for the volunteer route, where he doesn't join the game but just sends volunteers, or if he actually joins the Axis and fights full on.
Yeah, and this, for the guys that are new to our game and World War II in general, the difference here is that if Spain only sends volunteers, then there's still a neutral country, so the Allies cannot invade Spain. But if Spain joins the war proper, then you get a stronger nation in the Axis. They can really punch above their weight. They can help take Gibraltar, for example. But you also open up the possibility of a D-Day in Spain. So then the Allies can also threaten the Spanish coast. So it can be a good idea and a bad idea. Yeah. But we generally support Spain joining the war because it makes for much more interesting games.
Yeah, I feel like a hypocrite though, because I went the volunteer route.
Yeah, you did.
But yeah, there's a lot of coastline for Spain to defend. And yeah, so it's like generally the meta is that you should probably go the volunteer route, but it's the coward's way out. It really is.
And I also think like what we have been seeing recently is not really the game being decided by D-Days. The game has been decided by the Soviets holding on the Eastern Front.
Yeah.
So if I were the Axis, I would try to get as much punching power as possible to the Eastern Front.
Yeah.
And then a Spain in the war really helps.
Yeah. We have a couple of comments there from Hameli or Umeli, however you say it in French. He's saying that it's funny that you celebrate someone being crowned on National Day, whereas in France we celebrate the opposite. That's a good comment. And Lil Tiger is saying you do not have the high quality of stone farming in Halland as we do in Småland. Yeah, this area is Småland, and that's where all the people emigrated from. Like they got sick of pushing rocks out of their small fields, and they went over to the US instead.
Yeah, and also to Östra Stranden in Halmstad.
Really?
Yeah, we have a lot of Småland people there.
Okay. There you go. So you mentioned the Soviet Union, and that is of course a key player because the game is almost always decided on the Eastern Front. And as the main controller, we have Jeff. And Jeff, he played his first game with us last game, the game that never happened, the game that must not be mentioned. And he played Yugoslavia. He was invited by Rosen to the community, and he's one of those guys that play this game every week and quite often. So I think he's quite a strong player. Last game at Yugoslavia, though, he was on the losing side. And he's joined by Xnistan, who's a very strong micro player, part of the central committee, also my younger brother. Good micro player, so that's what you need. And Skoginge, who's also a veteran in the community and a good micro player. So I think we have a quite formidable Soviet Union as well.
Yeah, we do, and I think Xnistan is known for not preparing that much, but rather taking things as they come.
I asked him yesterday or the day before, like, what are you playing? He's like, Soviet, and I'm like, yeah, okay, so who's the main controller? He's like, I don't know. Like 2 days before.
So worrying signs indeed.
It's like a record even for Xnistan in not being prepared.
But he is also known for a lot of non-meta plays. Like he finds out interesting things to do, like that no one is prepared for. Sometimes they fail spectacularly, but sometimes they kind of catch people off guard. So I think that he has the potential to do something interesting here.
Yeah,
if the Axis is shifting up the meta, then the allies need to respond, right?
Yeah. I think while Jeff is doing all the hard lifting in the macro and build phase, Xnistan is sitting there rolling his thumbs, and he's going to look for opportunities. Maybe we'll see some sneaky naval invasions in the Baltics or the Black Sea or something like that.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the USSR is very like planning dependent. You can really optimize it a lot. Boppus is the expert on the Excel sheets and everything, and you can really plan a lot in the Soviet Union, like doing as an effective build as possible and really getting the industry going as fast as possible. So it will be interesting to see what they do this game. We do have seen heavy artillery Soviets, we have seen tank Soviets.
Yeah,
and recently we have seen a lot of like meat wall Soviets, so you can turn it in a bit of a different directions.
Yeah, the only thing I know is that they're going for 20 with infantry supported by a bunch of tanks, just playing defensively until they can start counterattacking.
Historical route, basically.
Yeah. So speaking of Boppus, we do have him set and ready to maybe talk to us a bit now. Maybe he could present his the new features that we have for this game, which are truly something unique and new in the Hearts of Iron gaming space. So Boppus, are you with us right now? You can see his mouse moving frantically.
1 second, I'm trying to find.
We'll see. Just chime in whenever you feel like it.
Don't you have one of those stream decks, Boppus, where you just push a button and you're on screen?
Yes, I have, but I haven't made all the connections yet. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. And,
because you have been busy with the new features, right?
Yes, I have been busy with the new features. I thought I fixed everything yesterday, but apparently I didn't. So
I don't think you're on screen right now. I think you're in the pure preview mode.
Well.
Here we go. There you see his beautiful face.
I think you can hear me now. No, this has been stressful. I have done a huge something yesterday. I'm not even prepared to speak English yet because I'm so into all the technical stuff. But yeah, I have prepared a lot of statistics, programs, Python scripts, everything to make sure everything works. And apparently it doesn't really work 100%, but like 95%. So if I just move myself closer to you guys, I can probably take in these meters at least. So here I have some meters explaining how I think the war is going in Europe, the Eastern Front, and Asia. So I have the possibility to change these up according to how I believe the war is going. And as you see...
How do we call them? The predictometer?
The predictometers, yeah. And I also have a predictometer predicting the entire war, but just when I thought I got everything done, it cropped wrongly. So this is how it looks right now. So I need to crop it a little bit better. So I'll fix that. But then you can see how I think the entirety of the war is going, because you can be winning in Asia. But if you're losing hard on the Eastern Front, probably we have an Axis loss coming if it's going wrongly for the Axis. So that's one big part that I have introduced. I have also introduced some more factory statistics. I think you remember this one from last game, where you see military factories from like a date in the game. So we can see what's happening, how are things going. But I also see if I should have been...
Sorry, Boppus, we have a comment that your volume is quite low. I don't know if you could boost it somehow, but you're already on the max there. But we'll try to work on that later on. That sounds better.
Better?
Yeah.
I put up some gain here. See if I have... this is in-game statistics. This is nothing new. I'll see what I put it. 1 second, and I get something in there.
Yeah, we can see his screen, which you guys can't, and it just got a long list of all the different scenes and stuff in the OBS. So it's not really as structured as you would hope.
No, I thought I have structured it. So this is a new thing that has been introduced. So here we can see factory output with different dates. So we can see the progression. We start in 1956 and we get save games, and we can see the total factories in the top, Allies versus Axis, how many factories do they have, and then coming down and we can see, do they have a lot of civilian factories, military factories, dockyards. I was thinking about just cutting off that total factory count and just putting military factories up as the main thing. but I'm gonna get too much heat from that. So the total factories in the top, and then you can see civilian military factories and dockyards. And this can help us see what's
Boppus is referring to an inside joke. Boppus hates civilian factories.
Yes, they are worthless. Don't build them. But that's another thing. So here we can see the progression in game. So this is not from this game because we have been playing for 1 month. But further on in the game, we can see how are the military factory count and factory count progressing for the Axis allies and beaten down here to civilian military factories and dockyards. Have I done anything more? Yes, I have. Let's take that one away and introduce this one. This is going into one specific date, so we can see allies versus Axis a little bit more clearly. What do they have? So here we can see
that's nice.
Allies starting out in, this is probably what's going to happen in-game. Can't really adjust this too much. So allies having more civilian factories, even more military factories, and more dockyards in the beginning of the game. But as everyone know, they have depression. They're not building military factories in the speed the Axis are. The Axis are gaining momentum early game, but the allies always starts out with more factories. But they have the US.
But these numbers are not live. You have to update them manually, or.
Yeah, I have made an entire Python mechanical script thing. I don't know how programming works that much. A little bit, I know. But yeah, I can take save game files and add them to a generator, and they can generate these statistics for me. I just need to set them up, because I thought I've done that, but either I have lost them in my long list of things I want to use in this game, or I need to fix them. But they're coming up. I have a lot of time now this first hour when I have not that much commenting to do and more technical studio stuff to work on. And I'm gonna practice my English.
Just generally,
I'm horrible.
Just generally speaking about the game itself. I know you haven't set up your predictometers yet, but do you have any predictions for the game? Do you think one side is stronger than the other?
According to the plans, I favor the Allies' plan of actually taking the Mediterranean and making that an impenetrable wall. Because they have two things they're gonna do there. Barrier is gonna put down a lot of effort into his fleet. Will put a big fleet, perhaps his main fleet, down in the Mediterranean. And they're gonna use a main fleet together with submarines and I think AA destroyers or AA cruisers going around. What this makes, I made guides about this, is that you can't really nav bomb the main fleet because there's a little small destroyers going around the entire sea that will soak up a lot of the damage and shoot down the nav bombers. The UK main fleet should be stronger than the Italian fleet. And we have also submarines that can sink all the convoys. So if this works, they will trap the entire Italian army in North Africa, effectively killing off a couple of 100,000 men and securing North Africa for the Allies. The counter plan.
What about? Yeah, exactly. The counter plan.
The counter plan here from the Axis side is to actually invade the UK, build a strong enough fleet to actually block off Canada. The thing is that this could work if the UK is not putting a huge effort into its navy. And Barrier is going to build up to 80 dockyards, so he will put a huge effort into his navy. So I think he will, without knowing their plan, counter that plan with a huge
What
navy.
about the Luftwaffe?
I'm not that... Could work, but you need to resupply it with more troops. And I think with a huge navy, I'm not really sure that will work. And I think Barrier is too good on his intelligence game to actually spot that Luftwaffe. So if it works, allies will crumble. But I will give these plans like 80% Axis success, allied success rate on their plan, and 20% for the Axis.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's nice analysis. I would say I agree, and I think overall, looking at the teams, I think the Allies are a bit favored. They have really strong players on almost all nations, and yeah.
But I do think that Pontus on Germany can do a lot. We have seen him very strong recently, and I mean, form is often an important thing
Yeah.
in Hearts of Iron games. Players that have been doing well recent games, they get more motivated, they practice more, and they're like, this time I'm really going to show how to do this, right?
Yeah.
I do think he can be a dark horse here, Pontus controlled Germany.
Yeah, I think a key could be if he's gotten a nice build to work with, because he's not one of those players who plays every week and knows the latest meta. But if he's gotten that support from someone, yeah, maybe that will be enough, because his opponents on the Soviet Union, I'm pretty sure Jeff is using the latest build from their finest bra community, and I know the Canadian player is also really strong, and Badger is Badger. So yeah, I think if Pontus has just cooked up his own build at home, I think that might not be enough.
We will see.
We'll see.
Yeah,
I'll leave
we
you
will
for a
see, indeed.
second and get going with all the statistics.
Cool. Thank you for the analysis, Boppus. We'll see you in a bit.
Thank you. Yeah, and to all you guys out there, Boppus is also one of the guide producers. He is a very analytical player. He has done like some factory guides and stuff like that. So do check him out on our YouTube channel. And we are very grateful to Boppus and his technical skills when it comes to presenting you with these statistics. And we're also very thankful for ChatGPT or Gemini and Claude for the Python scripts to draw the data from our save games.
Yeah, exactly. So let's continue with the player presentations. We will see the Spanish Civil War kicking off in just a bit, and we've already presented, let's see, Italy, Germany, and the Soviets, who will be sending volunteers. Probably we'll see volunteers from France as well. And playing France, we have Lawrence. And Lawrence, he's been with the community a couple of games. He's also one of our newer players, but not the new player. He plays with other communities, and yeah, he's a really strong player. Another big obstacle for Pontus to get over. So that's France, and let's see who else. Sometimes we see Bulgaria sending some volunteers, and playing Bulgaria, I think we have we have Falk.
Yeah, strong player, solid player, probably one of our oldest players, very decorated general. And Bulgaria is one of those Axis miners that can, well, both send volunteers to the Spanish Civil War, as in this case, but can also punch very hard on the Eastern Front. If he does like a good build, he gets some good tanks out and manages to find cracks in the Soviet lines. We have seen games pretty much decided by the place of the Axis miners.
Yeah, and this is one of the strongest cards in Pontus's deck. Falk playing an Axis miner here in the Balkans is always a really dangerous thing to face. So keep an eye on Bulgaria later on, and you'll see some nice shenanigans on the Eastern Front there for sure.
Yeah. We have a question for 3-3. Could a failed Luftlöwe break a future Barbarossa?
I don't think so. I don't think so, because if they can't use those paratroopers on the UK home islands, their backup plan is to use them in North Africa, which might be hard though, considering the plan of the Allies. But if you can't use them down here, you could use them later in Barbarossa as well. Paratroopers.
I mean, it's rather that a failed Luftlöwe could actually improve a future Barbarossa, because it could free up those paratroopers to like make drops on key supply hubs and stuff. But I mean, that's also quite an advanced plan. It's hard to like think of that on the fly. You kind of need to plan for what you're going to do if you're going to use paratroopers on the Eastern Front.
Yeah.
But maybe the Axis have a contingency plan for that.
Yeah, that would probably depend on Mossberg, the second chair on Germany. Usually the second chair is the one who gets to do the paratrooper and micro. We'll see about that. So, okay, let's see. Who else do we have to present? I think we've presented all the players in the Spanish... Oh, well, sometimes we do see Japan.
Yeah, I think Japan historically has sent some volunteers. Well, not historically, but in our games historically.
Yeah, definitely. So, playing Japan, we have Skoginge. Not really sure how to pronounce it. Sog. And he's played a few games with us in our community, but a lot of games in other communities, of course. Okay, so something's going on with the sound.
So it seems.
But now it's good.
Now it's good. Is it though?
Yeah, let us know if we have any problems with the sound. We are bound to have.
We are looking a bit at the different things here, but the OBS studio is it has so many things.
I don't see the bars moving right now.
I do not either, but we will see. We'll just keep talking to you guys, and you tell us if things are heading in the wrong direction when it comes to technical issues. Going back to Japan,
he's joined by Jay, and Jay has only played one game with the community as well. I think he played Poland last game. Also one of those players who plays with other communities. So 2 strong Japan players for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And we had Sog on Germany last game, a game that did not necessarily go in Germany's favor. So it will be interesting to see what he can do here in the Pacific Theater. And the Pacific Theater is usually not where the game is decided, but we have seen more impactful Pacific Theaters in our recent games. We had the game where the Japanese took advantage of the bike infantry moving super fast and really even capitulating the Soviet Union. And then we had a game where, actually last game, they even did a little invasion of California, way too late. But we have seen like inroads into India, a lot of things happening on the Pacific front. And if the Pacific front goes too well for Japan, while Europe is a bit contested, it can actually decide the game.
Yeah.
And we have seen strong Japanese players recently.
Yeah, and let's see if they also gear aggressively, like the European axis. They will try to take out the UK. They will try to take out Canada. Might seem like pipe dreams, but maybe if they are coordinated with the Asia axis, they could make something happen. We'll see about that. We'll also keep an eye on the total number of dockyards to see like the potential naval output of both factions. I think while we're over here in the East Asia, why not have a look at Manchu? So playing Manchu this time we have Adam, who's a former Paradox employee. He's got one Veterancy Star moving on to a second quite soon. He's never played Manchu with us before, but he has played Japan twice, so he knows the theater and what's what.
Yeah, and Manchu is one of those. You can choose how to do it. You can go small Manchu, you can go big Manchu. There are some advantages and disadvantages to that. I do think the meta thing is to go big Manchu because they can gain a lot more from that Chinese territory. But we have seen big Japans recently as well.
Yeah. I think, isn't it beer o'clock?
Might be beer o'clock.
I think I'll go fix a beer.
Yeah, you go and fetch us some beers. Might need some hair of the dog after yesterday's events.
Maybe Boppus could switch over to your game perspective.
Yeah, we will see. Now I think that it's my perspective here, and I'm looking over in Europe here because we are going to have the Spanish Civil War kicking off rather soon. And the Spanish Civil War is interesting because it's obviously not a game deciding factor. Actually, it is already decided. Franco will gain power, and we'll see how it goes. But we have a lot of countries sending volunteers here, and those volunteers, they gain experience, and that experience can be put to use later in the game. So if you get, for example, if France gets some very good volunteers from the Spanish Civil War, they can help in the defense of France, and that can escalate later. And if you manage to encircle the enemy volunteers and kill them off in Spain, then that's volunteers that will not be used later. And if the Republicans manage to actually win, quote unquote, the Spanish Civil War, then you get off-map factories for the Soviet Union. So it can actually have quite an impact on the game. And also it is an indication of what the different countries are planning. You can see their micro. It will be the first combat contact between some of our major nations. So obviously the Spanish Civil War will be interesting. We have a question in the chat from Saxeliv. Hair of the dog saved me from humans. That's good to hear. Yeah. Have to make a beer run myself. Well, good luck with that. And do we have a Polish player today? And I do not think so, actually. Let me check the cheat here, but no, we do not have a Polish player. And that's actually a detriment to the Allies, because, I mean, you might think that a Polish player would just be killed and do nothing. But Poland can actually punch well above their weight, especially late game, because since they get a off-map factories and they get the government in exile, they can appear where you least expect them, much like the Spanish Inquisition. But today we do not have a Polish player, so we will not be seeing any interesting things happening there. And now we have Peter back, so
Good to be back. And
let's pour ourselves a Bitburger, not sponsored.
this is one of my favorite, actually. It's a nice,
I'm also
nice
a
German
big fan.
Pilsner.
Yeah. They did a collab with, I think, Mikkeller or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I found it in the fun shelf at Systembolaget.
Okay, interesting. Check that out. Cheers, Victor.
Cheers, Peter, and cheers to all you fantastic people out there. We are in for a treat this game, I am sure. And the Spanish Civil War soon to break off.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
Amazing. Oh, well. Let's move on. We have some players left to present. We do have a thing that will happen after the Spanish Civil War and a bit into the war is North Africa. And an interesting player in North Africa is ironically South Africa that produces a lot of heavy tank. So on South Africa we have Hassleberg.
Yeah, and he's one of our veteran players as well. He's played a long time with the community, several years. Usually shows up for the live events as well. I think, last game we saw the Badger playing South Africa, and he played infantry South Africa. Usually we see heavy tanks on South Africa. That's sort of the standard South African build. But those infantry, they were really strong, like surprisingly strong. I don't know what kind of magic Badger pulled out of the hat, but maybe he's shared his build with Hassleberg. I'm not really sure.
It will be interesting to see what they do. I mean, the meta is obviously heavy tanks, but you can do other things as well.
Yeah, they are going for tank, so they would probably see a standard South African heavy tank run.
But the fun part with these miners is that, I mean, if you're Germany, if you're the United States, if you are Great Britain, you kind of have to do everything, right? But when you are a minor nation and you're one player on that nation, you can kind of mold it into what you want. You can go tanks, you can go infantry, you can try paratroopers. Yeah. So the miners is really a deciding factor in many games. And speaking of miners, we have a question from Benedict here. Why do the Allies have more players when they are already overwhelmingly more powerful than the Axis?
Well, we always have more allied countries than Axis countries. I think it's there are more allied countries available than the Axis countries. I think the game is balanced that way, so that's usually what you see.
Yeah, I mean, it is like, if we're playing historically, it's kind of hard to get away from that there are more allied countries. Also, we do have more micro-intensive. For example, the Soviet Union really needs 3 players. Yeah. Because it's kind of impossible to keep the front going. When you have a front like here, let's say that the front is between Leningrad and Stalingrad, basically. It's such a long front. So for 2 players to control that, it's pretty much impossible. Meanwhile, you will also get out-microed still sometimes, because you have 1 Axis player on Romania, 1 Axis player on Hungary, 1 Axis player on Bulgaria, and 2 Germans. So if you add that up, and also when you micro your own country, right, then you might have like 4 tank divisions or something, and you micro just those, and that makes it so that it's more easy to focus on that micro.
Yeah. I hope that answers your question. Let's keep looking at some other minor countries. So on Canada, we have Ian.
All right, it's my view.
Yeah,
I'm going over to Canada. There we are.
Yeah, look at that nice subscribe banner.
Indeed, like and subscribe.
Definitely like and subscribe. Yeah, Ian is another one of those players. He's actually from Canada. So he's with the time zones and everything. I don't know what time it is at his place, but it must be terrible.
Yeah, that might affect his gameplay.
Yeah, he is a really strong player though, so that might be a nice handicap for the Axis, because Ian is a really strong player. Let's see if he goes for...
I'm looking here at his build. He's building a land warfare facility in southern Ontario, like one of the experimental facilities, and then civilian factories, much to to Dawn's dismay, I'm sure. But Canada is also in the Great Depression, and also they are affected by, let's see, they are affected by like the Monroe Doctrine, and they are also a democracy, and they're also a subject of the UK. So they do have a lot of things that hamper their military factory production. So perhaps in this case, it's reasonable.
Yeah, he is going for medium tanks, it looks like. He was researching ahead of time there. But we do have the Spanish Civil War kicking off, right?
Indeed, war has broken out in Spain.
Why don't you look from Sticky's perspective, and we'll see how he...
Yeah, let's check from the Spanish perspective here. We do have the Franco forces from North Africa moving up. The Spanish Civil War works in this way. So if you look at these divisions, for example, they are very bad, right? So the divisions are very bad on both the Republican side and the fascist side. But all of these countries like Germany, Italy, France, Soviets, they're going to be sending volunteers, and that's really what is going to decide the war. But the Franco side of the war does have the North Africa Corps, the army corps that Franco historically was in command of, and they are significantly better. I mean, it's not the best division in the world, but they have some artillery, proper infantry, support companies, and a combat width of 20. So these can actually do some pushing on the front line.
Compared to the guys with the caps, they are Space Marines.
Definitely. So
speaking of volunteers, though, Germany is only sending one division.
Yeah, they might try to increment it to not trigger too much world tension.
Right.
Possibly, because for you guys out there, there is a mechanic called world tension. So once more war things happen, the tension in the world increases. That means that democratic countries, and also fascist and communist countries, but mostly democratic countries, get more support from their people to do war things. Because if there is low world tension, it's very hard to explain to the general voter why you should spend a lot of money on war. Yeah. But if there is war going on, if it's tension in the world, then the democracies can get their economy rolling. So the Axis are generally trying to keep the world tension low and try to convince the allies that, oh, we're not doing anything really. It's not that bad, right?
Remmefors didn't care though. Italy is sending 4 divisions.
Yeah, might be a miscommunication there, or there is some plan behind it.
There are some threshold levels, though. So we've already passed 5%. So the next big threshold is 10%, and we're ways off from 10%. So I don't think these volunteers should trigger that.
Yeah, I think once you get up to 10%, then communist countries can start going into more war economy focused. And once you get over that, then again, you might get general strikes. If the tension goes up, you go to war economy, and then the tension goes down again. So you have to be careful what you wish for there.
So we saw the graphics for total number of factories flashing by, and we have a question if that is current. Those numbers are current. I don't know, Boppus, are they current? Or have you managed to set it up?
Yeah, he is probably working hard, but
give me a second.
Working hard or hardly working.
Indeed. Let's check out the volunteer. There we have Bob.
There I am.
Okay, now we have Bob.
I can't even find myself in the entirety of this thing, and the stream key is not working. So here I am. Those were current statistics, but it was from the 1st of January this year. I'm trying to get everything to work. Most things are working now. I have to restart the app. So current statistics from the 1st of January. But
could you put them on screen again there?
So 1 second, I will get the military factories now again, and I'm generating it right now. I think it takes like 20 seconds.
So we're just 5-6 months into the game, so those numbers shouldn't have changed all too much. And this is of course before the Axis start taking over allied countries. So once they occupy Poland and France, we should see those numbers evening out just a bit. But yeah, they should be current right now. This is what the game starts with. So those are per country, do you have those faction numbers again?
1 second, they are generating right now. See if everything works.
Oh, you're generating as we speak. Wow, look at that.
Generating team picture. So let's see if this works, and I think we'll get them right there. Oh, I'm so happy this works now. Look, this is the right date. It's a save game from the 2nd of June. So this is how it looks.
So these are current numbers.
These are current numbers. So
yeah, as you can see though, the allies are solidly in the lead, but this is before the Axis start taking over countries. So around 1,600 factories for the allies and around 1,000 for the Axis.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much for that. We'll be looking at the Spanish Civil War now. I think they are about to unpause. They're just waiting for Sticky to give the go-ahead. Usually you give the courtesy to the Spanish player to say when he's ready, and then we kick it off.
We have a shout out from Angry Goose. That is so cool. And I mean, we think it's so cool. For me, it's basically like dark magic, right? How do you get this information? But yeah, it's super cool, and it also makes it easier for us to comment on current events. But as of now, much as in history, Allies stronger, but that is soon to change.
So I still don't see the Soviets. Okay, here we go. The Soviets are sending 5 divisions.
Yeah. In a week or so, in the 7th of July, we will see the divisions from Germany and Italy arriving in Spain, and it will be very interesting to look at how those are built up. Sometimes you send a lot of weak divisions, sometimes you send a few strong.
Yeah. And as you said, Germany is sending their divisions one at a time. So they're up to 2 divisions now, and here comes the 3rd one. They're sending 1, 1, and 1. So 3 now in total, and 4 from Italy, which makes it a total of 7. While the Soviets, as I said, are sending 5. So more from the Axis, which feels comfortable if you're Sticky.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, we have seen Allied wins in the Spanish Civil War. Well, not Allied wins per se, but we have seen Republican Spain actually dragging out the war long enough so that the Axis give up, and then you give the country to Franco and get off-map factories. But it has not happened in quite some time. Nationalists pretty much always win. So you wouldn't send in too much, because they're also at risk of getting encircled and dying, even if you gain some experience.
Yeah. So starting off now, we see what we usually see. Northern Spain is being quickly taken by the nationalists, although the Republicans are holding out a bit here. But
here we have
quite soon.
I'm now looking at the template of a German volunteer division for the Spanish Civil War. It is basically the Franco Corps. Looking at the stats, combat with 22 artillery. Yeah. It does have some more support companies, which will make it punch a bit harder. And of course, it has a German general. But these are not anything special. But there will be 4 of them coming in by the looks of things now. Looking over at Italy and their volunteer divisions, they have landed, and there we are.
And we have a question from Saxeliv if we have World Tension Starve. I don't know if they are doing World Tension Starve. They failed a bit, because we're at 10% now, so that's a threshold that's important for a lot of allied countries. So
yeah, I would say so, but it might be a miscommunication, because we see here Italy have 4 volunteers stacked all on top of each other, going beelining straight into the country. Meanwhile, the Germans are sending theirs in piecemeal, one at a time. So,
but they're arriving in Spain one at a time as well. That's how they started it. And Sticky, he's using his strong North African Corps troops to head directly towards Madrid.
Yeah.
But Madrid is holding as of now.
Yeah, we have the Soviet volunteers in Madrid. I'm going to take a look at their template. It's probably nothing too special, but the Soviets sometimes send mountaineers as well to train them because they get veterancy then that they can use in the Finnish winter war.
They have really strong.
These
divisions.
are very strong divisions actually. 30 combat filled with mountaineers, artillery, full support companies.
Yeah, these should kick the butts of the Axis volunteers actually.
Yeah, I mean the Axis volunteers are just general infantry. I mean these Soviet volunteers are heavy for real, and there are 5 of them.
Yeah, they are not taking Madrid, not anytime soon. And we also see the Soviets are trying to push the flanks. Or no, wait, that's just the Republicans. Never mind. Yeah, so the Soviets are holding Madrid, and that means that the Axis will not take it, because those mountaineers are strong.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we'll see. We're going to see the we're gonna need the Axis to send in quite a lot more in order to dislodge this, because this is going to be a real challenge. It might actually spell trouble for the entire Spanish Civil War for the Axis if they don't send in more to counter this Soviet mountaineers, because these are big companies.
Yeah, so far no volunteers either from Bulgaria or Japan. But
Bulgarian volunteer forces are in transfer. The 14th of August, we are going to see one Bulgarian division, and we'll see how strong that is. But it's still Bulgaria, right? They don't have the ability to send that much.
Yeah, his strength comes later in the game, so right now we'll only see some crap infantry from him probably.
Yeah, it remains to be seen though, because they are arriving rather soon. We do see the Soviets trying to make a little push. We have the northern front of Franco's army corps in a bit of dire straits if the Soviets manage to push up to Pamplona, for example, or to cut off this.
This is a bit dangerous, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this Soviet volunteer here is holding his own against the crap militia troops, and you might get a little encirclement of the Franco troops here if they are not careful. We do have the French volunteers also playing a role here around Barcelona and the Catalonian front, and looking at the French volunteers filled with mountaineers, no artillery, but still heavy support companies, 24 combat width. These are nothing to scoff at either, and there are 3 of them. So these Franco troops here in and around whatever the city is, Teruel, is going to be encircled and killed.
Yeah, I think the Axis could be in trouble here. And as you were saying earlier, I mean, it's not definitive, it's not decisive really, but still, it could be an indicator for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose, if the Allies actually win the Spanish Civil War, the Soviets will have very experienced mountaineers, 5 of them, and they will have a general that gained experience and traits from that they can use. And they will get off-map factories also.
And Spain is delayed as well.
Yeah, and Spain is also delayed. So, I mean, at least I would be very sad watching this if I was the Finnish player.
Yeah.
Because those 5 experienced Soviet mountaineers, you do not want to meet them in Karelia, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we could actually do a quick break from the Spanish Civil War and present the Finnish player. So playing on Spain, we have Jonathan and Jonathan.
Finland.
Yeah, Finland. Sorry, I mean, and he's played with us once or twice before. He's actually the former student of Francis, who's playing Romania. So teacher and student they're anchoring each parts of the Eastern Front. And yeah, he was invited to the game without Francis's knowledge, or to the community rather. So it's not that Francis invited his old student. It just suddenly it's like, hey, you used to be my teacher. Pretty funny.
We see Finland here going for Bank of Åland. They have very low trust in Per Edvin Svinhuvud. I would expect them to go fascist at their earliest convenience, but it remains to be seen. And Lone Wolf Finland can also be quite an interesting play.
Finland, of course, is Victor's country of choice, his comfort pick.
Yeah, I'm a big fan, actually. But it's just, I have gotten so confident now because I won the Finnish Winter War 2 times. Yeah, one time because Magnus forgot to press a button.
Yeah.
One time I actually won it for real by taking Leningrad. And I've kind of been chasing that high ever since. And every time I play Finland now I just lose, right? Because, yeah. But
yeah, that seems to be what happens most games, though. It's not. It's not your fault.
It's basically, I mean, that really speaks to how much the meta shift is interesting. Because after the release of Arms Against Tyranny, no one knows how the meta is going to be. So then you're going to see Finland win the Winter War a few times because strange things are happening. But I mean, at this point, it's been so long since Arms Against Tyranny, and obviously, if the Soviets really plan out the Winter War and actually do well according to a well-tried strategy and meta, you generally lose as Finland. You take the white piece and wait for the continuation war.
Yeah.
So it's only when we get this like new expansions, where we get this sudden meta shifts, where unusual things happen.
So we have a comment from Son Clausewitz. A beautiful, warm, sunny Sunday in Sweden. Perfect for sitting indoors and play Hearts of Iron 4. Indeed, we can actually hear the bird song from behind us from the open window. But yeah, we don't care about all that.
Indeed. And speaking of unusual things, though, the Allies are doing very well in the Spanish Civil War.
Yeah, the Axis are stuck, completely stuck. The only ones pushing are actually the Soviets. So they made a try to envelop or take Zaragoza. They failed, but now they're trying a bit west of Zaragoza instead.
Yeah, they didn't get encircled, but I mean, these Italian divisions, for example, they are not going to be able to stand up to the Soviets. I mean, obviously, if it's 4 of them, like here, they can, but the Soviets, there are more of the Soviets, and the Axis are somewhat spread out. We have the German volunteers around Toledo, and we have the Italian volunteers in the north. Meanwhile, the Soviets are significantly more concentrated, I think.
They are about to encircle Madrid, but when I say that, the Soviets push them back a bit. The Soviets have evacuated the city itself. They don't want to get cut off.
We do actually see the German volunteers doing work against the Soviet mountaineers, because we have one Soviet mountaineer down here that just retreated from the front, getting pushed out by the German volunteers. So looking at things now, Madrid is actually going to fall. And the Soviets perhaps should have concentrated more of their focus there, because once Madrid falls, I think actually the Axis are going to take this civil war home, even though it hasn't necessarily gone as quick and easy as they would have expected.
Yeah, from what it looks like now, it will take time, because the Soviets, even though they're spread out, they managed to hold out quite well with just 1 or 2 divisions. And then we also have the French, who sent 3 of them. So
I mean, the French divisions are also performing quite well. They do not have any artillery, but they do have support companies, and they're also mountaineers. And in northern Spain, what do you have, right? Mountains. So you're going to see some high impact there from the mountaineers.
If we could go to my point of view for a bit, we are looking at Madrid right now, and Madrid is completely surrounded. So it should fall in just a few moments. There are no volunteers, though, being surrounded, so no big loss for the faction as a whole. But yeah, once Madrid falls, that's a big step for the Axis. They are far away from the other victory points, though. Like sometimes you see Barcelona being cut off, or the Catalonia, the northern part here, being cut off completely, but they're far away from the coast.
I would be a bit worried if I was Italian, though, if you look up here.
Oh yeah.
And we do have.
Be careful.
This is looking quite grim for the Italians. We do have comments from Boppus. I see him in picture. Probably wants to say something.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm here.
Hello.
I'm fixing my stream key, and I just showed up here. So this is going according to plan. But what I wanted to say, I was looking a bit on the UK and Italy, because we have a naval war coming out on in the Mediterranean. So Italy is actually building dockyards right now, while the UK is on civilian factories and starting to build up their economy. Italy is also building synthetic refineries, so they probably need that for the naval war, perhaps. I don't like refineries, but that's another thing. But
the fact that the UK is building civilian factories and Italy is building dockyards, knowing you hate civilian factories, does that change your predictions in any way?
Not really yet, because it's too early and they have only 1 line on the dockyards. But if they build up their capacity for oil and then they start switching totally to dockyards, that will make a huge difference, especially if Badger is late on his dockyards, because after you build a dockyard, it takes time. It's not like you're producing 5 ships a day. It will take time to actually produce your ships. So if they can manage to edge out that balance of dockyards and dockyard output, that will make a huge difference. But they need to commit to it, not building too much synthetic refineries, just going for dockyards. And I also saw, because industry is one of the more fun things, we have Germany building civilian factories, and France building infrastructure and then going over directly to military factories, which I think is super fun. And I've seen this a lot of times. Germany going for civilian factories, fighting with toasters in 1939. That could be a problem. Toasters are not bad, but not even the French are afraid of them. So so we'll see what happens. It's not that unusual to build the civilian factories in the beginning, but I would say as Germany and the Axis, you should be starting to building up your military production as fast as possible, so you can steamroll early war. But that's my
Yeah, it's always a bit of a trade-off there for the German player. Like you want to beat France with the smallest possible margin, play as greedy as possible, and then power spike later on for Barbarossa. But if you get too greedy, then France doesn't fall, and then it's a complete disaster. Would you agree?
Absolutely. I don't really agree that you should be that greedy, because you should start to build military factories at least 2 years before war, at minimum.
Right.
And for the Axis, you can do it even earlier, because the quicker you take France, the quicker you gain like 100 factories or what they have after occupation. The quicker you take everything around you, the more industry you will actually get. So that will be beneficial to you. And if you can use that early momentum to actually take North Africa and start threatening like Raj and South Africa and free France, you have a big win. Because allies always go to greedy, so they always spread thin in the beginning of the war. So that's my 5 cents on the industry game. Build military factories and be happy.
Yeah, that I know what you're saying, and I know your opinion there is colored by your hate of civilian factories. But there are other ways to play greedy as well. I mean, you can go for earlier techs or later techs to affect when you power spike. And I mean, you want to be able to threaten North Africa, so of course you need to be strong early on. But sometimes we see Germany being greedy with I don't know, not building enough infantry, for example. They count on the Axis miners to be able to do some heavy lifting when it comes to defeating France, so that they are able to focus on other things like a few assault guns or something. But yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Any comment on the Spanish Civil War so far?
I would say the Allies are doing great job right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just saw here that...
Yeah, they're pushing them back. Zaragoza has fallen.
Oh.
Yeah, they just failed the consolidate the North national focus, which means that's 5 military factories that Spain will not have going into the game. It's... I still think the Axis is going to eke out a victory, but not a good Spanish Civil War for the Axis.
I would actually say I think the Allies are going to win this.
Possibly.
I would also say it's not usual, but I think the Allies actually have a chance here.
Yeah, I think so, because there are no breakthroughs coming from the Axis side, and the Allies have a strong volunteer force, and I think the Axis will actually surrender this at one point or another, and then the Soviets will get a few off-map factories.
I still think firm. I think that the Axis is going to take it home.
All right.
They do have. I mean, at some point up top, we see that the Axis are pushing out a little bit, and I do think that the Franco North Africa Corps is going to come in from the south and also make a difference. So
I see the Soviets pushing towards the north here.
And I realize I miss a predictometer. The next game we will have one for the Civil War also.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Do one for the Winter War.
The Axis are gaining ground here in the south, where the Republican side has almost no defenders, but it's people with caps against people with caps, so no one is really focusing down here. Madrid is in the Axis or nationalist hands, of course, but up in the north, that's where the real fighting is happening. That's where all the volunteers are at. So, and
also the reason why I stand firm also is because naturally Spain has all these focuses. You have plus 20% max planning for the duration of the Civil War, for example, which they just got. Doctrinal advancements. So since you have a player on nationalist Spain, eventually those things are going to make a difference, I think. But that's also a question of how long do you want to go on, because if Germany and Italy says we need to do other things now, right, then you probably just surrender it and give the Soviets the off-map factories.
Well, that's a good while off, I would say, and I think both Germany and Italy are happy to be training their troops and getting some XP and training their generals. Let's see, what generals are they actually training? I'm looking at the German volunteers here. Using Günther von Kluge.
Yeah, let's see here. We have, indeed, it's Günther over there, and he is brilliant strategist. He also has leader experience gained, so he will get a lot of experience from this. Also,
looking at Bulgaria here, he's got Nikola. Nikola is not getting a lot of XP, it looks like. Anyways, where is Bulgaria? Is on the front here.
Yeah. We have Adam Raponi asking, we have one question above, I can't say the name now, but does this TFB mod have the updated Soviets focus? And yes, it does, I think.
Yeah.
And then we have Adam Raponi asking, if they have Madrid, they should win it. Will take more time than they want. All those buffs help access. Yeah, it seems like Adam Raponi is agreeing with me, but it remains to be seen what will happen here in the war. And Zach Believe says that if the Axis lose, it was due to those civs built in 36.
Exactly. Zach Believe has been listening too much to Bopus. Just having a look at the losses screen here. Of the Axis or the nationalist side is kicking the butt of the Republican side. So
yeah, but I mean, there's still no losses of volunteers, though. That's what really matters.
Yeah. But you still need the meat to hold up the front line, and it looks like they are collapsing slowly but surely down in the south. Most of these civil wars.
It's interesting how concentrated the Allied volunteers are. We have 3 French, and then we have 3 Soviets here in the top. So they are losing out in the south. And
but they want to make some moves, and they are doing it.
Yeah, they are going to push. I would expect them to try to push towards like Bilbao and stuff like that, and Pamplona. Also, up here is where the mountaineers really work wonders, right? Since they are mountaineers. Also, the Germans and the Italians are up here, so they need to be careful so they don't get encircled.
Yeah, it's volunteer versus volunteer up here in the north. It looks like Germany is redirecting some of their volunteers down south. They've seen the stalemate, and also Sticky's North Africa Corps is here, so they're making their main advance now in the south.
I'm gonna make a quick inspection of the Bulgarian volunteer. They have sent 1, right?
Yeah, there's nothing to talk much about.
Infantry and 2 support companies.
Sure.
We have no Japanese volunteers this game.
No, we do not. We do not. And I wonder what Sarge is thinking.
There might be a plan behind that from Japan, but they would have been needed at this point. If we had 3 or 4 volunteers from Japan, this might be a different story for the Axis.
Yeah, just having a quick look at Japan here. There are no plans or anything yet, but still early days.
Yeah. We have Dawn sending us information that the UK is now building dockyards.
Okay.
So
good for him.
Good for him. Lucky, I'm gonna look over a little bit at the UK's construction queue. Yeah, they are building Greater London Area 3 dockyards, Wiltshire, Lancashire, and Northumberland, and also infrastructure. So that fleet is going to come into play at some point.
Yeah, and as we heard before, they are going for a Mediterranean focus. So they're going to actually try to hold this, and the main weapon there is the destroyers or cruisers with a lot of anti-air. So they are able to win the air war despite just having one airport here. So that's the plan, and we'll see how that goes. And if you're just joining us, Germany is planning to invade the UK. So Bopus doesn't believe in it. I want to believe. I'm not sure I can say I do, but we'll see. Yeah. Oh, and Austria joins their German-speaking brothers.
Now we have, once the Anschluss is done, also the Germans can field a bit more troops. So that might mean they can send another volunteer or so at some point, but it remains to be seen.
Right. We're at 15% world tension now. So if they were doing a world tension starve, it's not going according to plan.
And we have Adam here in the chat. I think you have to know with how good Italy can get if they are allowed to control the Med. And that's definitely what Badger has been thinking about. You don't want Italy controlling the Mediterranean. And if you are a UK that knows your Navy game, then it is possible to prevent that. And it's an interesting plan. But as Bopus said before, it's a more safe plan than what the Allies have in store. But it's also right. You have a high risk, high reward. If they actually succeed with the Luftwaffe, it's going to be huge. So.
Yeah, but the UK focus on the Mediterranean, it's a departure from what we usually see in our games. Usually we see the Allies completely abdicating Mediterranean. Maybe they have their Mediterranean fleet in the Eastern Med jumping in and out a bit to annoy the Axis, but usually the Axis are free to do what they want, free to ferry troops over to North Africa to invade Alamein.
Saxeliv has an interesting question here. I feel like lately there hasn't been much world tension storm in Hygge games. Can you explain some of the downsides of doing it?
Well, you sacrifice your own development in order to punish the Allies, and you have to be really disciplined and coordinated as a team to do it. You have to know what you're doing, basically.
Yeah, I mean, for example, like the world tension storm here, the Germans sent in 1 volunteer at a time, and the Italians sent in all 4 at a time. So then they reached the threshold of 10%. If they had coordinated, perhaps they did, I don't know. But if the Italians had also sent 1 volunteer at a time, then they might have kept the world tension at 9% for significantly longer. But it's also like, once you world tension storm and you fail, you punish yourself so hard, because if you are not going to world tension storm, then you could just have sent 4 German volunteers right off the bat, fully decked. You could send 4 Italian, you could send 4 Japanese volunteers and just go ham, right?
Yeah.
So if this is a failed world tension storm, I think that the Spanish Civil War really shows what can be the detriment of actually doing a world tension storm.
Yeah, and just for people who don't know what we're talking about, what do you mean world tension storm? Victor was talking about the mechanic earlier. There's a thing up here in the corner called world tension. Right now it's at 16. And the higher it is, the more the democratic nations of the world can start arming themselves and mobilizing, preparing for war. When it's low, it sort of limits the democracies' ability to wage war. We have a question. If we have a doping agency to test the Japanese bicycles.
They have been nerfed, right?
They have been nerfed. So we have a doping agency in place. That's a reference to a few games ago when Japan's bicycle infantry, they were faster than anything on Earth. They were faster than the fastest motorized nations, and they were just running over Raj, and they were running all the way, capping the Soviet Union, and we had to pause the game for like 15 minutes while people were discussing if this was a break.
Yeah, I mean, we ended up like it was a rule break, right, in the end.
Yeah.
But the rules weren't really prepared for it.
No, it wasn't clear cut, but it was definitely.
But in that sense, I have to say that I kind of like. I like the meta shift in Japan actually being able to make an impact on the Eastern Front.
Yeah.
Because
it definitely made the game more interesting.
I mean, we have seen the Eastern Front being very stale for the last games. I'm not going to discuss the rules or so. I'll leave that to the General Secretary and his Politburo, right? But it's the interesting part with Japan invading the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Is really what you can get from winning the Pacific. Because if Japan entirely dominates the Pacific, take all the things they need, like Australia and Russia and everything, then the Soviets really have to watch their backs. And if you get Japanese invasion from the back, while the Germans are already closing in on Moscow and there is no D-Day in sight, then the Pacific can really decide the Eastern Theater.
Yeah. So now, finally, we see the Axis making some headway here in Spain, and the resistance is falling. Are there even volunteers here still? I see
the Soviet volunteers are still... they are stacked up now. All 5 Soviet volunteers are going to try to encircle this little German up here.
The French are still in the north as well, so they're fighting as a team. Their main focus is to gather experience, annoy the Axis, and not lose any men. So far, they're doing a good job of it. We're almost a year into the Spanish Civil War. Now, though, we have some of the Franco troops in the middle, and this front line down here, without any volunteers, the south is open for taking.
Yeah, and
so I think you were right, Victor. I think the Axis will be able to do this.
Yeah, I think because the focuses are starting to roll in here. Now they get 50 army experience here, reduced cost for doctrine, war support. And now they're going to do the Caudillo of Spain. So Franco is going to become the leader of Spain, and then they do. The Republicans do 15% less damage to garrisons and some other things. And I think they're going to eke out the victory here, but it's significantly slower than they would have hoped for. And this is a very good Spanish Civil War for the Allies, definitely.
Yeah. So not much more to say about the Spanish Civil War right now. I guess the only question is if the Soviets and the French get their volunteers out in time, but probably they will because they're not being threatened at all. It seems like a sort of tacit agreement here between the Allies and the Axis. Like, we'll stay up here farming some XP in the north, and you can start winning the war in the south on your own time.
Yeah, they have to watch out a bit though, because these Soviet volunteers, if the Axis volunteers reach the harbors before, then they might be in trouble. But by the looks of things now, all the volunteers are going to be able to get out and survive to fight another day.
Yeah, the Axis are just slowly eating up the front line here of the Republicans, while the Allied and Comintern volunteers are up here. So not the worst civil war we've seen, but not the most exciting either.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I like the shift in the beginning, right, where the Allied volunteers actually consolidated the north instead, because the nationalists lost a bit of focus there, because consolidate the north is a 70-day focus tree, right?
Yeah.
And they had gone like 50 days or so, and then they failed, right? So that means that you take bit more than a month away, pretty much in development from the nationalist side.
And those 5 factories could have been churning out equipment for him all the while. So.
Yeah, exactly. So the Republican volunteers have actually managed to hurt Spain a bit here. I mean, it's 5 factories, but that's 10% or so of the total count at the moment. So.
Actually, not a bad strategy, just to annoy them, to take some territory in the north and just hold on to that. That might be a new meta we're seeing.
Yeah, actually, it might not be a bad idea for future games to prevent Spain from consolidating the north and then leaving.
Because it's a focus that you need to continue on your focus tree as well. You need consolidate the north to go on further down here. The rest of them are just civil war.
Yeah, I guess they can consolidate the north again after they win, though.
Oh yeah, they will have to. they can and they will, but they will be delayed.
Indeed.
All right. Let's continue with the player presentations, I think. As the Spanish Civil War is wrapping up. So who haven't we? Let's see. We have some people in the Balkans that we haven't talked about. So let's see. On Romania, we have Francis, as we said before, colorful player, one of our veterans, also the former teacher of the Finnish player, which is hilarious. Francis is a strong player, a very vocal player. When things go bad, you will hear him speaking his mind. He's playing Romania, which is one of the foundations of the Axis Eastern Front. It's the biggest of the Axis miners, you could say, and they're usually the ones who hold up most of the infantry, or a big part of the infantry on the Eastern Front. Let's have a look from his perspective here.
We do have some infantry produced there.
Yeah, and he's going for Marines.
Oh well, might we see an invasion of the Baku oil fields again?
That would be cool. I think these divisions are illegal, though. You're not allowed to have more artillery than you do Marines, right?
No, he will probably add
exactly. He's still only on 19 combat width, so he'll probably add on more as we go. But as they look right now, I can't fight with them. But apart from being good in naval invasions, they also have river crossing bonuses, that kind of thing. Let's see if we could actually...
We have Mortal Vision said that the Patriot upgrade is completed. The Tiger 2, as always, where you guys are streaming. Thank you so much, Mortal Vision.
Thank you so much, Mortal Vision. You are a real winner. And if you other guys also want to be a real winner, you can go to patreon.com/Hygge Gaming and support us. And your support is really appreciated. Thank you so much, Mortal Vision. I would give you a cheers right now, but we're out of beer again. Maybe I should take care of that.
Yeah, we could get another beer, and I can take over the view here because we do have interesting developments in the Spanish Civil War. So if Boppus can put my perspective, I will guide you through that. There we are. And as you see here, the Franco side has planned a naval invasion of Barcelona. And this is a very interesting play because if they take Valencia, which they will do in a short manner, and this naval invasion of Barcelona succeeds, that means that we have 5 Soviet volunteers and 3 French volunteers that are indeed stuck in Spain and will die. And that would probably be a suitable trade-off for failing to consolidate the North within 50 days and dragging on this war for as long. So if they actually succeed with this invasion, that could really shift the outcome of the Spanish Civil War, because it has taken time, yes, but if you manage to wipe out all the Allied volunteers, then you're really looking at a very good civil war for the Axis all of a sudden. So we will see how this pans out. Looking over, they are planning it now. It will take some time because obviously the Franco side of the Spanish Civil War is no expert when it comes to naval invasions. So we'll see how it pans out. But Valencia is falling now, so now Barcelona is indeed the only harbor that exists on the Allied side. Or maybe, no, Tortosa is not the harbor, and Girona is also not a harbor. So this might be a very interesting play. I'm sure he is going to fire it right away once it's completed, if he has the naval superiority to do so. But possibly a interesting development here in the Spanish Civil War. And now I hear Petey coming back with a beer. Petey, I'd like your input on this. See here, they have a naval invasion plan of Barcelona.
Oh, that's
and
sneaky.
That is the last harbor.
That's really sneaky.
And the Soviets are up here. 5 Soviet mountaineers are up at the front, right?
And this is really interesting because according to our rules, in order for them to capitulate or say, okay, we're out of it, they need to stand in a port. And if there are no ports to stand in...
Exactly. I mean, you have to use the rules to your advantage, right?
This could really mess them up.
This could really be interesting. This could turn what looked like a bad civil war for the Axis to perhaps the most successful civil war for the Axis that we've seen in a very long time, if it succeeds. But it remains to be seen if it will. But Valencia has fallen, so...
So what's the defense? They don't have a lot of defense.
Yeah, there. I mean, it's going to land if they fire it. They are doing it with militia troops, though. 3 militia troops against a little garrison. It's not entirely certain that is going to work. I really, really like the idea, but I am unsure if it's going to work with these trash divisions.
Yeah, I wish they would send down the Africa Corps and let them.
Yeah, if I was Sticky here, I would put the entire Franco-Africa Corps to this naval invasion because that would really be good for them, but...
I think we'll see the Soviets and the French retreating back to that harbor very soon, though. So if he wants to fire it, he needs to fire it.
Yeah, he needs to fire it right away, but I'm not sure that it is going to land. If he had done the Africa Corps, I see that Winged Sixtol, or Polish name, is agreeing with me here, and I do think...
we can see the French and the Soviets, they've moved down south towards Valencia to stop the Axis advance down there.
Yeah, and we do have the Soviet mountaineers here. They have not wised up to this, because the thing is they will cap instantly. If they get Barcelona, that will be enough to cap them. So if the Barcelona invasion lands, they just lose, right? But it remains to be seen. It is now planned. He is going to probably fire it right away here. He has not fired it yet.
We see Winged in the chat agreeing with us. Yeah. It should have been the Africa Corps.
Yeah, I said you're good with just Winged. Yeah, I will stick to that. Now we see it's going. This is an interesting development in the Spanish Civil War. I am following them at sea here. and these little militia divisions with a
Come on, Sticky.
soft attack of 28 and
Is he sending any shore bombardment? No.
No.
It's just
unfortunate.
red bubble.
I think this could have been because now they are going to see it, right?
Yeah.
So there will be no.
And they're defending anyways.
Yeah, that is. But I really like the idea. It had a lot of promise, but now they have wised up to it, and that's not going to happen again. I would have liked it to succeed. It would have been so funny, but
yeah. So the Spanish Civil War will probably wrap up quite uneventfully now that has failed. Unfortunately.
Yeah, indeed. Like Winged say, great idea, poor execution, and I couldn't agree more. We do see. I mean, this you see here. The 5 divisions, like veteran divisions of the Franco-Africa Corps with 20 combat with and artillery, they are literally just standing in Valencia doing nothing.
Yeah, they would have done it.
Bad execution indeed.
Okay, let's keep presenting players. Why don't we?
Let's.
So I think we've presented not all of the Axis.
Yeah, we have Hungary.
Yeah. So playing Hungary, we have T O'Clock, and he's one of the guys who's been costing a game or two when we haven't done it.
Yeah, indeed, and he's always a fun addition to the casting. He done some side commentary and stuff.
Yeah, back at our last live event, he was the one covering the Axis house. He was our man on the ground in the Axis team. Good fun and good job from him there. He's not. I wouldn't say he's among our strongest players, but he can make a good showing of it. I'm a bit curious what build he's going for.
I also saw Boppus appear here with a big beer.
Oh, he's drinking as well. Okay, Boppus, raise your glass. Boppus, there he comes.
Hello.
Cheers.
Cheers.
His glass is bigger than ours.
Yeah, he can't run and get beer.
That's not the only thing.
What do you think about the Spanish Civil War, Boppus?
Oh, you want me back?
I was very interested in this naval invasion that they tried in Barcelona.
Oh, it could have been amazing. I was prepared to change my predictometers fully on if that would have succeeded, but it should have been defended. It was defended, so I wasn't that worried, but smart move, and if it would have succeeded, a huge win. It didn't succeed, no huge loss. But I think it's a good civil war for the Allied side. It's July 47, you delay the Spanish a little bit, you gain a lot of experience, so yeah.
Do you think that the naval invasion would have landed if they had used the Africa Corps instead of the militia troops?
I didn't see it so closely. Perhaps not. I'm not sure. You don't have... The Africa Corps are not Marines, so you still get all the debuffs. No.
Yeah, but it was just one volunteer division, or not volunteer, one Civil War division defending and 2 Civil War divisions attacking. And
if it was one defending, I would say the Africa Corps could have made it, especially if they'd done it a little bit more aggressively, landing on the sides, then you would absolutely have crushed them.
I ran out of battery in this. I'm gonna find something to plug it into.
But
why don't we have a look at your predictometers?
Oh, let's put me away then. See if we find myself. There's so many things I need to put myself there, and now I can push in the predictometers. There we go.
Also, if you could switch over to my point of view.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of things to do, and I think...
Come on.
We'll do like that.
There we are.
There we are. The Steam key is almost set up and running. I made a slight adjustment, giving not equilibrium in Europe, but actually giving the allies a little...
Trying to find a way so Victor can listen.
So I pushed allies a little bit to the winning side in Europe, because I think this is it's a fine civil war for the Allied. It's not a huge win in any way, but yeah, give them a slight edge just for doing a good civil war. And
Right.
otherwise, Eastern Front is not, and Asia is not happening right now. We'll see what's happening with the China war, because that can actually tilt the Axis favor quite a bit. If you have a good China war with great bicyclists doing their work, then that can be a huge boost. If you have a late China war ready by 41, then you have a huge obstacle to actually go through, because you haven't had all those industry building up to prepare for an early attack in Asia. So
I feel like it's almost expected to have a good China war nowadays. Like we've seen a few really good China wars in a row now in several games. So if you do a bad China war, you're the anomaly.
Yeah, but it's quite usual, I would say. I think it's almost 50-50 if we look statistically. But since we've seen such good civil wars, I think people underestimate them. Not civil war, China war, because it's against the AI, but it's also against like 10 million Chinese spawned in troops.
Yeah, it's easy to get overconfident.
Absolutely.
We have a comment here from Mortal Vision. Oh no, not bicycles again. That was cool once, but for a meme, but not again. And yeah, indeed, we have nerfed them, so we shouldn't be seeing. Or maybe we'll see bicycles, but we won't see the same kind of bicycles that we did before. The Lance Armstrong doped out versions.
No.
And Winged is saying, "Oh man, if Japan gets stonewalled in China, will be backbreaking." Yeah, indeed. Like if you're too slow on the China war as Japan, that will change the predictometer a lot. If I say it like that.
Yeah, but we're seeing them wrapping up the civil war at least. This should be over quite soon. See too.
Yeah. They still need to take Barcelona though, and still the volunteers from the Soviets and the French are fighting. So they're drawing it out, and it's quite. I don't know. We're in September 37.
Yeah.
So quite a slow one, but it's double-edged, of course, because the French and the Soviets are getting experience, but so are the Germans, the Italians, and the Bulgarians.
Yeah, I mean, all the volunteers now are complete veterans. We have the German volunteers, full veterans. Maybe the Bulgarians have some AXP left, but otherwise.
Yeah, Bulgaria also sent in a couple of more, so they now have 3 divisions. On site.
Yeah, the Bulgarians are not veterans yet, but I mean, all the French, all the Soviet, all the Germans are full veterans.
Yeah. And you don't want to face these in Finland later on, but you probably will.
Oh my god. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, poor Jonathan.
Yeah, this is very scary for Finland, indeed. Actually, it's exactly what you do not want. You want like big, cumbersome Soviet divisions with no experience getting Motti encircled over the lakes, not these experienced troops with full support companies blazing through the woods.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the predictions, Balpus, and we'll hear from you again in a bit.
I'll see myself out.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm a bit amazed how well you guys took your turns speaking, even though you couldn't hear what he was saying.
Well, that's good to hear. I tried to watch a bit of the screen. Like when
his mouth moving?
Yeah, basically. It's a bit low res, our preview here.
Yeah.
We have increased our production quality significantly, but maybe a more like a 4K HD plasma TV here instead of this like 180p.
Yeah. This is a very old TV that we're using. That was free. Yeah. So, but if you support us on Patreon, maybe we can update our.
If you want Victor and Peter to get the 4K TV for casting, then become a Patreon, please. Subscribe and like our channel.
We're still a very small channel, but we have some really dedicated supporters, which allows us to continue doing what we do. And we love you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much for all your support. And it's also like because the Dad Gamer, the net worth of the Dad Gamer coalition has incrementally increased also over the years. So
yeah. So I mean the Allies are holding out very well in the Spanish Civil War.
Mortal Vision, wait, Spain still not finished. How come? Well, it's a long story, right? But we had very powerful Soviet divisions.
And French.
Yeah, and French. Meanwhile, the Japanese didn't send any. So there was a discrepancy in power, but we've seen like no encirclements and stuff. We had that Hail Mary naval invasion that would have been really fun if it landed, but
yeah, of course there's always the incentive to slow play it as the Axis, because you get the experience that you really want. It's at the cost of Spain though. Spain can't really start building up properly because until the war is done. So yeah.
And also there is a cap for veterancy, right? Now when everyone is full veteran, you can't get more veteran than that. I guess you can train the generals.
Yeah, the generals, that's the big thing.
At some point, you kind of... I mean, if Spain loses like a year of preparation, that's a bit sad for them.
Yeah, we have a comment from Winged here that it was a miss from the Axis that they lost Zaragoza. And yeah, that was a bad move. And yeah, indeed, that really slowed down the entire war. The Soviets and the French were able to push the nationalists back far back, so they have had a lot of ground to recover now.
Yeah, and it seems also like you get some debuffs. Now you have volunteer XP debuff, leader experience gain -40, because it's dragged on for so long. So I guess
I didn't know about this.
I guess there is some anti-grind mechanic here that I didn't know about.
I like that.
Because if you scroll down, right?
Let's see him from Kluge.
Yeah. The third one, the question mark.
I like this.
You see leader experience gain -40%. So if the war drags on for too long, it seems like their finest Brum mod has made it so that it debuffs the experience gain.
I like that.
At this point, every delay is just good for the allies, right? Because the veterans is capped. The leaders cannot gain more experience, basically. So
I wonder if that's for the Soviets as well. Yeah, they also have it.
Yeah.
So it affects both sides. So we presented all the Axis players, but we haven't presented all the Allied players. Let's have a look. Who do we still have?
United States.
Yeah, the United States. So on the United States, as the main controller, we have Stationary. Stationary being one of our strongest players. He's also... he plays with other communities, so he's a really strong player all around. He's usually also in the Pacific Theater. He's almost typecast as playing Japan, but he's played the US a bunch of times as well. And he is joined by August, one of our veteran players as well, who will probably be well read into the plan that Stationary has cooked up. And I don't actually know what the plan is, but I think we'll see a good showing for Stationary and a nice head-to-head between Stationary's United States and SOG's Japan later on. We'll definitely keep an eye on that.
We do see actually one of the Soviet volunteers being in a little encirclement risk here, but I think it's retreat time for the Allies here.
Yeah, it could be. But I mean... the longer they can drag it out, the better for them, I suppose.
Yeah, they should be careful, though. I mean, at this point, they might lose someone if they aren't careful.
Yeah, they should be careful to make an ordered retreat. But I think...
because these Germans are just beelining towards the harbor, but yeah, they will be able to force that.
All the volunteers here on this line. And those down south here are just Civil War units.
Yeah, now you see all of the Soviet volunteers and all of the French volunteers are moving towards the harbor in Barcelona, and they are calling it a day, and the Axis will win the Spanish Civil War at last. So I conclude that I was right in my prediction, but on the other hand, this is a very good Spanish Civil War for the Allies.
It took a long time for the Axis to actually wrap this up. And... this will nerf Sticky Spain a bit, but let's see what he does with his Spain. Will he go with the volunteer route? What is actually... yeah, he's going for the medium tank, so that smells of volunteer Spain to me.
Yeah, I would say so. And if you're a volunteer Spain, it matters less if you do a bad civil war, right?
Yeah.
Because you're still going to be limited on how many volunteers you can send. So
yeah, you're not going to use any of the troops you have right here. They're not going to be used at all.
Yeah. So I mean, a bit sad from a caster perspective, but I do see the point in going volunteer Spain.
Yeah.
Especially given the developments in the Spanish Civil War.
Yeah, it is the safe route. I think the Soviets just pulled out.
The Bulgarians now have 7 volunteer divisions.
Oh,
that's actually quite a lot.
No, it's only 3.
Oh yeah, it was another stack. But yeah, the Bulgarians can still gain experience, right? Because they haven't been here for as long as the Germans, so they still have some veterancy to eke out.
Yeah, is their general not nerfed? Let's see.
And now we see the harbor.
He also has the.
They are trying to pin the French here. They might actually, because the Soviets are out, but they don't seem to have told their French comrades.
It's a race to the port.
Yeah, if they actually pin the French here with the volunteer divisions,
well, they are trying.
It might be possible for the Bulgarians to reach the harbor first, and in that case, the French are actually going to lose a couple of divisions, but it does not seem like it.
Yeah, maybe if they were backed up. The Bulgarian troops are not very strong, but maybe if they were backed up by some stronger volunteers, they could actually have pulled it off.
Now, I do believe the French are also going to retreat, like their retreat route is straight to the harbor, right? So it remains to be seen. Maybe like 1 or 2 French divisions can be caught by the Francoists here, but yeah, going to be close.
Did he have only 3 from the beginning?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So he hasn't lost any.
But yeah, I mean, if I was German, I would not be closing this pocket. I would instead be pushing towards Barcelona. But I mean, especially like this is a miss micro, right? Look at this.
Yeah, he needs to be moving.
I mean, this little French volunteer that is still in the mountains might be actually lost if he doesn't wise up to this situation rather soon.
Oh yeah. Where are these 3? Okay, so 2 of them are heading back towards port. 1 is still standing up in the mountains there.
Yeah, they are losing the last tile here, so that means the French player will have to go around. I do think I'll bet on this AFK French Mountaineer division actually dying in the mountains for no particular reason.
But he will lose the rest as well.
Will he?
They're losing the last port. Okay, but they will capitulate. So
yeah, I think they will call it a day now, right?
Yeah, he won't lose it.
Or they are getting pushed out now.
Yeah, but since the Republicans capitulate, they'll return home.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Or will they? Because
the China war has begun. Let's go over there and have a look.
You check the China war, and I will see what becomes of our brave French mountaineer divisions. At least one is going to die. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that.
So we see Sarge is beginning the China war with 2 naval invasions. One is this one, which is quite traditional. It's a bit further south than you usually see. You usually see Qingdao being taken, and he's going a bit further south towards Donghai. And this is, of course, to make an inroad here and then cut off the entire northern part of China. At the same time, he's going for the classic Hainan invasion. So he's going to take this small island south of the Chinese mainland. And here you can do some shenanigans where you let in some AI troops and you cut them off and you rinse and repeat. So not a bad move. I don't think we've seen that for a couple of games, that Japanese player go for Hainan. But I think it's a good move, one you should always do. Because you can. It's basically free real estate, free troops. He is, of course, landing on a post in Donghai and spreading out. Let's have a look at his frontline infantry. The Marines were leading the way, but okay, so these are strong 30 width divisions. So he's going for quality over quantity, I would say. This might lead to a problem when it comes to covering the entire front later on. This is not a huge army. Okay, so we do have some. These are more, these are the ones who will cover the front line. Garrison division has 20 width.
We do see a naval invasion of Hainan very early. Usually you do this naval invasion quite a bit later. It might be a new, because since China is played by an AI and has waves that actually appear depending on surrender limit and casualties, that means that we are going to see a war that can be planned out pretty much to the letter. If you test the Chinese war on your own, a lot of times it's probably going to pan out that way, so you can really plan around this. I heard that Boppus wanted to comment on the Spanish Civil War, but now it's AFK for 5 minutes, so let's wait.
Okay. But he left us with his predictometer there on screen, so you can see what Boppus thinks about the game and the different fronts.
Yeah, indeed, and we can't because the preview is quite low res.
Low res, yeah.
But I'm very interested in hearing what happened actually with those French divisions, because all the French divisions got out because they just recalled the divisions, right?
Yeah.
But if they have a clear route to a harbor, I guess that's fair game, and all of them got out.
I mean, if the Republicans still had a few extra victory points and didn't capitulate, then the French would be dead. But since this was the last big victory point, then the war ended and the French went home.
Yeah.
Okay, so back to the China War, which is the only action at the moment. So far, so good. They've joined up the northern front, and it looks like they're continuing, just pushing generally. No, now they're holding a bit. Or are they pushing? Look at that. They're pushing, but not very well. Okay, so snaking a bit. They have these 30 width just cut through the Chinese.
Winged is saying something interesting here, that Japan did shogunate. So they're not Imperial Japan.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure about how that affects things, but...
No, I am not well versed enough on the focus tree of Japan to know what that means. But please enlighten us, and maybe Boppus can spread some light on it later on as well, our expert chair. But so far he's snaking a bit. The big issue in the China War is, of course, the supplies. So we can see here already the ones at the front are in red supply, and this limits the speed you can push with. Some nice encirclements. Let's have a look at the losses. Okay, so the losses are just 150k now, but expect this number to go up quite a bit. The China War is the war where you see the greatest discrepancy in losses. You can see a 1 to 20 ratio sometimes, which is not uncommon at all.
Definitely. And now we have Boppus back here.
Boppus, let us know. Maybe you're...
All right, yeah. Can you get my headset over there? I'll put it to charge on your...
Maybe you could charge it while we...
Yeah, possibly. I think it has enough battery to do a little.
Usually charge pretty fast.
Keep the cord in. Hello, Boppus.
Hello. I wanted to talk about something, but then I took a quick break, so give me a second. Now I'm back. So what I was going to say is that we have seen a difference. Oh, that's the old one. This is the one I want to show. The Axis are beginning to build military factories. They did that quite early. They did that mid-37, so I'm happy. I see Germany building military factories. I see Japan building military factories, and this is something I really like, because many Japan players, as many players do, start building civilian factories and then dockyards, or dockyards and civilian factories, and then military factories. The thing is, if you pump up military factories early on, you can get an edge in the China War. And winning the China War early, that's a huge chunk of factories. So if we go for an industrial thinking about the game, if you want a lot of output, you want China as quick as possible, because you get 100 factories. So if you have built 5 more civilian factories because you made a greedy build, doesn't really matter if you get 100 factories half a year earlier. That's way more worth it. So we can see that the Axis are catching up in the military factories, which they should do. We're gonna see a lot of jumps here when we start to cap countries like China and France and so forth. Another fun thing is that Italy is not continuing building dockyards. Italy is building steel refineries. Why they're building steel refineries surpasses me, but they're building steel refineries while the UK is building dockyards. So let's see what happens with that one. I think it's quite interesting. But I like...
Are you generally against steel refineries?
Absolutely. Trade with your compadres. That's...
Yeah, but I mean, you get more resources for the faction as a whole.
If you build steel refineries?
Yeah.
Okay, I missed that. I still look
No, but I mean, if I import from Germany, sure, Germany gets one of my civilian factories. But if I build a steel refinery, then someone can import from me, and then it's more resources for the entire faction.
If they are needed this early in the game, they are not needed. They should have enough steel in the Axis to actually trade with themselves, and especially as allies, you always have enough until late game that could be tricky, and especially as the Soviet Union. But this early in the game, there should be resources in the faction to actually use. So early steel refiners shouldn't be something to prioritize. But it's, if you don't min max, you don't min max. That's fine. We're having fun. But so that's my look.
So I'm actually a bit worried for Sogs Japan. They seem to have stalled a bit. They are not advancing. There are no new naval invasions planned. They evacuated Hainan, so they're not going to make any moves down here. And they've stalled. They don't have any supplies at the front line, which is common. But then you usually open another front through a naval invasion. Let's have a look. They are repairing somewhat, but not actively. So they're not really improving the infrastructure either. I'm a bit worried. We see some pinging here. Oh, please close this pocket, close this pocket.
Yeah.
But they are unable to. They just have the crappy garrison infantry here, and this is worrying.
And supply is, as you said, so extremely important in the China war. And you can see the malices if you just look at them: breakthrough minus 50%, attack minus 30%. Yeah, horrible.
Yeah, this is a bit worrying, actually. I wonder how much they practiced this China war before they played, because this does not look like they're following a set plan.
Yeah, I would have to say, like, the naval invasion of... I'm not necessarily impressed by the early naval invasion of Hainan. I think those resources could have been used better elsewhere.
Oh, that was just, I mean, garrison divisions, so I think it's always worth it. And now the Navy is controlling it, and China is trying to send some troops down here to take it back. So you're binding up some Chinese troops. I think definitely worth it, but he's not exploiting it. He's not capitalizing on it at all. And as Mortal Vision is saying, these beefy infantry divisions, they eat up the supply very quickly. Okay, now finally we see a sort of a breakout here from the stalemate. He's moving out a bit. Who sent volunteers to Japan? You're not allowed to send volunteers to Japan. I think you used to be able to send air volunteers if you were Soviets, but I think we've disallowed that now.
Yeah, I think so. Looking over at the air, it's steadily green for the Japanese player. So.
Yeah, we used to have a player China in our games, but we don't anymore, because if China held out, then that was sort of the end to the game. So no more player Chinas. It's completely AI.
Yeah, I mean, you can, as the Axis, you cannot like win the war entirely in the Pacific, but you can definitely lose it.
Yeah.
That's an interesting thing, because if you totally bomb, if you do very bad in the Pacific as the Axis, and the US are able to completely focus on the D-Day very early, then that D-Day is going to be very hard to handle for you.
Yeah, definitely. The least you have to do as the Asia Axis is to bind up a lot of allied material and troops. Let's see. So we managed to do a small breakout here, and they managed to close the encirclement. So we're going to see the losses. Oh, look at that already. Since we looked last time, it was 150k. Now it's up to 500k. They have lost 23k though, and last time we looked, it was 6k. So they are losing some troops.
They are also like, they have like this order called just blue push with caps lock that they are actually executing a frontline order. Not necessarily the most effective route to go, I would say.
No, I don't think I would use the frontline push, actually. The AI isn't the best at choosing where to attack and where not to attack. We still haven't presented all the allied players though, so why don't we continue with that? So while we are in the Pacific Theater, playing the British Raj, we have Rosen.
Yeah.
And Rosen is the other of our Shetland Island players, the other being Sticky on Spain. But Rosen is one of our strongest players, really scary opponent. Looking at the China war right now, it makes me really worried for Japan if he will be able to face Rosen.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen developments in our last games where the Raj actually falls, where the Japanese player does really well. with Rosen on Raj and Japan doing bad in China, I don't necessarily see that happening this game, but it remains to be seen, of course.
Yeah, I think Rosen is going for some kind of special forces infantry. There were some discussions if he would go for Rangers or what do you say, Marines, maybe Mountaineers. We'll see. So far, it looks like he's just building the main frontline infantry. Yeah, this is typical defensive frontline infantry. Some pack artillery, which takes up less supply. Good for the mountains of Burma. So yeah, we'll see which kind of special forces he goes for later on. But yeah, an infantry build, and I think we'll see a solid showing from the Roche. And yeah, if I had a predictometer, I would shift it a bit towards the Allies in the Pacific at the moment, from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's not looking so good. I mean, there are no major fuck-ups yet from the Japanese player, though, either. I mean, we have seen tries when the Japanese are planning to, like, oh, we're going to snake these victory points, and then we're going to trigger some wave mobilization, and then the snake fails, and they get cut off, and they die, right? We do not necessarily see Japanese infantry dying in great numbers. They're up to 30k losses now, but the Chinese are up to 830k. So it's like the Japanese are doing well, but not as well as you would expect if they planned out the proper war against the AI.
Yeah. We did see another naval invasion down here, which is good. This is the strategy I prefer. You do a naval invasion, take a bit of ground, and then you do another naval invasion, take a bit of ground until you have the entire coast.
I'm worried for the Axis because, like we said, the Axis, in order to get back and win some games, they need to shift up the meta. They need to find some new ways to do things. And I do feel that we're not really getting those signals from either the Spanish Civil War or the China War. It's a bit of the same. Like the Spanish Civil War, they eventually won, but it was a slog. It took longer. This is looking a bit the same, longer than expected.
Yeah.
And if you want to see like grand things happening, new things, they really need to pull that out of their sleeve in the proper war, because otherwise it's going to be hard, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, so he keeps slogging on here. Sarge does, and he is being joined by Adam, of course, on Manchukuo, and Jay as his co-op. So a lot of experience in total up here. We do not have a Siam player today, so that's another thing to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Another thing that might shift it a bit towards the Allies, although we do not either have a Holland player. So the Dutch player had to cancel last minute yesterday, so we don't have a Holland player. We also do not have a New Zealand player. Yeah.
I mean, also the fact that we don't have a Holland player, because there are some triggers when you get certain victory points. For example, if the Japanese wants to be able to invade the Soviets, they need to capitulate Raj, which might be hard this game, as we said. But otherwise, like last game, the reason why the invasion of the Soviet Union was a rule break in the game with the bicycles, it was because the Japanese were not controlling some other important areas that they needed to invade. But if we do not have a Holland player and no New Zealand player, it will be easier for the Japanese player to get those like trigger points if they should do an upset and actually succeed in beating Rosen.
Yeah, and trying to stop this, a lot falls on the shoulders of the Australian player, which is Sarge. And Sarge is one of our long-time players as well. He's been to all of the physical lands, I think.
Yeah.
Really experienced
Always
player.
a good sport.
Always a good sport. Really experienced player. Fun player to play against or with. I remember when we played Europa Universalis, he was the Prussia and I was Austria. He stabbed me in the back, but still, you can't really be too mad at Sarge for too long. He's too nice a guy.
I remember when we played Europa Universalis and I had to unconditionally surrender to Congo as
All right.
That was very sad.
AI Congo.
It was a failed invasion. set a abrupt end to my colonial adventures.
Boppus
Boppus has a positive thing for the Axis. Let's hear it, please.
Here I go. Oh, I need to hide those. Yeah, I'm back. I have some graphs here showing fighter production.
Okay.
There they come in. So I have fighter production right now, and the Axis are the blue line. They have produced 2,000 fighters, and the Allies have produced 787 fighters. And if you look at Germany, we have 70 factories on fighter ones, while the UK are lagging behind now. So if this continues, we have a better chance for the Luftwaffe to really hit the UK. And if that happens, my predictometers will absolutely shift.
As the studio, we have to be neutral and everything, but I really want the Luftwaffe to work. I want Badger to be sitting there being smug about his Mediterranean strategy, and then suddenly he gets invaded back home. I mean, that would make my day, definitely.
Yeah. We're hoping from a neutral standpoint. We're like
from a neutral.
we might hope for.
We neutrally would really like it to happen.
Yeah,
it would be fun to see some new things work. Because the latest meta experiments have not necessarily worked out in the favor of those doing it. We have seen some experiments, and it's always fun with experiments. But if the experiments never work out in favor, then people track back to their safe spots, right, and do the safe play and. Yeah.
So Mortal Vision is saying, though, that those are early fighters and they will be totally obsolete for Barb. And Winged is saying true, but they are relevant like 2 months in and then just total shit after. Do you have any comment on that, Boppus?
I don't really agree. There are two things with fighters. They're giving you air supremacy and they're fighting against other fighters. So they give the same amount of supremacy as any other fighter, but they won't last as long. But if you're gonna do an air invasion of the UK, you don't need to have fighters that fight for half a year and wins the battle in the air.
You don't need fighters that fight.
No, you just need supremacy. And that's something totally different. So if they have enough fighters so they gain supremacy, that would make a huge difference. And also, I don't really agree. Yeah, they're not as good as modern fighters are, or more modern fighters are at Barb, but having 1,000 or 2,000 extra fighters, no matter how good or bad they are, will make a huge difference, especially against the Soviet Air Force. The first Air Force will be shot down even with early fighters. So it's nothing I would recommend just using fighter ones, but they have their usage, and especially for a Luftwaffe where they gain supremacy no matter how big guns they have.
Another plus for the Axis side is this huge encirclement of Chinese troops we see on screen right now. This of course is impassable terrain here to the west, so these Chinese troops are completely stuck and will be dead in a moment. We do have a comment here again, the second player or second commenter saying, why are there more players for the Axis than or the Allies than the Axis? The Axis are always disadvantaged to begin with, and it's interesting that we get this question because to me it's just a given. We always have more allied countries or allied players than we have Axis players. Do you have a comment on that, Boppus?
No, that's how we make the games, and yeah, that means that the Allies have more micro. That's what you have. You don't have more factories, you don't have the momentum that the Axis have. So we try to balance things out evenly and make sure that we also have a comparative micro, no huge micro advantage. The Axis should have a micro advantage on the Eastern Front, but at the same time it couldn't be too much. So we usually have 3 or 4 Soviet players, even though we just have 2 or 3 German players. So it evens out because the Axis have better inertia, momentum in the beginning of the game. They will take a lot more factories. So it's not like 11 players are 5 less players than 16 players. Micro-wise it could be that, but we also take that into account so we don't put the best micro players in the Allied team. So we have 16 amazing micro players against 12 not so good micro players.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, we have seen, interestingly enough, I mean, the Allies have won a lot recently, but we did have a streak of Axis victories And especially you see the Axis actually have won a lot at the Bergårdhof, our physical lawn, because the Axis really depend on using that inertia, using that early game push to their advantage and coordinating the plans between them. And I do think when you are physically sitting next to each other in a house, it's a lot easier to like coordinate plans and make up things on the fly that actually show promise on the battlefield. So it remains to be seen here. We do have a late dropout on the Netherlands player, which might shift things a bit in the Pacific.
Yeah, we have a question in the chat from Ein Ruberhart 5497. He asks, what does the status in the bottom where it says Eastern Front, Pacific, etc. What does it mean? Please, Boppus, present your predictometer again.
Yeah, it presents how good things are going for each team. So we have Europe, we have a slight allied advantage, so they have pushed the Axis a little bit to the side. In the Eastern Front, it's not active right now, so it's a stalemate. And in Asia,
just to clarify, this is based on your expert opinion, right?
Yeah, something like that. At least also kind of like opinion. And Asia, yeah. I hear what you're saying about the Axis right now. I wouldn't push anything, but here you can easily and quickly see how's the war going according to at least me. So if you drop out of the stream for like an hour because you need to play football or you need to play CS or Europa Universalis for a while and come back, you can quickly see how is things going, who are winning and where are they winning. So you can quickly get the understanding of what's going on.
Yeah, and don't sell yourself short, Boppus. We know you have more than enough knowledge of the game to be able to make these kind of predictions. If you haven't already seen our YouTube channel, Boppus is the maker of half of our guides, and he's made, I don't know, maybe 100 guides by now.
I would have been more comfortable predicting the game if I wouldn't have spent 80% of my time getting everything to work in the beginning of the game. I might have more confidence.
You mean you're not listening to what we're saying?
Was that clear?
That was Boppus, our expert.
Indeed. And it's so cool, like these technical things. I remember when we did a newsreel, it was long ago, but then we had like a studio. So we had the technician sitting, updating a newsreel that where we submitted in a notepad format what happened around the world.
Yeah, at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, and I mean it was fun, but I mean now we have like these live statistics. It's like a whole different story.
Yeah, indeed, Mortal Vision. He is a humble professional, humble indeed. They are closing this big pocket up here.
Yeah, and we already have like the Chinese have mobilized the second wave at this point. And closing of this pocket might mobilize the third wave. Remains to be seen, of course, but it is slow, but it is definitely in the Japanese advantage. The Japanese, since last I looked at this at the losses screen, the Japanese had lost 6,000 more troops. Meanwhile, the Chinese are now up to 1.7 million.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's a very effective war for the Japanese if you consider losses, if you consider like equipment loss, encirclement.
Yeah.
It's just not fast.
Yeah, and as I was saying before, we have a ratio of about 1 to 20 here. So yeah, definitely you wouldn't want to be a Chinese soldier in this war.
Definitely not.
Oh, look at this. A snake being beheaded, but they managed to re-establish the connection there again. Yeah, he's making some... Okay, this is good. Naval invasion, but then again, there are no divisions attached to it. It would be great to have this naval invasion meeting up with the snake.
I mean, they want to have almost encirclements, right? Because if you look a bit further down on the screen there by the naval invasion, when you trigger the third wave, if you have a pocket that's only lacking like one tile to encircle, then you trigger the third wave, the pocket fills up with newly mobilized Chinese troops, you close the pocket and you kill them, right? So that's the meta way to go about this, but it doesn't look like this is going to make a difference here.
So don't the waves spawn inland, or they spawn everywhere?
Yeah, I think they spawn along the front line as well.
Okay.
So now when we have the second wave mobilized, we're going to get the third wave mobilized at some point. We do see here in the decisions, I think you can get some information on the AI China waves.
Yeah, why don't you, I really need to go pee and maybe get something to refill that fluid with, but maybe you could explain the wave mechanic for our viewers.
Yeah, I can. I will, yeah, you don't even need to shift over to my vision. I'll just take your, see there, and right. I will move over to Peter's computer, it's easier. Yeah, so basically, since China is controlled by the AI, it means that they have waves that mobilize at different points in time. So if you reach a certain number of Chinese casualties, a certain number of surrender limit, then they mobilize a wave of troops, and a lot of Chinese troops fill up the front line, basically. So if you are a smart Japanese player, then you do almost encirclements. For example, down here, if you invade here, for example, in Wengshu and go in a bit, and the third wave triggers, then you're going to have Chinese troops filling up this entire area. You just close it off and you kill them. So the efficient way in getting a fast China war is to really know when you mobilize the waves. So as we see now, for example, if I go over to the Chinese point of view, we can see that the first wave is mobilized and the second wave is mobilized, which obviously means that the third wave is not mobilized yet. So at some point, the third wave is going to mobilize, and then you want to have the ability to encircle it right away. Mortal Vision says, Victor, Commander-in-Chief of the studio. Well, yeah, today Peter has been running around quite a lot. We'll see how it pans out after the pause. We will, of course, once Danzig or war focus is taken by Germany, that is the focus where they demand Danzig. And as we're going historical, of course, Poland will deny that, and we're going to have an outbreak of the Second World War. Then we're going to go for a short lunch break. We're going to get some things in order here in the studio, and then we will be back with you all to continue presenting what is going on in the war. Now you can see the factory count up here still heavily favors the Allies, but that will of course shift very quickly once the war in Europe breaks out, because once France falls, once Poland falls, that will mean factories in the pocket of the Axis. And well, from my opinion, looking at things now, it is, like I said before, we don't see a very big meta shift here. The Spanish Civil War worked out in the Axis favor in the end, but it's longer than they would have expected. Same China war. At some point, obviously, China is going to fall. Just looking at the losses here, they are doing very well, the Japanese. They are, I mean, 100,000 casualties is not the best in the world, but the Chinese are up to almost 3 million. Second wave is already mobilized. So this is also going to go in favor of the Japanese, but it's slower and not as effective as you would want as an Axis player at this point, I would say. And we will take a break when the war triggers so that everyone can make up their plans, talk to each other, and then we're going to start. And then Poland will usually die quite quickly after that. But we have seen some shenanigans when we have had a Polish player, for example. We have seen Poland trying to invade Hungary, do some paradrops in Romania. It has never worked out in favor of the Polish player, to be fair, but a Polish player can really shift a bit, do some interesting things. But now when we have an AI Poland, they are sure to fall very quickly. Looking at the dockyards here, we do see the United Kingdom very much ahead. But it will also be very interesting to see how the plans on the UK home islands is going to work out for the Axis players. As we've been saying before, they are planning an air invasion of the United Kingdom. And if that succeeds, that's a very high risk, high reward play. If that should succeed, it might be very, very good for the Axis. Also, we don't have a Netherlands player, so Netherlands is going to fall quick, and Japan will have no problems conquering the Dutch East Indies later on. So that is a bit of a light for the Axis in a game that has not necessarily developed to their favor. If you are just joining us now, this is the Hygge community playing a grand Hearts of Iron game. We do this about once every month. We have a lot of players, sometimes upwards of like 30 players, a little less now, everyone doing summer things, right? And we play a historical version of World War II in Hearts of Iron, and we cast these games for your enjoyment. And please subscribe, like, and join us as we go through this interesting game. And for those of you that are probably entirely new, if someone clicked the link in my Instagram story, for example, Hearts of Iron is developed by Paradox. We do love Paradox for their amazing support of the community work that we are doing. They're very good at supporting different multiplayer communities, and we're very happy to have been sponsored by them in some events in the past, and we are having very good contacts with them. So we do love our Swedish developers and Paradox Interactive for getting us this amazing game that we play today. And Hearts of Iron 4 is a World War II simulator game, basically, if you hadn't noticed yet. So, yeah, it will be interesting to see what happens here. What do you think about China War here, PT?
Well, just having a quick look, it seems like they're progressing steadily. Are we on the third wave yet? Now that you explained the wave mechanic, everyone knows what it means. No, we're still on the second wave. They are moving ahead systematically, not taking any huge risks. The losses are acceptable. I think we've seen wars where they sort of end on around 100k losses, so they're not super low, even though it looks like that. The ratio now is 1 to 30, so yeah, not very good for the Chinese, but we'll see. I thought Boppus sounded a bit too comfortable last time, so it would be really nice to have an interview now, Boppus. Maybe you could set up an interview. Another technical challenge for him.
Indeed.
Maybe Badger. I would love to have an interview with Badger. He is of course going for his Mediterranean first strategy, while they are going to try to invade him. So it would be really nice, dramaturgically, to hear him really smugly tell us about how he's going to take over the world through the Mediterranean, and then he gets invaded, and then we can have the before and after interview. That would be good TV. Yeah, so the only thing going on in the world right now is the China War. I think we've presented all the players today except for one.
Yeah, we have Mongolia left,
Yeah,
right?
so on Mongolia we have Matthias, and Matthias is a long-time member of the community. Who's gotten really stronger later, maybe during the last year or so. So he's played a lot of majors and that kind of thing. He's done a lot of slogging on the Eastern Front before, so Mongolia should be a nice pick for him. He'll probably do a nice showing. He's also a real-life soldier, and he's been stationed in Latvia, trying to hold back the forces of Mordor.
Indeed.
Did you see before, actually, we had Vladimir Zelensky in the chat?
Ah, yeah. Slava Ukraine, right?
Yeah, we are neutral for the most part, but when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we very much have taken a side.
Indeed, we have. Looking over, I saw that Boppus actually said that we have that Germans are finished with Fighter 2. So it would be very interesting to see. And Badger is coming soon, he is saying here, so nice. We should be a bit quiet about eventualities in Europe.
Yeah.
And looking over, I'm looking a bit at the German research here. Fighter 2 is done, as we said, and they have quite a lot of research speed increase on the coming fighters.
They are also losing research right now.
We will see. Now we have Badger in frame here.
Oh, interesting. Hello, Badger. Can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
He disappeared.
I can hear you. I don't know about the viewers, but probably if we can hear you, then probably they can as well. And there we see you as well. And now I hear myself.
Yeah.
Why do I hear
Okay.
myself?
It's the back.
Yeah, I need to unmute Badger. There.
Hello, Badger. Do you hear me?
Hello.
No,
Hello.
You don't have to unmute yourself.
I had to unmute Badger.
Do you hear me now, Badger?
Yeah, I mean, I can hear you all the time.
Oh, okay, it was Victor's mic. That was why I was hearing myself twice. Okay, so how are you doing, Badger? Are you having a good game so far?
I'm having a good game. It's always a bit stressful playing the UK, even in the build-up. There's so much to think about. Yeah, so I'm trying to do my best.
A lot of Commonwealth nations to wrangle and get to do what you want them to do.
Yeah, it's kind of like playing the UK is kind of being a kindergarten teacher.
We immediately have a comment in the chat. Comment in the chat saying, "Badger, we love you." I'm Robert Hart, 5497.
Yeah, I love you too, man. I have no matter who you are. Yeah.
Okay. So we've been talking a bit about your Mediterranean first strategy. Could you perhaps elaborate on it for our viewers?
All right. So the plan is that Canada, he's building anti-air destroyers that he's going to spam in Central Med. He's going to have 40 of them, and they're going to be on task groups of 1, just roaming on patrol in Central Med. And the whole idea is to soak the naval bombers that Axis might put out there.
I'm just having a look at his production queue right now, and it's all of these destroyers. Oh my god, he's building a lot of them.
Indeed.
So that's Gibraltar. Okay. Yeah. No. So that's the plan for countering the navs, because we won't really have any proper. Air support, because there's no air bases on Malta anymore. It's stacked to 4. So I can't have any. No, it is 4. Like I can maximum have 4 because it's a small island.
Okay.
So which means that we have to do it without air. And the plan is to have the anti-air on the ships to counter the navs, and then we're gonna fly without go without any air. And then one of my home fleets that's gonna go down there and be on try to seek up the Italians and sink them. And then it's basically everything on raiding to take away the stockpile of convoys on Italy, so he can't be in North Africa.
We're getting criticism here, Badger, from Mortal Vision. Badger is a bit too focused on his game, so you have to focus on the interview right now.
Okay. All right. No hands. Okay. No. So there's 500 convoys in the Italian stockpile right now. That's what I intend to take to 0.
Okay.
That's the plan. So basically, most of it, 80%, it's just making the Germans afraid of moving their tanks over the waters down to North Africa, so they don't do it. If I succeed
that will make Egypt completely safe.
Yeah, exactly. We will have a lot of tanks in Egypt no matter what, but the idea is to make them afraid of crossing the water, and then the bonus is to make them run dry of convoys, right?
And how much are you sending down there? So you begin with a fleet in the Med, right?
My starting battleships and some refitted destroyers, and then I'm going to have a second fleet coming out right after. It's getting ready here. So so I will have 2 proper main fleets, but one is a bit better than the other. But the one that's better, it's not ready until early 40.
It looks like right now all of your fleets are up around the British Isles.
Yeah, I'm gonna move it down as soon as. Yeah, okay, this one is ready now. I'm gonna move this one down now. So merging it. There we go. So one fleet is ready now.
Cool.
How are your feelings about the game thus far? Like the Spanish Civil War, like the China War, to what you can see?
I haven't. The Spanish Civil War was good, I guess. I've been we call it tunnel visioned on my build. So I haven't really cared about the war in China, but it's January 39. It looks like it's in our favor, I guess.
It's maybe a bit on the slow side.
Yeah, but that's good. No, and also I'm also planning to take my army you see in the British Isles. I'm going into Belgium with those.
Oh, nice.
So there's going to be a fight in Belgium. Let's see how that plays out. The idea is to channel the Germans into Luxembourg, Arlon, and the Ardennes, basically.
Yeah.
So, and see if that works. But we might be a bit low on the
pretty good divisions I'm looking at right now. So 30 width divisions with some anti-tank as well.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, it's a serious build, I guess. So I mean, let's see if it works.
We'll definitely keep an eye on that. Okay, we'll probably let you go unless you have any other comments. Maybe Boppus has a question for you. I'm not sure. Boppus is doing preview stuff on screen right now, but now we see you again.
No questions from me.
No
okay,
questions
but I can give you the quick rundown of the strategy. Move 15 somewhat divisions into Belgium, hold 3 tiles, and see if that can just make it go a little bit slower for the Germans. And then the whole starving central med, that's like the naval bet. And then I'm gonna take a lot of tactical bombers and strat bomb the back lines in North Africa of the Italians. So even if they would come down, they would have a hard time just repairing the supplies constantly. So and like a classical like Alamein defense. So that's the plan. Yeah, and then once Barb starts, we're gonna start island jump in the Mediterranean. That's the plan.
All right.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you so much, and good luck to you.
Yeah, thank you. See you guys.
Ciao.
See you.
So that was Badger playing the UK. Badger, of course, being our general secretary and maker of half of the guides. Meanwhile, in China, things are not going very fast, but the third wave has mobilized and they've started pushing quite a bit far.
I'm surprised that Manchu is not pushing out at all. There is very little action from the Manchu infantry, I feel. Do we?
No, he's got stuff in the south as well.
Oh, yeah, he's in the south. Well, that explains things.
Those are, he's controlling the Japanese frontline troops. So he doesn't have too much of his own troops, looks like. Yeah, just a few. But Manchu is quite weak in the beginning.
We'll see. Clintbet has a question. Nuke in this game. What do you all think?
I wish.
It doesn't look like a nuke game.
Yeah, we haven't seen a nuke in a long time.
Yeah, there have been some games that have been decided by the Allies most often getting the nuke first, but it has been not that much recently.
Yeah. Nice to see you, by the way, Clintbet. Clintbet is one of our community players. The one who's actually given the name to Franco here. If we can have a look, yeah, you can see his name is Senor Oscar Isco Franco because Clintbet's name is Oscar. So Oscar, he became a Patreon at a certain level, and then you get to rename a general in the game, and he did. He renamed the general that's also a head of state. A sneaky move, Oscar.
Yeah, very sneaky move indeed.
So the China War, I mean it's going. It's not quick by any means. I mean, is, if you wanted to do a Luftwaffe and if you attack the UK, you draw in the US earlier, and then you really want the Asia axis to be ready for it. And from what it looks like right now, they are not quite ready for an early war with the Allies. But I guess that depends on the UK being knocked out, and if you manage to knock out the UK, then it's all fun and games.
Now I'm looking a bit at the construction queue of the Japanese player here. We do have some outdated ships being produced by the looks of things, but
they have one called Hey, which means hello.
So we have a Hey KIB.
Okay, so that's is that a battleship?
Yeah.
I'm a bit it's a bit curious because Sog is he's from the Netherlands.
Yeah.
So is this a jab towards the Swedes?
Possibly. But I mean they have 9 carriers. Or 9 match. No, they have I'm in the wrong screen. There. So they have 4 carriers, 6 battleships, 3 battle cruisers, 16 heavy cruisers, 28 light cruisers, 100 something destroyers, some support ships, 2 repair ships, and 52 submarines.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, looking over at the United States, which is the fleet that they are going to be squaring off against, is 3 carriers, 15 battleships, 15 heavy cruisers. So They are on par, I would say. The US has 80 dockyards at this point. Meanwhile, the Japanese have 46. So the US ahead on dockyards, but that's nothing new at this point.
Yeah, that's what we usually see. Maybe we could have you can see Bopper's predictometer on the screen right now.
Yeah, we have a Winged actually said something interesting here, that it's probably refits. Also no super heavy battleship.
And refitting your ships, of course, is a very cost-efficient way of using your industrial capacity, because you get more out of those old ships. Even though the hulls are bad, you can still fit some nice guns on them.
Yeah, indeed. And also, like the island hopping, I think the Dutch lacking a player is also playing to the Japanese advantage in the island hopping, so to speak. So you don't have to plan around that as much.
Yeah, I wonder, Sarge playing Australia, I wonder where he will place his defense, because since the Dutch East Indies will be AI controlled, maybe it feels a bit iffy to put your army there and risking it. Maybe he'll place his defense further back home. I definitely don't think they'll try to defend Singapore this game.
Boppus is sending a telegram here saying that the tank stats are ready.
Oh, nice. Let's have a look at the tank stats. Maybe you want to comment them as well. Yeah, we can see the chart here, but quite low res. What are we looking at, Boppus?
We're looking at the tank charts, how much tanks has been produced during the game, and we see the axes, which are the reddish color, are really building tanks now. The Allies have been really good at building tanks from the start, so axes are gaining up on them right now, and I think that's really necessary. And I know there's a lot of miners building tanks from the beginning. That's why we see that early yellow line taking up. So, but the thing is, somewhere here we have some kind of equal amount of tanks built by Germany, Axis, but mostly Germany, and the Allies. So equal in tank battles, but we have fighters produced.
Isn't that a bit unusual at the point in the game?
I think that's because of the fighters produced, where we have a real advantage. See if you can see them here. Oh, the cropping.
Oh, yeah. We can't even fit that line on the screen. It's it's above the charts.
The Axis have so many fighters, it's off the charts.
They've turned it to 11.
So here we can see them. So Allies are really lagging behind in fighters. Allies have produced 1,000, Axis almost 3,000. So this will be interesting. Equilibrium in tanks, but a huge fighter force for the Axis. So let's see if that Luftlevel lands on English soil.
I still don't even see them producing any paratroopers though, and it's about time if you want to get that going for 39, which we are in. So maybe they've skipped the Luftlevel altogether.
Maybe. I mean, if I was the Axis, I would probably go ahead with it at this point.
Yeah, but they don't have the divisions. There are no paratroopers here. Not even a template for it. Do they even have the tech for it?
Let me see.
Yeah, they have the tech for the first. So they could make the templates, but they haven't made the templates, and they need to.
Perhaps they don't want to be spied on, right? Because if they start producing paratroopers, and Badger is spying on them and has an intelligence advantage, if he sees like just about like 5 paratroopers or something, he's just going to hunker down, right? If he's at all worried.
I guess, but eventually you have to build them, and they are not at the moment. They are also seriously overproducing Special Forces equipment here, and 5K in the bank.
But looking here at Badger's intelligence screen, we haven't really checked out the intelligence of the different countries, but looking over at the United Kingdom and their intelligence, they have 90% intelligence on Germany. They have infiltrated the civilian administration, the Air Force, and the Navy.
Yeah,
so
they know what's going on.
Yeah, so if Badger is looking at his espionage screen, he has a very good ability of knowing what's going on with the Germans.
Having a look at Badger's navies here. Okay, so he has moved down one of the big fleets down to the Med. And let's see what the other big fleets are doing. Okay, still one protecting the home isles.
Can you make the preview a bit smaller so we can see the chat again?
Oh, right. Good idea. There we go. Yeah, they must be making the paras soon. Indeed, Winged. You are very correct. I mean, if they want them to be ready by... Yeah, they won't be ready by 39.
No, they won't. I guess they have to like go through France first, and they might not want to do it right away. But yeah, they should at least a template. I mean, it's about time if you want to do the Luftwaffe.
Yeah. So let's have a look. Which focuses do we need to begin this war? And just a heads up for you, once the Germans finish Danziger War and the war begins, we will have our lunch break, usually about 45 minutes. And yeah, just so you know, but please stay tuned. Okay, so we do still have a few focuses left before they can go for the Danziger War. So not the earliest war we've ever seen. Right now they're going for advanced panzer research. A bit worried for the Axis overall, I would have to say.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for them. The China war is still very slow, even if it's going in the Japanese favor. Obviously, it's the veterancy and the generals here as well, but they already have full veterancy on pretty much the entire Army Corps. The general is now a level 7 general. And the other general is also level 7, right? So it's like... They can't really get much more out of going slow. Not that they wanted to go slow from the beginning, of course, but...
It looks like we have another big encirclement up in the far north, which they are about to close. And yeah, so they are killing a lot of Chinese, but they're not gaining a lot of ground.
But at this point, like the third wave is already mobilized, so at this point you just want the victory points. You just want it to be over and done with.
Yeah, and but they're not snaking towards the victory points. They're not doing any paradrops or anything. They're going slowly and methodically. I guess you capture a lot of equipment, but you get that when they capitulate as well. So yeah.
We will see here. We have the Germans are done with their advanced panzer research, and they should be starting to working towards Eastern Claims, Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and then Danziger War rather soon. We'll see what they pick up here next.
We'll see what Pontus chooses.
Probably it's going to be the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact quite soon. Yeah, reasserting Eastern Claims. So we're going to see this, and then we're going to see the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and then we're going to have war breaking out rather soon. And it is indeed the 15th of May in 1939, so war is closing in on Europe here. Meanwhile, the Japanese are still quite far off capitulating China. They have 53% towards capitulation, and I guess they have collaboration governments and stuff, but this is going slow for Japan.
Let's have a look at France and Lawrence here, how his defenses are looking. He's got most of his troops on the border, preparing for the Italians. He's got a defensive line a bit further back, which is quite standard, I would say.
Yeah.
This line is quite easy to defend. What kind of divisions does he have on the front line, though? Yeah, they're strong divisions.
Yeah, I mean, this is not going to be that easy to run through. It's full artillery, 30 with...
He's got this all over the front line.
Good France has produced a lot. Good macro from France.
Yeah, these are good divisions.
I mean, he has managed to play quite good industry game, I would say, to get all of this out by this time.
Yeah.
It might spell trouble for the Germans. We'll see, though.
They will be bolstered by Badger's expeditionary forces here.
I'm looking over at the German side. We do have infantry divisions. I mean, these are worse. These are 20 combat with. But we do have some other also 20 combat with. We have this. These are garrisons.
Yeah, which ones are his goods troops?
Yeah, we do have the tanks over here, right? Here we have big infantry divisions, medium assault guns, motorized infantry, 30 combat with. So these on the back line around Erfurt at this point is going to be the ones that are doing the work in France. But
so no 30 width infantry division. So Mossberg and Pontus, they are counting on the tanks doing all the heavy lifting here, and these are assault guns, which is quite standard, and they are of course very good versus infantry.
Also, I noticed that the 20 width combat divisions from Germany has an anti-tank regiment in them, which is going to be unnecessary considering that the French indeed does not have any tanks.
Yeah, that's a bit odd to have them in the templates this early, because you are not facing any significant number of tanks.
We saw, like in some earlier games, we did have French tanks in one game that did delay the Germans quite a bit, so I guess they played the safe route and put the anti-tank, but putting one anti-tank regiment in pretty much every infantry division, probably not the most effective idea. Not that it's going to matter extremely much, but
it could be artillery instead, you know.
Yeah,
and I mean, you could with the spies, you could have you could have looked at this before. Are they doing a collaboration government in the UK? Yeah, they are.
Oh yeah, they have collaboration governments prepared in the UK. They are committing.
They're really committing to the Luftwaffe. But
then they're committing to the Luftwaffe, but where are the paratroopers?
Yeah, where are the actual?
Because you
wouldn't cavalry.
Yeah, you wouldn't be building a collaboration government on the UK if you were not serious about doing a Luftwaffe, right? Or like maybe Seelöwe.
But they don't have any.
Do they have the ships?
They don't have any marines. I guess Romania has marines. So if Romania does the landing, I don't know.
Yeah, but I think they do have. Let's see Looking over, they have it's only garrisons and the army is filled with this regular infantry divisions.
These are not the type of troops you want to do a naval invasion with, and you don't do naval invasions with the tanks either.
It's interesting. I wonder what the miners are planning. Hungary, for example, it's infantry, it's militia, and some bikes. So Hungary has some fast divisions. This will be interesting to see on the Eastern Front, these Hungarian bike divisions. They have not that high base speed, but might be able to get in between the lines somehow.
I like this. Bicycle infantry always makes you happy.
Together with some trucks. We have seen bicycle infantry playing an important role, especially against like China last Grand Game. Yeah. And also Soviets, right? The bike infantry is so fast, so if you get a break in the line, you can really like just spread out and circle in.
Yeah.
And then you're, it's hard to do anything if you're slower.
So we are now on the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. They are just beelining for that Danziger War focus. But they are building cavalry instead of paratroopers, which is what we want to see right now.
The Romanians have marines, but they are probably for other uses than the UK home islands. The Bulgarians are having Vroom Vroom Boom Boom is the name of the template. At this moment only filled with motorized infantry, but probably going to be.
And the Romanian templates are still illegal. You have to have more infantry than you do artillery, so these are still illegal. So they won't be doing any naval invasions anytime soon.
Looking over at the Bulgarians also, I'm a bit interested in their Vroom Vroom Boom Boom thing. They are researching motorized rocket artillery.
Yeah.
And I probably wouldn't research that if you were not going to put it into the Vroom Vroom Boom Boom division. So I will expect us to see rocket artillery from Bulgaria.
Yeah, and probably very fast, very soft attack, motorized, later mechanized division.
It seems like the Axis miners are going fast rather than hard when it comes to the divisions that are going to be used on the Eastern Front.
Yeah, I mean, Hungary is going for armor, though. He's not there yet, but he's already starting.
But this might be smart. I mean, looking over at the Soviets, they have just this endless walls of infantry, 20 with infantry divisions, with anti-tank in them. So they are obviously preparing for a traditional German panzer assault where they just tire them out. They just have the entire country filled with infantry divisions with some anti-tank in them, and eventually the Germans run out of steam and they die, right? So if they are going like bike infantry with some support companies, rocket artillery from Bulgaria, that's exactly what you want in the rock, paper, scissors game here. Because if the Soviets are going infantry meat wall, then you want fast, soft attack divisions to just cut through it.
Yeah. We have a comment from Wing that maybe they are saving it for only England and not doing drops for France. Yeah, probably, but you still have to build them before you want to use them. So it's getting a bit, yeah.
Yeah, it would be a bit. We'll see. They are these cavalry brigades that they are producing now. They're only producing one of them, right? And they are going to be fully trained in 14th of August, 1939.
But they're producing 8 of them.
Yeah. So they are having 8 cavalry divisions being produced right now. They are going to try to do something with this, I'm sure. But it remains to be seen what. I'm not really sure why they have so many cavalry divisions in training.
That's interesting. Speaking of cavalry, you can see here Hungary's tank division is supplemented by a lot of horses. Massive Hung cannons.
Yeah.
Not so massive yet, but Hungary, of course, is one of the miners that get really impressive tanks later on.
But they are like, all of these things are quite speedy, right? Yeah. I mean, looking over at the Hungarians here, the bikes 5 kilometers an hour. And then we have, looking over at the Bulgarians, these motorized, 8 kilometers an hour. And looking over at the Soviets, their general infantry, 2.8 kilometers an hour. So they are going.
Those are garrisons, I think, as well.
Yeah, these are what they have on the front line.
Yeah, but aren't they garrison divisions?
Possibly. No, it's regular infantry in there.
Ah, there you go.
So the Soviets are going traditional Soviets. It's just going to be like walls and walls of infantry.
Yeah, look at this. They're not on one line. They are on at least 3 lines here.
It will be interesting to see what they do. I mean, the Winter War is to break out at some point. They are training tanks here, it seems. They have Tanka Truck, the division. They have 20 divisions in training. But they are going to deploy on the 1st of December 1939. So we're going to have, that's also 1st of December. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Have a look at this. These are the Spanish Civil War divisions. Heroes of Zaragoza, the Barcelona Bulwark, Fuck Franco, Xnistan's Roughnecks. Xnistan is the second seat Soviet. Helsinki Helldivers. So as we were saying before, the experienced troops of the Spanish Civil War are going to be
this is going to be hard. I mean, look, soft attack 271. And looking over, I mean, obviously Finland, we haven't looked a lot on Finland, but they have gone fascist now. But still only 19% CISU, that's a bit low at this point.
Yeah.
And the guard here, obviously Finland has a lot of, 378 soft attacks. So the Finnish, heavy artillery.
Ah, that's interesting.
They are going to try to take Leningrad. They're doing the Hail Mary thing that I did at one game.
You think so?
I think so, because the combat width of Leningrad, look at... so Leningrad basically has combat width of 200 with 40 additional attack.
Yeah.
And then you have the heavy arty here with 30 combat width. So that's 200. So that's 60, 120, 180. And then you have these heavy arty Rangers. So this is exactly the combat width for Leningrad. All of these troops that are stacked here.
Isn't this, I mean, Finland is already quality over quantity. They're going even more quality over quantity.
Yeah.
They can't fill the front line. They have nothing up here in the north. They're just going all in on Leningrad.
This is, I mean, we have the hawk's eye perspective here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Finland has put all their industry towards doing exactly the combat width for Leningrad. And I mean, Leningrad has fallen. Like The first winter war I won, I took Leningrad.
War
right?
is declared.
War is declared. Okay.
Germany has declared on Poland. How will this end? And that's a question that you'll get the answer to after our lunch break.
Yes, indeed, you will. And it will be very interesting. Like, I am a nerd for the winter war, but this is going to be very interesting because the Soviets can see this. All of this is right up at the front.
Oh, look at this. The Germans are planning an early Weserübung here, so they're going for Norway immediately.
Interesting. Well, we are seeing some meta shifts then. I mean, I don't think...
That's what the cavalry was for.
Yeah, of course. Interesting play. And, like, it's nice to see new things. I don't think that the Finnish heavy artillery rush Leningrad thing is necessarily going to work in their advantage. But if they fail, if it's a red bubble, they attack, it's a red bubble, then just go back, take the white piece, and you still have them. And you can take Leningrad in the continuation war. This might be a good idea. Yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it don't.
But I mean, if they take Leningrad, do they automatically win the winter war? No, right?
Yeah, they hold it and then they force a win. So
really?
If they get Leningrad, they win.
Okay.
Basically, if they hold it, but even if they're in circle, they can just stand there until the decision passes. So,
and I mean, looking at this, even though we have the veteran troops from the Spanish Civil War, the Finns are the strongest infantry in the game, so they could probably take it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like they have really wised up to it yet, the Soviets, because if they place these guys here, but if they click this, it might work. As I said, I've tried it 2 times with 50% success rate, and but I saw it in a Dankus game when he did it, and it worked for him, right? But I'm sad to say, but he is a better player than me, and
you have to admit,
and probably a better player than the Finland player, right? So that's it might work. I like it anyway.
Well, it's a very should I say localized strategy. Like you do the build and then you click the click, and that's pretty much it. You don't have to be an expert in micro.
Yeah, I mean, you get a receipt on whether it works or not very quickly.
Oh, and here we see an update on the number of factories actually available. Maybe we can get Boppus.
I really need to go to the bathroom, so you do talk with Boppus, and then we do lunch. Yes.
Okay. I'm back. Do you hear me?
Let's start again.
Oh, the short. Where did we have them? There we had it.
There we go. So the Allies are still ahead, but of course the Axis have not started to occupy a bunch of stuff. But
no, this will change.
I mean, the gap is about this. It's smaller. The gap is smaller because all of the Axis are on war economy. But yeah.
The big difference is gonna come in war, and this is usually what you see. Axis don't really catch up in military factories, but when France falls, that's a huge blow. This will just switch around, I would say. Not totally, but a lot. They will lose 200 factories. Axis will gain 200
others
factories.
Will gain.
Yeah, and then gonna take some things in the Balkans. Yeah, stuff will change here. So
I'm very curious what Pontus and Mossberg are doing right now. What happens to the Luftwaffe? It looks like they're prepared for the Luftwaffe, but they're not building any. They're not building any paratroopers.
I've been searching. I thought, are they going to just like remake a template, just upgrade a template so they don't have to train them and just train them in the field or something like that? But they should have them ready by now.
Maybe it could be the cavalry. So they want the cavalry to take Norway, and then they turn the cavalry into paratroopers.
Yeah, they have a plan to take Norway quickly so they can get supremacy also at sea. But I was pretty sure it was a Luftwaffe they planned, not a Seelöwe.
Yeah, definitely. And if it is a Seelöwe, which means they will do naval invasions, they don't have any Marines. So it's all up to the Romanian Marines, which so far are still illegal, these templates. They need more actual Marines in the templates.
I told them in chat, so probably they should know about it.
As long as they don't use them, I guess it's fine. It's still being built.
Yeah.
But they can't use them in war.
Yeah. If we want to look at dockyards, I have a new one.
Interesting.
I choose the wrong save. Perfect. Still, I don't think this is a huge difference. I can check in the...
Yeah, that's a new one, right?
That's a new one. It just upgraded. So we can see here that we have England with 82 dockyards, Italy with 60. So there's not a huge gap there. I would be more comfortable as England with a bigger gap. Germany 21, so they are on par in dockyards. Then of course we have some dockyards in Canada and so forth, but it's not great for the Mediterranean strategy.
Interesting.
So
it sounded like from Badger that a lot of the Mediterranean strategy was actually hinging upon Ian's Canada, and just having a look here at his dockyards, he's got 15, so he hasn't built any basically.
No, that's not a lot. Of course, it makes a difference. It's almost like Germany, but still, it's not a huge thing. But I think he is building the AA destroyers because that's really beneficial if you take a minor
that's the only thing he's doing.
Stack AA stats on them.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
So I'm gonna look forward to see Mediterranean and see if these AA destroyers really work as good as in my testings.
So, do we have any confirmation how long the lunch break will be?
Yeah,
when we,
it's until
resume?
1400, so 35 minutes from now. So,
okay,
perhaps we should just take a lunch break. I'll go to the lunch break scene and.
What are you gonna eat for lunch?
I think a burrito. Since I like industry, I have made lunch burritos. I made 72 of them and put them in a freezer, so I can just take a lunch burrito.
Oh Jesus, that sounds so Pontus.
Oh my god, yeah. So
meal prep.
Yeah, meal prep. Perfect.
Cool. Okay. Thank you for that summary of the situation, Bopus, and thank you guys for watching. We will be back in 35 minutes, 1400 hours Central European time. See you then, and the war will start. The war will start.
Yeah, 45 minutes.
See you then.
Nothing beats a Hygge Gaming subscription, and right now you can save up to £0 per person. That's £0 off for a family of 4.
Nu är vi här. Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back after our lunch break, and we have Boppes with us, and we've also lined up an interview with the Germany co-chair Pontus. So we're trying to set that up, so we'll get him on screen in just a moment. And during the lunch break, Sieva82 has joined us, one of our regulars. Nice to see you. And also Saxeliv is back, another one of our regulars. Always nice to have you guys with us. And now I think I just heard Pontus, not Pontus, Mossberg, or is it Pontus? It's Pontus. Okay, so it's the main controller. So Pontus is joining us in just a bit. Pontus, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you, and that probably means that the viewers can hear you as well. And in a moment, they will see you as well. As soon as Boppes has set that up, you should just double-click his picture, Boppes, so you get it in a bigger. Yeah. So, anyways, Pontus, how is your game so far?
So far, kind of good. There was a new update to the mod a few days ago, so it's been a bit confusing on different parts. What has changed and why? But yeah,
we have questions, Pontus.
Well. You have questions. Go ahead.
We've heard that you wanted to do a Luftlöwe.
Yes.
So where are the paratroopers?
They are nowhere to be seen, and so far.
We know.
The entire concept is that I don't want Johannes on UK to see it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we were thinking that it was an intelligence strategy here.
Yes. So when France has capped, I will convert some 20 to 20 missions into paratroopers.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And we also had Greater Hungary to build the transports. So unless he spied on Greater Hungary, he shouldn't have seen the transport planes either.
We get it. It was all an intelligence play. Okay, this makes sense. We also see you're preparing an attack on Norway with cavalry, probably to be sent off early on. Is that to prevent the allies taking northern Norway, as we usually see in our games?
In a way, it's actually in order to naval invade Canada.
Right.
Oh, well, that's an interesting turn of events.
Tell me more.
But in order to not go through the zones like North Sea, where UK usually has a lot of fleet, we want to go by the Norwegian Sea, so further north, and then we can have naval dominance with our fancy ships to invade into Quebec.
So you're going to island hop then to Greenland?
No, not even.
Okay.
Straight for Canada.
Oh, that would be epic.
Yeah, that would
I would love to see that.
So, yes.
How do you...
That will, if our plans comes into fruition, that will come at the same time as our attack on El Alamein and our power drop of UK.
I like what I hear.
Yeah, very interesting strategy. But do you have any contingency plan? Because if either of these things, especially the Luftlöwe, then fails, do you have any contingency plan for how that will affect the rest of your game?
Well, then we will go back to straight normal game. So contest in El Alamein and then go for Barb and kill the Soviets. So we're also planning on a quite early March 41 Barb in order for the Soviets not to get too strong.
Do you have any idea yet what the other side is doing?
No. It's been quite a hectic early game, as my co-op had some other duties part of the morning. So he's back, and he's been back for an hour or so. But I've not had the time to do any intelligence work.
So you had to do the macro at the same time as the Civil War.
Yes, exactly.
Right. Any comments on the Civil War? How it turned out?
For some reason, Italy could only send 4 divisions instead of 8. So we were we didn't have as many volunteers as we usually do in Axis. And
you sent yours one at a time. Was that a World Tension play?
Yeah, kind of. Yes.
Yeah.
But Italy didn't.
So it was a very slow Civil War, but we won in the end. So.
Boppus, do you have any questions for Pontus here?
No, you just stressed me out going from saying let's be 2 in the interview to make a scene with me in it. So all the viewers seeing me just panicking, trying to get everything to work, probably knows that I have no idea what you have been talking about.
No, but what do you want to talk about? Now that you have yourself in picture, you have to make use of it.
I heard about some kind of Luftlöv, Seelöv. What was the
Yes, the strategy is to convert once they've killed off France, not to alert the Badger. And Hungary is building the transport planes, so everything is super stealthy, sneaky beaky.
Okay, this will be interesting.
Yeah.
And you're building panzer ships, aren't you?
We've built, so we have, I think, 8 or 9 panzer ships.
Is that Mossberg's doing, or is it your decision?
It's my decision, and with Mossberg's happy hoorays.
Yeah, he loves his panzer ships. So where will you put them?
We are naval invading Canada, so up in the north.
Oh my god, yeah. I'm really looking forward to this playing out.
Yeah, this will be a very interesting game, to say the least.
Yeah, we were saying before, Pontus, we are of course neutral in the studio, but we really want this to succeed. It would be so nice to see the smug Badger get slapped in the face by your paratroopers. So yeah, definitely best of luck to you.
Thank you. You should fix like face cam on Badger. So.
Reaction, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Set him off if I say we want a face cam on you right now.
True.
Could you just turn on your camera in Discord, Badger, please?
No particular reason.
No particular reason. Yeah. Any other questions for Pontus, guys? You're going for assault guns, and then they're supplemented by tank destroyers. Is that right?
Only assault guns at the moment, and then we'll convert them into medium tanks for LLMA.
You're not building any medium tanks right now, though.
We are, but as I said, they changed the mod, so the Panzer Force come out in 38 now instead of having them at 36 or 37. So we're going for Panzer 3 assault guns instead.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing any medium tanks.
No, we only have... at the moment, we only have assault guns.
Yeah.
But we'll convert assault guns into medium tanks.
Okay.
I would say that's
fair
a
enough.
standard play. Also, you benefit from the soft attack right now, but as soon as the mechanized come out, you need ordinary tanks.
And as for air, you got the Panzer, the Fighter 2 ready now. Are you going to go heavy on the air or leave something behind?
With if we manage to cap UK, we're gonna go heavy into CAS and go down on air. And if we don't manage to cap UK, we're going heavy into air.
Okay.
Well.
Nice.
Thank you so much.
It's really nice to see a Germany with some unorthodox strategies for once.
Yeah.
Yeah. Best
Thank
of luck
you.
to you, Pontus.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Have a good day in the studio.
Yeah, maybe we'll see you
Cheerio.
later. Cheers.
Cheers.
So that was Pontus, the main controller of Germany. And what are you thinking, Noel?
What I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Never stress me out again with making a switch from 2 people interview to 3 people interview in transition when we're broadcasting. That's my only take.
Good entertainment to see you scrambling on screen though. Like, oh shit, this has to be there. Oh.
As I said before, I'm not the best micro player.
But you managed to set it up in the end though.
Yeah.
Good OBS studio micro.
Yeah, exactly.
But what do you think, Don? I'm interested in hearing your expert opinion on, like, they have all these like grand plans, but I don't really sense a contingency plan if any of these things fail, which they very well might.
I'm pretty sure they don't. I asked them for the plan for Barbarossa, and they said we'll see what happens. So I think they have everything on one card. And if that card doesn't play out, they need to be quick on their feet and adapt. And Pontus is a good player, so I'm not that worried, but
it's interesting though to see that they seem to be winning the rock, paper, scissors against the Soviets, right? Because the Soviets are going super heavy into like infantry meat wall, and then the assault guns and like rocket artillery from miners and so might be the play.
Yeah, that's a good thing you noticed, and you need to keep an eye on the Soviet Union. It's still early. They should be able to put out the T-34 right now, but if the Soviet Union actually goes for an infantry heavy build, you don't really need to convert those assault guns into tanks. You can just roll with them on the Eastern Front and build new ones to be able to fend off the Allies if they D-Day. But you don't really expect a D-Day by the time of Barbarossa, so you have
at the moment the Soviets have no tanks out at all.
And no in production, right?
They have some in production though. They have quite a few actually. It's
they have the T-34 like coming out in 43 days. So
early days.
Yeah. When the T-34 comes out, we'll see if they just change all their production out to tanks or how they will play it.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried for the Axis. We'll see how it shakes out. And we are live right now. Thank you so much. We'll hear from you in a bit. And the war is beginning. Straight away, let's go over to the German point of view here. Straight away, we see the Germans start pushing towards Luxembourg.
Yeah, this is
at the same time as they're going towards Poland, of course.
This is what the Badger wanted. He said that he was going to try to funnel them into like the Ardennes and Luxembourg, but that's where they would like to go anyway, I think.
Yeah. And is the Badger transporting his troops? Yes, he is. He's already in Belgium, so he's going to take up positions here. And there goes Luxembourg. But I'm a bit worried. We'll see how Lawrence's French troops hold up here when the Germans start.
I mean, the French troops are nothing to scoff at. They have been building up very well. They do have a significant line, good divisions, quite a few of them, but still, right? I mean,
we just saw that the Germans tried pushing in. They are completely out of supply right now, though. But they pushed towards France and got beaten back immediately. They're moving towards Belgium instead, but here we see the French and the Brits now arraying their forces along this Antwerp-Brussels line here.
Yeah, we'll see. We have the Netherlands is going to fall rather soon, but the Brits in Brussels is nothing to scoff at. We see the Axis moving in from the top here. No significant spearhead push towards Paris, for example. By the looks of it, no real like Dunkirk historical action here. It's
not yet. The German tanks they're standing out of supply. This way they won't be gaining any momentum. They're starting to push in, taking over the Netherlands, though, just using their 20 width infantry here.
Yeah, I mean, Netherlands will fall in a quick manner, but I'm not sure about this strategy to have the tanks around like Brussels and Liège. I would probably do historical route and try to Dunkirk the British when they are in Belgium.
Yeah.
But we will see how it pans out. We see the tanks making moves on the east of the Belgian frontier, and now Netherlands has capitulated, and we will see.
Germany has not chosen natural focus and are now losing days. I guess they should be going towards Operation Weserübung to go for Norway and Denmark, but they haven't as of yet. Meanwhile, in Poland, things are moving very slow. We see here Hungary has T o'clock has one tank out, and one.
And we do see they are pushing through here. We have 5 German tank divisions actually breaking through in the Ardennes. Now they got stopped, but they are trying to find a new route to go here. They are going to try to Dunkirk. The Brits will see if they succeed in their endeavors.
This feels very risky.
Yeah,
they have no infantry to follow up.
It's an extremely risky move here by the Germans.
I mean, if the Brits push out now, they could kill all the tanks.
Yeah, this is. I'm not really sure they are out of supply as well. I think they will be fine, but the thing is that they need to capitalize on these things. Otherwise, it doesn't really help putting your tank in dire straits if you're not going to get anything out of it.
No, most of the Axis infantry is over towards Poland, and the tanks here are making moves on their own. It's a bit risky. They seem to have stopped for now. Still completely out of supply.
The Brits are pushing. Namur is falling to the British. The tanks are moving up to try to reinforce them, but I don't think they will be there in time. Maybe just by a hair.
I mean, the Germans, since they are on red supply, they get extra.
They got the tanks in just in time and actually managed to protect Namur. But if that had fallen, then those tanks would be in very big trouble.
Yeah, really scary here.
But the Germans have consolidated the line a bit. They are not going to lose those tanks. Meanwhile, the Norwegian naval invasion is going to kick off rather soon, I presume.
It looks like AI Belgium is pushing up into the Netherlands, but they're being pushed back. Meanwhile, Poland is losing, of course, but not very quickly, because all of the German tanks are over in the west. So this is slower than it could have been.
A lot of things for the Axis this game has been slower than expected, right? I mean, both Spain, China still alive, Poland also falling slower than expected.
I forgot about that. China is still alive, you're right.
Yeah, but they are going to capitulate soon. I mean, the Axis, they have not made any major mistakes, right? They haven't lost anything, but they have not like steamrolled anything either. But they do have this entire like lineup of unorthodox plans, and we'll see when they come into play what they can do for them.
They are now pushed back to almost where they began before they started pushing into Luxembourg, and the Allies are holding. And now you can see here the German tanks are pushing from 2 directions, 9 divisions. They managed to push away the defenders. Yeah,
they dislodged some defenders there, but they need to capitalize. As soon as they go into this tile, they're out of supply, right?
Yeah, but there is they could keep going, but they are very alone and they will get cut off immediately. So
they are going anyway, though.
They're going for it.
They are going anyway, and I'm worried for the German tanks. They stopped now, yeah.
Probably the right move.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, sending those 4 tanks in, I mean, it's a gamble. It's definitely, it could play out to their favor, but check the Mediterranean. We get a message from...
right, the budget plan.
The Boppus here.
Let's have a look. I'm going to look from the British point of view here to see what's going on. And there are a lot of ships going down here, a lot of naval battles.
Yeah, we have convoys. This one, 31 tactical bombers lost. Italians, submarines, naval bombers.
Yeah, look at this. This is an example of what the anti-air boats are doing. They're sinking all the airplanes.
Yeah, I mean, the planes of Italy is really taking a beating here. I'm gonna look over at the air overview. They have...
Oh, wow.
They have 387 tactical bombers. So every fight like this is like 10% of their entire stockpile just landing in the Mediterranean Ocean. If they keep losing, here it's 17 more. We have 15 more over here.
Yeah, every single naval battle, they're losing more and more of their airplanes. I mean, Canada is losing some of those anti-air ships as well, but...
yeah, I mean, pretty much every naval battle takes away like between 5 and 10% of the Italian naval bomber corps here. They are, but it is still early here, and we'll see. We have some convoys being sunk.
Badger's main fleet is out in the central Mediterranean Sea, just
we have a big fight, Battle of Valletta here. We have the prime of the fleet from the British.
Yeah, I'm having a look.
We will see how that works out.
It looks like it. Are the Italians? No, the Italians went back.
Yeah, the Italians went back.
But they lost a few more planes there.
They are losing planes. They indeed are losing planes.
Yeah, this must be a big surprise for Remmefors on Italy. He's like, what's going on? Why are they focusing so hard on the central med? This is not something we usually see.
Yeah, Poland is still alive. We have encircled German infantry outside of Warsaw.
Oh, wow.
And Belgium is still not capitulated. Very bad development for the Axis. You don't want to... The Polish AI is killing off 5 German infantry divisions outside of Warsaw.
Yeah.
Maybe they will be able to save them, but even if it's a bad sign in general...
Yeah, it's not a nice sight if you're Pontus.
Only silver lining might be that they're doing rather well in Greece, but there is not now. We have destroyers being sunk as well. Looking from the Italian naval view here, I'm checking the lost ships in the Battle of Valletta. They did sink 6 submarines and so forth, but they are losing a lot in planes. And we have
France is even pushing into Italy.
This is not
paused for some reason.
We are paused.
It looks like we got both of the Shetland Island players disconnected. Maybe
disconnection on the Shetland Island, but
maybe something.
The bombers. I mean, the Italian. Looking over at the Italian air overview here, they now have 348 tactical bombers and 100 naval bombers. But looking at these battles over here, they are losing just a lot of planes. These anti-airships are really doing work, and the Italians have not really wised up to that. They sent out their air force in big numbers.
Speaking of air, the Axis have red air all over Western Europe on the front there. They do have green air over Poland and so on, which is expected, and still over the central med, of course, because they have most of the planes there. But in Western Europe, they should not be pushing until they have green air, I think.
Yeah, and this is also, I mean, they have a lot of active fighters, 1,700 fighters here. So
outnumbering the Allies 2-1.
Yeah, they do have green air in the central Mediterranean, but that's not where you want to have green air, considering your planes are getting shot up.
Let's see, we should have some hot joining players in a moment. So far, the first few days of the war, first weeks, not going to the Axis advantage. That is for sure.
They're not looking good. It's been looking bad entire game, I would say. It's generally China not too impressive. I mean, they haven't, like we said before, at this point in the game, they have not suffered any substantial losses either. But you want to keep the momentum as the Axis. You are the driving force in the war. You want the Allies to have to react to what you are doing and always be on their watch. Where are the Axis? Where are the German tanks? What's happening with the Luftwaffe? But now it seems like already in 1939, it's the Axis that are reacting to things. The French are pushing into Italy. We have this surprise engagements in the Mediterranean, sinking a lot of, or shooting down rather, a lot of Italian bombers. That the Axis have to react to.
And this was a bit of a gamble by Pontus and Mossberg to put all their tanks on the Western front to try to make some early moves. But if they had been towards the Polish front, Poland would have capitulated by now, and then they could have consolidated. So this was, in hindsight, a bad gamble.
Yeah. We will see. We have the Indian player is disconnected, so he is coming back soon, I guess.
Yeah.
But also this pause might, I mean, they could probably retreat with some of the planes. We have like the big UK fleet just doing work down here.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, you can't really capitulate the Central Med as Italy either.
Yeah, that's true.
You can't really just leave it. You have to fight for it. Are they using their main fleet? No, not yet. It looks like their main fleet is still in port. No, they are a bit damaged. I wonder if they've already fought a bit. Yeah, they look to be a bit damaged here. So they've probably been hit a bit by the British main fleet. You can see here on the Italian fleets, almost all of them are in battle. They are being pushed hard early on here.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. I mean, all of the German tactics here is based on them having the momentum. Boppus has some comments on this. I see in the communication chat now.
Yeah, we have a comment also from Mark's side. 7-2s, what is this, 2018? Yeah, that's right. Germany is using 20 with divisions, which is not something you want to push with. Boppus, what do you have for us?
I'm just gonna find the graph here. This is Italian naval bombers. I'm gonna make sure that this one fits nicely into. If you see the blue line, is the naval bombers, and the red line is the tactical bombers. This is exactly what Badger wanted and what I have predicted in a lot of guides, that anti-air destroyers are amazing on killing naval bombers. So this is a huge drop. He has lost almost half. He was up to 600 here and has dropped to 348. And this is from August 30 to November. So September, October, 2.5 months. Almost half his naval bombers and tactical bombers are gone.
Yeah, this is looking grim for the Axis. I don't really see a silver lining at the moment.
Yeah, me neither. I would say we'll have to see how their daring plans pan out. But I mean, those things kind of depend on other stuff working, right? We heard before in our interview with Pontus that, we're going to convert infantry to paratroopers once France caps.
Yeah, but you have to cap France first.
Yeah, if it takes like half a year longer to cap France and Poland still hasn't fallen, I mean, is that really going to make a difference?
Yeah, at the moment France is actually attacking into Italy. So yeah, what do you say, Boppus?
I'm doing a lot of statistical things here, so I have no idea. I have reset my predictometer and given more advantage to the allies in Europe and overall, because this is not how it should play out.
Yeah.
In this game, at least. I'm not talking about reality.
Yeah, if it was reality, we would be happy, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at there is really. The only thing that I still think favors the Axis is the eventual Barbarossa, that the assault guns is going to do work against an infantry favored.
But they're switching over to medium.
Yeah, that's true as well. We'll see. Maybe Finland, if the Finnish burst for Leningrad succeeds, maybe they will get a slightly shorter front after that, but it's not something that's going to decide the game in any way.
That should kick off at any time, right?
Yeah, it should kick off rather soon.
Not yet, but yeah.
The Soviets are doing some civilian focuses. They are constructing some factories, but they are probably going to go for Finland rather soon.
They're stacking up quite a bit of stuff along the Finnish border. Some under-strength divisions, though. Just having a look here, they're not at full strength yet, but they'll probably have that sorted out once they start the winter war. We'll definitely keep an eye on that, see how Jonathan does.
Yeah, Finland still only on 19% CISU as well.
Feels like the Axis are they have too many fronts right now. They have the Polish front, the Greek front, the Western front. They need to focus a bit more, be a bit more decisive. This way, we're looking at an early loss for the Axis.
Yeah, by the looks of it, there's really nothing looking that good for the Axis. I mean, China also still alive, right? I guess eventually the island hopping is going to come into play, that the Allies don't have a Netherlands player will give the Axis some reprieve. And I mean, we'll see. I mean, the Finland tactics is obviously like a Hail Mary. If that succeeds, it's good. But much like the Luftlöwe and all of these things, it's like all eggs in one basket kind of tactic. If it fails, you just have to revert to the original strategy with less to punch with.
The United States is not ready for war, which they shouldn't be. But I mean, if they manage to start an early war against the US, I guess that's a silver lining that the US.
Yeah, I mean that would be if they succeed with the Luftwaffe and actually drag the United States into the war early. The United States will not be prepared for that. The UK will not be prepared for that. I mean, there are a lot of
Canada does not have any garrison divisions at home. Everything they have is down in Egypt. So, that could be a good thing.
Looking over at North Africa, should we check out the fronts here? We do have South African tanks and Canadian tanks holding the line at El Alamein. Yeah. And on the Italian side, we have a railway gun and infantry. And that's about it.
Yeah, and this is the Italian army. You have to consider also that all of their convoys will get sunk. So it might just be that the Allies take North Africa completely, because I don't see a counter move to these anti-air boats that they're using right now. And the Italian Navy looks battered, so probably won't save them. They'll probably be repairing for quite some time, actually. So the main Navy is not really operational. And all of their naps are getting sunk.
The UK Navy have 29 battleships compared to the Italians' 9 battleships, and they are repairing at the moment. So all of the convoys will get sunk, and then the Italian troops in North Africa are in a world of hurt. I think Don has some tips on how to counter anti-air destroyers.
Yeah, tell us.
Yeah, you need to be prepared for them, because what Italy is doing now, they were betting on a smaller fleet than England and using navs to control the sea lanes, and that's a tactic. So this is the counter to that tactic. So what you need to do if you see someone starting to build like anti-air destroyers, you can't use nav bombers. Then you need to go with a bigger fleet. So if they have seen this from the beginning, they should have invested in a bigger fleet, and if their main fleet would have been bigger, they would just clean up all these destroyers with ease, because they can't do anything else. But since we have a bigger fleet from the Allied side, we have a lot of AA destroyers, and we have submarines in there. They have complete domination of the sea lanes. So I'm really happy to see this work in real time, because I've tested this, made guides about this, but never seen it work this perfectly in game. So I'm just sitting here happy. It doesn't matter if this game ends in half an hour, because this is an Allied stomp. I've gotten everything I wanted out from this game, so I'm happy. But they need
You're happy. Fleet. I'm not happy. I wanted to see something else than another Allied stomp, and especially not an early one.
We've had a few Allied stomps, or we've had a few Allied wins recently. Like the first one, like 3 or 4 games ago, was very close, and the Allies managed to win in the end. But after that, pretty much every game has been more and more favoring the Allies. So if this is an Allied stomp, I think we need to do some rebalancing of things. And
I don't agree. Most games have been really neck on neck. I think, was it last game where we had 20 German tanks forgotten about outside Moscow and surrounded. If you do the Axis had a huge advantage, but if you do that kind of mistakes, that you lose 20 tanks.
I wouldn't agree that the Axis had a huge advantage. That was the first move they were able to make, or we were able to make, and then they got cut off completely and completely smashed. But I don't know. I don't think that game was close.
I'm also a bit thinking, what happened to Bulgaria?
Yeah, let's have a look.
They're not there.
Bulgaria is not here. That's a bit embarrassing for Falk. I mean, he's there, but all his territory is controlled by the Greeks.
I guess they're gonna push up from the side.
Yeah, but what?
Because the Hungarians are in Poland.
And Falk is one of their strongest players. I mean, he still has his motorized division, so he hasn't lost them. So he probably hasn't capitulated, or we would have seen it. But he's lost all his territory to the Greeks. That's
he hasn't lost any. He hasn't lost any troops though, like 10,000 troops. So it's probably.
But he's losing.
Probably a plan, but
he's losing a lot of production now. I don't think this is intended. What? Okay, so Romania is there, but Romania are they in the war even? No, they're not in the war.
China is at least going to capitulate any minute now. So that's something going for.
Yeah, Romania is not in the war, so that's why they're not pushing in. It looks like we're still paused. Yeah, I don't know why we're still paused.
We're still waiting for the Indian player, I presume.
There's a power outage.
Slow? Is there a big blackout over in the Shetland Islands?
Yeah,
because the Spanish player was also disconnected. Sticky was disconnected. Also a Shetland player. Maybe something's going on over here. Anyways, we're really glad that you're joining us for this Hygge Grand game called Operation Ignition. And as you can see, the war has just kicked off. The Allies are definitely in the lead right now. The Axis don't really know what to do. But we're still very glad that you're watching. And if you want more of what we do, you can check out our YouTube channel, Hygge Gaming. Okay, I have a message on Steam, and maybe something. Okay, there was nothing there. Yeah, we're waiting for the Shetland players to rejoin. It looks like. Okay, so yeah, so it actually was a big power outage in the Shetland Islands. But Rosen is saying the town is allegedly back. So maybe 5 more minutes. So they live out in the countryside in the Shetland Islands, and Lervik, which is the capital, you can call it. They got their power back now, so it's just a matter of time before Sticky and Rosen also get their electricity back. Interesting, but that's island life, I guess.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see. Perhaps this pause might just be what the Axis needs to redirect.
Yeah, they really need to regroup, reprioritize, and think about their lives, because this is a poor showing so far. This really surprises me too, that Falk is blindsided by the Greeks. I wonder if they declared on Greece without telling Falk, and he was up towards Poland or something. Maybe that's what happened. A bit surprising though. Romania still needs to join the war. I almost feel like telling them, because they have attack orders to help Bulgaria clean the territory, but they're not there. Let's have a look if these Marines are legal. They are not legal as of yet, so they're not allowed to use their.
Well, the last artillery division is an anti-tank, though, but that might still be.
No, it's the same thing when it comes to the rules. So yeah, they need to rebalance these. Yeah. Okay, so we have an interview with the Badger. Oh, he's gonna be so smug, but okay, let's do it.
Yeah, let's do
it. Smuggy McSmugface. So Badger is playing the UK, and his strategy of shutting off the central med is it's looking good as of now, and he wants to come in here and gloat, I suppose. I don't think Bob has set up this interview. It's like one of those times when someone calls the newspaper like, "Hey, I have a story for you," and they just want to be in the newspaper. Badger, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, and I heard you before as well. So Schmuggy McSmugface, so what to say? And it's actually not. I read an old comment from Boppus when he asked me to join the interview before, so it wasn't a planned interview. It was. Okay. I thought he asked me, and I showed up.
Okay, but you're welcome anyways. So, how do you think your plan is panning out right now?
I mean, better than planned, I think. I mean, I didn't expect the French, the Belgium, like the Ardennes thing to hold. But
yeah, that's really shut down, it looks like.
Yes, and I mean, I'm kind of panicking because it's like a bit micro-intense to have like all-in naval war and front land war at the same time on 2 different places.
But you managed. You managed to beat the Italian main fleet, right?
Yeah. The first big engagement I won, but he didn't take too much losses. Like he lost like I don't know 20 screens or something.
Yeah. So they're still in the game, but a bit bruised.
Yeah, exactly. So he's still there somewhere. So it could flip to his advantage still. But right now, feeling quite confident. If he takes another fight right now, I'm gonna win it.
Yeah. And do you have the French here as well helping you?
Yeah, the French fleet. I told him to go out there as well. So it's there somewhere. In the big engagement, he was fighting on my side.
Okay. Yeah. They are there. Both his fleets are. How much they heard or not. Did you hear anything of the interview, Clint? But
the sound bars are looking good.
Yeah, something is off.
And I'm not even speaking. Okay. Oh yeah.
It says.
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing.
Sound is back. No, can't hear them. That's
okay. Try again. See if this works.
Okay, do we have sound now?
No. Okay.
Yeah.
Can someone confirm that we have sound?
Please confirm. Do we have sound?
Oh well, no information as of yet.
Yes, it's back.
It's
We're back.
back.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yes.
Okay. I
So,
won't touch anything. I'm out.
So how did the plan work out? Did you sink as many planes as you expected?
Yes, so far it's working great. Like the Canadian AA destroyers, they took a hit early on with the Italian main fleet, chased them down a little bit, so he lost 10 of them quite quick. But then the remaining ones have downed over 200 bombers so far, and it's probably a mix of tacticals and naval bombers. So it's working very well. So now it's just like as long as I can keep up the naval supremacy or like the dominance and like keeping the main fleet at bay, I think this is gonna work pretty well. I reckon.
And you were saying you're just waiting for the land lease for Canada to finish?
Yeah, so I'm sending 1,400 medium tanks to Canada and South Africa. As soon as that comes through, we will and their convoys are available for supply again, then we will push in North Africa is the plan. As I mean, if it's status quo in France and in Central Med, like we do right now, then we will push in North Africa at the same time and see if we can mop it up.
Okay.
That would be the plan to wrap it.
So apparently the power is out on the Shetland Islands, but the power is back again in Lerwick, the capital. So we're just waiting for the Shetland Islands to get their power back and then to get back in the game.
Yeah.
Still no sign of them joining though, so we have time.
Is there something you're worried about right now?
I haven't seen the German Panther ships yet. I'm not sure where they are. Probably they are panicking and scrambling their micro for beating France, so they're not minding microing the Panzer ships. But though that could be like a micro headache for me because I'm already quite overstretched with my micro, having the micro land war in Belgium and the Navy in North Africa.
Yeah.
So that would be a concern of mine, like because I'm my entire, or if they start convoy raiding me with the submarines as well, because my entire escort build is not finished. So right now I have nothing. Everything is in refit. So right now I'm kind of exposed to that. But my bet was that they are panicking, so I had the initiative, and then I have time to do it in the background. And so far that works out.
So far so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see if my second fleet is somewhat ready. So if I would take a beating on the nose in Central Med now, I would send down my second fleet fight, and it's somewhat good. So I think I'm ready for a second round if I need to as well.
Yeah.
But I think my first fleet there is gonna win and keep on winning. If
you win the first engagement, you generally win the second one as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we had, I think, 2 engagements already. So I think he's down repairing now. That would be my guess. Or he's looking for a new fight, but he's probably quite damaged. As am I, but not that much.
And right now, just looking at the post screen, you are beating up 2 of his destroyer fleets.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is just fantastic. If he's in harbor and I can keep on fighting the destroyers and just hammering them down, that's exactly what I want to, because then also my fleet gains XP, right? So it becomes even better.
Yeah.
So I'll like keep that advantage growing, basically.
Yeah, I can see the strain on your face from trying to not look smug.
I'm super smug. So no, but I jumped into the Axis chat to tell them the update on the power situation, and then Remmefors playing Italy asked me, "Why are you bullying me in Central Med?" So I think that says it all.
Yeah,
how he saw it from his perspective.
Yeah, hopefully the wins will change a bit, so we get a bit of a more even game. Because right now it's allies all the way on all counts. So we're hoping the tide turns a bit for the excitement's sake.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess they're gonna have a very strong late game Greece, Bulgaria. So
if you're hoping for a late game Greece being strong, then we're
no. Sorry, I just looked on the map around Sofia and it looked all Greek, but maybe I was wrong.
I think when you call Falk after the game, your customary after game talks, I think he's not going to pick up the phone.
I mean, depending on what's going to happen.
Depending on what happens, yeah, that's true.
I'm asking Falk for an interview right now. See how that goes.
Okay, should I jump out then?
Yeah,
we'll see if he comes back. So far, we're not in a hurry. We don't have any Shetland players joining just yet.
Yeah, no news from the Shetland Islands as of now.
Nothing new on the Shetland front.
But I feel like there's a lot of things. I mean, it's quite intense for me right now, but it's going well. I'm a little bit surprised that we have most of the time green air in France and Belgium. I don't know why.
Yeah, we are as well. I can't really see why either, because if you look at the numbers, you can see the numbers too, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he has 1600, but I guess either he's like overstacked or out of fuel. I mean, that's only, or out of range. It needs to be something like that, because he should, like, I should be crushed.
How bad is the overstack penalty?
Super bad, like super duper bad. Like you should not do that. Then you're cooked. So it goes from green to red or instantly if you overstack.
Right.
So that could be why. But yeah. But I mean my Spitfires, they're coming, like my production is coming like well up now. I have 80 on Spitfires now, so I'm gonna catch up soon, hopefully.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much, and we'll see how it pans out in the rest of the game.
Good luck.
Yep. Thank you. Bye.
Ciao. He heard when I called him Smuggy McSmugface.
Yeah.
But it was true, though.
Yeah, and I mean, he has every right to be at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, there is really no silver lining. The thing about the overstacking, he does very much have a point there, right?
Yeah, but like it's only one airport overstacking a little wee bit. So you see that there's 1,000 airplanes there and only capacity for 900. Is that what messes up?
I guess they have eight anti-aircraft guns, but I mean,
Does that
1,000
affect the superiority? I thought that was only like the losses. I didn't think that affected the superiority.
I will see. I can have a look over the air zone here.
Coverage, airbase capacity, and supply. Yeah, I don't really know. As often with Paradox games, there's a lot you don't really know, even though you play the game for quite a bit. Yeah, so we're still waiting for our Shetland Island players to join. No update on that. Let's see if we can get another interview going while we wait. Interesting to get the first reactions. So we've been in the war now for just a couple of months, and so far Poland is still holding, AI controlled of course. France is definitely holding. The Germans have all of their tanks over here. They've failed to make any inroads. Falk on Bulgaria almost got capped by the AI. It looks like he's stabilized somewhat now though, consolidated around his capital. Romania is...
I guess Romania is going to be called very soon, and they're going to finish off Greece. That's probably going to happen, right? But it's...
Yeah, for sure.
And nothing
this is just a distraction they don't need right now. They are not prepared to go for Greece. They want to finish up Poland and finish up France. So yeah, this is it's dicey. It's dicey to say the least. Yeah, let's see if we can get another interview going. I don't know, the preview window is a lot smaller now than it was before Boppus. Maybe could make that bigger. It's really hard for us to see ourselves, if you know what I mean. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Nice. Looking good. And as you can see, Boppus's predictometer there, it's favoring the Allies. Maybe it should even jump a step more towards that direction. Okay. So Falk is declining an interview.
Yeah.
He's not responding. Interesting indeed. Okay, who else could we get? Who would be interesting to have? Maybe actually Remmefors on Italy. Yeah, what's the opposite of gloating? It's just going to be sad.
Yeah, we'll see who we can get here. But as Mortal Vision is saying in the chat, Axe is not looking hot today. And yeah, it looks like, I mean, their grand plans will not even come into fruition if they don't get some sort of edge.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Remmefors, I mean, his navy has been beaten. All of his naval bombers are being shot down, and he's even being invaded here by France in northern Italy. I wonder how problematic this could get. It looks like Lawrence has seen this opening, and he's moving all of his troops here to attack Italy, and really pushing him hard. And I mean, Italy is about to be attacked in North Africa as well. This could be a complete rout of Italy.
Yeah, and Boppus is saying here that he told us that it was 80-20 Allied plan favor, and so far it indeed looks like it. I mean, we have to see. I mean, eventually the Germans are at least going to try, right? And
they are trying.
Their plan is still such a Hail Mary, right? So that if it succeeds, I mean, if France takes longer to cap and everything goes bad for Germany, if they succeed with the Luftwaffe, it's still
Yeah, I get a bit like 1945 Hitler in the bunker vibes. Like it's okay, we're just gonna build a new rocket or something, and that will win the war for us. I mean, they haven't even capitulated Poland, but Pontus is talking about invading Canada.
Yeah, and now we have our Shetland players back though, so soon we will see what the Axis are doing to counter this. I mean, they have had some time now at least to talk this through, because if there hadn't been a power outage on the Shetland Islands, then they would just get run over in all directions. But now they can actually gather and talk for like 10 minutes or so about, okay, what is going to shit? What can we do to counter it? Should we move? I mean, at least things like not overstacking airfields, pulling naval bombers back, making sure to call in Romania so that Bulgaria doesn't get eaten up by Greece. Things like that you are going to be able to notice when you have this type of pause. If they hadn't paused, or if we haven't paused due to the power outage here, it could very well be an Allied steamroll. It's still looking a bit like an Allied steamroll, to be fair. But at least now they get some breathing room, the Axis here, to see if they can try to do something about this.
I'm just informing them here that the Romanian Marines need to be fixed.
Now we have a Mortal Vision there. Victor giving advice to the Axis team. Is he losing neutrality? Now, well, we're always neutral here, but the people in our game can obviously not watch the stream. They have to watch it the VOD afterwards. So hopefully no one should pick up on that. But I do think, I mean, for the Axis team at this point, even if they fix some of the glaring errors, right? If they fix Greece, they fix the air and fix the like overstacking. I don't necessarily see how that is going to turn the game around for them in a short manner of time, right?
Yeah, I mean, they have to do almost everything perfectly from here on out. The margin for error is so slim, and as JM Gautier investor is saying, might be over by 42 at this stage, and I would agree. I mean, if you keep going in this vein, it'll probably be over before 42. We will see a super quick D-Day. If Italy loses all his troops in North Africa, he can't defend the coast there. So yeah, looking grim. But we'll see what happens. I mean, we've seen big turnabouts in Hearts of Iron before, and here you can see the summary of the military factories on screen. I'm just gonna make it a bit bigger for me and Victor here. Yeah, still favoring the Allies, I would say. I think it's Germany in the top there, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the Germans they have not been bad at the macro level. I mean, they are still leading a lot on fighters. They still have a good industry going. It's just the execution. It's like we said in the Spanish Civil War, a good idea, poor execution.
Yeah. Okay, so we are waiting for Sticky to join. Rosen has loaded in, but they want to start the game immediately. We're waiting for... here we come.
And there we have Sticky. And soon we will go again and we'll see. Italy less factories than Japan. Did they go for dockyards early? Good question, actually. I don't think we can tag on while we're in the hot joining.
No. Yeah, good question. Did they go? I think they went for a few dockyards, right? I'm a bit unsure.
They have 62 dockyards. That does seem... But I mean, that's...
But, Japan went for military factories, though, instead of dockyards. So that might be it.
True. But also, even if Italy built dockyards, I mean, for Italy's sake, I hope at this point that they have not built dockyards, because this is...
Here we see another chart. Let's see, what is it? Okay, in the industrial production.
I mean, if you are the Axis, you want to see the Axis thing go up at this point, because that the Allies industry is bigger than the Axis industry in 1939 or 1938 or before that. No surprise there, right? But at this point, you want, as the Axis, to close the gap on some things, and nothing by the looks of it at the moment. They're even losing out on the dockyards.
Okay, so we're just waiting for Sticky now to load in. Looks like he's ready, so we should be starting. Go, question mark?
Yeah, we will see. We have Boppus has lost the connection, it says here.
Oh, really?
But we will see. We will have our dear Boppus back rather soon, I think. Sticky is in, and he is loaded in.
Yeah, they're asking if we need you back, Boppus.
Let's see.
We get a yes or no?
Yes, totally yes.
What are you saying?
I need to be here to take save games to gain statistics. So.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm asking them to wait. So everybody, right now we're waiting for Boppus. So blame Boppus.
Yeah, and we need Boppus in to get those juicy statistics that you see on screen now.
Yeah.
Because it's his Python scripts that are going to carry the statistics.
Let's see. So we see some attack orders here. This is the only thing I can see right now, the orders. I can't see which troops they are. But the Soviet Union is getting ready to hammer the Finns. The Finns, of course, are doing a Hail Mary all-in strategy, going for Leningrad as soon as we begin.
There are too many all-in strategies for that. That's their problem, right? There are too many Wunderwaffe ideas. We're going to invade Canada. We're going to Luftlöve. Finland is like, yeah, we're going to build only heavy artillery and go straight for Leningrad. It's too unconservative. I remember I was happy in the beginning of the game. I was like, well, this is going to shift up the meta. The Axis need to shift up the meta in order to win again. And while I do still think that holds true, there is also a limit, because if you have too many grand plans that hinge on like a 40% success rate, statistically speaking, it's unlikely that everything's going to fall into place. And now the Germans have Poland to handle, they have France to handle, they have Greece to handle, they are getting sunk in the Med, they have naval invasion plans on Norway, China is still alive. I mean, nothing speaks for them.
Many irons in the fire. Speaking of shifting the meta, though, I mean, Badger's move of going for the central Med strongly, that seems to be a big departure from what we normally see.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's going to force future Italy players to really shut this down. They will have to go harder into Navy, because just going for naval bombers as he did right now isn't enough. As Boppus was saying, you need to really go for a strong Navy to be able to beat that.
Yeah. And we need Boppus to ready up, and then we can go.
Yes. Almost there now. I think, shouldn't Boppus be on the observer mode as well? Boppus! They're saying, come on, man.
It's saying loading graphics.
Sorry, what?
Loading graphics. I have ready up.
I'm going to tell them. Loading. We're in the game. Okay. Yes. We're back in the game. Sorry for that wait, everyone. It was caused by a power outage in the Shetland Islands, and then Boppus taking advantage and also disconnecting. So we're back in the game.
I do see our OBS studio screen has frozen. I don't know if that's bad. Now it's back. We cool. Okay.
We're good.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. So Italy's northern front is really collapsing here against the French. This could be bad.
Yeah, we will see what happens here. We still have Romania outside of the war. Bulgarians are consolidating a bit around their capital. Looking over, we have Italians being sunk in large amounts. Still, we have naval engagements going on here. The British main fleet under Andrew Cunningham is driving around in Valletta.
They're killing all of those small fleets that the Italians have. Every time the anti-air destroyers are sinking more and more of those, or sinking. They're shooting
and Italy is also losing convoys quite rapidly, and they are also running out of fuel. Only 30 days of fuel. They did rectify that now. We do see one engagement here which might favor the Italians, but probably not in the end.
I don't know if they're disrespecting me or just not listening, but Romania is they're still using these illegal. No, okay, so they actually they modified those templates so now they're illegal. Never mind. You're good, Francis. You're good.
We do have. They're getting some trades. The Italians, they sunk like one submarine and one destroyer for some convoys here, so a little bite back on some fronts, but generally not looking too good in the med for the Italians. Germans still completely at standstill in France, but Poland will fall very soon at least, which means the Germans will be able to focus over on the western front.
And here comes the Winter War.
Here comes the Winter War. Now let's see if Finland's the Finns are holding, obviously. Maybe if they
attack, and it's working.
It is green thus far.
And that's the
Leningrad Hail Mary going to work? It's going to be close though. They're
taking it. They're taking it.
They are taking it.
And this is their entire plan.
And they are clicking up, pushing out the Soviet mountaineers.
So how long do they have to hold Leningrad to win?
Not for that long, I think.
Oh, the Soviets are desperately trying to reinforce here, but it won't work. And Leningrad has fallen.
Leningrad has indeed fallen.
This is the best news on the Axis faction.
Very good silver lining for the Axis here. They can declare victory against the Soviets. Now they just need to press the decision.
Really?
Yes. In 5 days, the Finns will have won the Winter War by building only heavy artillery divisions and just assaulting Leningrad straight off the bat. Kicking out all those Soviet volunteers from the Spanish Civil War.
But will he know to click the victory?
Yeah, he has already clicked it. So this is going to be in 3 days. They will not lose Leningrad in 3 days. So
good job, Jonathan.
Very impressive Finnish Winter War. That is probably the most impressive Finnish Winter War we have seen. That is.
And there we go.
Yeah, very high public trust, full CSU, more recruitability. And it also locks out the Soviets of a lot of their focuses as well.
Oh, nice.
When they lose the Winter War.
That's really nice.
This
is the first good news that we've seen for the Axis in all game.
Incredible play by the Finns. The first Hail Mary plan that actually works, to be honest. They just literally kicked in the door. They had nothing on the front, nothing anywhere.
Yeah, nothing on the back lines.
They just built heavy artillery, very heavy ranger divisions, and they kicked out all of those veterans from the Spanish Civil War that were so scary. Impressive play by Finland.
Oh, here's a big
win for the Axis.
Okay, so Italy's main fleet is out and about again. It looks like they just got their noses bloodied. Not too bad though, but they have to go back and repair. But they are Remmefors is out fighting again. It still has
the Germans are making inroads now. They are surrounding some British troops in Belgium. Might actually be able to get some kills here. And Poland is falling any day now, which is a weird thing to say in 1940.
Okay, but this is a bit scary for Badger. He needs to start considering evacuating.
Like Badger said, he has a problem because he's only one player, right? Yeah. And he has to keep an eye on the Mediterranean and all the fighting here. He has to keep an eye basically everywhere. And
look at this. Look at this.
Now
German tank might get cut off here.
We will see. Maybe
this tile here is lost, and
that's a German tank falling instead. This is very, very bad news for Germany. We have 7 German tanks. No, he lost the entire tank corps.
All of those are locked out. Oh shit!
The entire tank corps of Germany is lost in France. So that's, I mean,
not all of them, but
most of them. They now
at least half.
At least half of all the German tanks.
I think they had 14. Now they have 6. This is a disaster for Germany.
Complete disaster for Germany.
If things couldn't be looking worse, now they look really bad.
Yeah, this is. I mean, obviously the Finnish thing was good for them, but this is. Yeah, and Poland is still alive. We have encircled German divisions outside Warsaw again.
What? How is it possible? No, they're not.
No, they are going to get them out, right? But still. They are just getting outmaneuvered, right?
Will Remmefors be able to defend Italy here? Okay, so he's moving most of his troops up towards the Alpine front here, but he's already lost some territory.
Yeah, the Italians are getting pushed in. I mean, obviously this French...
Oh, look at this again. They're
general...
pushing in. The French are just pushing back right now. Lawrence is having a nice game here on France.
We have the German divisions coming back from Poland now, though, but the loss of the half of the tank army is definitely not what you want as Germany at this point. China has fallen now. They are going big Manchu. And we have the Allied push as promised in North Africa.
Yeah, and I mean, there's nothing the Axis can do about this.
Yeah, they are just going to roll through the entire... They are just pushing this out. The Italians have already given up North Africa.
They've evacuated. They have to defend North Italy instead of North Africa. Okay, there goes Greece at least. That was expected. Falk finishing up the last of Greece down there. But this is looking bad. Now all of the Germans, all of the Axis in Europe have to focus on getting France out of this war. So they must be scrambling right now.
And Warsaw is falling in a couple of days here. I don't know why they did such a daring... If they knew that they couldn't push, why did they send in the tank corps like that? Just wait for Poland.
I guess they were trying to make some moves. They were trying to open up the front. I don't know, but a bit too optimistic. And apart from losing half their tanks, they lost all of the good tanks as well. So they only have one of the medium assault guns left.
Yeah, I mean, Germany
already has light tanks.
250k casualties on Germany, and they are not even in France yet. Yeah. We have the only one that has more casualties on the Allied side is Poland, right?
Yeah, and that's to be expected too.
So this is incredibly bad for the Germans. They need to... Yeah, like you said, Peter, the margin for error is incredibly small now.
Yeah.
And it was incredibly small even before. Boppus is saying that it's because of early access civs, possibly played a part. But, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if they would have had their tank corps over in Poland when the war began, as it was now, they split up. So they had a bunch of infantry over in Poland and all of the tanks in the west. I don't know.
But now the German miners, or the Axis miners rather, are coming to help Italy and to help the line, and they are going obviously to be able to push in France sooner or later. But I mean, losing all those tanks, it was such a disastrous move. Really, they should have waited. Poland crashed now. It was like 2 months away. They were too daring.
Yeah.
If they had managed to surround...
why Remmefors is still fighting out here in the Med. I mean, he's got nothing now in North Africa. He just needs to conserve his strength to fight another day.
Luxembourg has capitulated again. It's not an unusual thing to see. Luxembourg getting liberated and then capitulated once again, but... We'll see here now. The Axis are starting to make some moves in, and now they are pushing
in southern France, at least.
Yeah, both in southern France and in northern France, they did push out the Belgians here, and they have the railway gun up by the line, and now they have infantry support and so on. So
it looks like France's Romanian Marines are the ones leading the charge right now, because the Germans, of course, have lost their spearhead.
Yeah.
So it's up to the Axis miners to pick up the slack that Germany has left here.
Yeah, the thing is now Remmefors has retreated from the Med, right? So now the Brits can actually focus on the micro here. That little window they had of encircling big amounts of UK troops has probably come and gone. I mean, obviously the Allies can make mistakes as well, right?
Yeah.
They can just fuck up and get encircled, but by the looks of things and the execution of things now, there is nothing really that favors the Axis in this sense, except the Finnish win in the Winter War.
And if I were the Axis right now, I would be deathly worried about an Allied invasion of southern Italy, because there's nothing really stopping them from doing that right now. I mean, Italy is focusing all its strength on trying to beat France. So if they manage to pull up an invasion...
Now we have a big fight between the main fleet of Italy and the main fleet of France, it seems, outside of Sicily here.
And this is a trade that France is, of course, willing to make, because they would lose their navy anyways.
Yeah, I mean, if
here
France...
comes the UK fleet as well.
The UK fleet is coming in, and this is going to go badly for the Italians if they catch up to them. Now the UK fleet is here, and there is a big fight, and the Italians are just getting really sunk here. They're just destroying the cruiser, and they are retreating.
Belgium capitulated. I wonder if the Brits are left.
10 destroyers and 1 cruiser. I mean, it's not a... Obviously, the Brits would have liked the Italian main fleet to take more damage in that engagement, but it's nothing that's...
And it looks like their expeditionary force is safe, even though I don't know why Belgium capitulated, actually. It seems like they held Brussels. Or maybe they just reclaimed it really quickly, but I don't really see why.
Yeah, there's still nothing happening in France, basically. I mean, the south is falling to the Italians, and they will push in from there. We have the Allies. Actually, the Brits are actually pushing into Antwerp now. But yeah, as Asnog is saying here, this could be a very short game by the looks of things. And we'll see.
Definitely.
We have a AI Netherlands is naval invading Thessaloniki and seems to be landing.
And Sarge from Australia is actually he's invading Rhodes. Or Crete, I mean. He just went from Rhodes to Crete. So he's here with his Marines, and he could actually lead this super early D-Day.
And here in Greece, the Greek AI and the Netherlands AI is back on the mainland.
It looks like Boppus has some numbers here on the Axis tank losses. Boppus, could you give us a quick recap?
Yeah, you see the graph up here is fielded tanks, fielded armor, and you see the red line is the Axis armor. They lost almost half their fielded armor. And allies are going ahead.
And this is before the Soviets. Oh, this is including the Soviets, right?
Yeah, it's including the Soviets. They're just building armor. They are not fielding anything. They're not fielding anything yet. But they had at least 100 factories, 150 factories when I checked. I want this to go better for the Axis. This is not a perfect start for an Axis player.
No, and I'm really worried about a super early D-Day here.
Yeah, and if you look at total factories here, you really want those French factories. There's a lot of French factories that's not in the possession of the Axis right now. If we make this bigger, we have 344 French factories. So I think and hope they're happy to build 7 extra civilian factories early on. And that's my take on it.
Yeah.
See you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Axis disaster by the looks of things at the moment.
Definitely.
We'll see. There are some green bubbles from the German perspective here in the northern area. We have Ireland AI divisions getting pushed out of Gent here. It seems like France is going to fall from the south by the looks of things. Not a good grade for the Germans.
The Australians now, Sarge's Australians, they're going for Sardinia. So they're starting to pick off some real Italian heartland here.
They are planning some paradrops into France now. This was not what they were wanting to use the paratroopers for.
Yeah, they're showing their cards. Have they made them? Yeah, they call them Grenswacht.
Yeah,
they look like.
They have been very stealthy with the paratroopers, but this is the problem also because now you have this like a lot of this 22 paratrooper divisions that you can't.
You're really showing your cards.
But we'll see. Perhaps the Allies will be caught sleeping a bit because they think they have already won, basically.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We have a Brazilian cavalry landing outside Thessaloniki for some reason.
That's a bit weird. And
they are actually not pushing, so they're going to die. But poor Brazilian horse. I wonder how he even got there. But,
Brazil, of course, is being played by the AI this game. It's a bit weird that they're even in the war already, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a good point.
They should be a bit slower coming in with the US later on.
Yeah, I don't know why Brazil is called, actually. That's a good Good point.
The US
doesn't really matter at this point.
US are still taking it slow. They don't have any troops out or anything. So I guess if the Japanese were to enter the war right now, it would be a while before the US were ready.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the Japanese needs to enter the war as quickly as possible, right? The Axis need literally everything they can get at this point.
Yeah. Because both the Raj and Australia have forces in North Africa, and they could actually be in Italy very, very soon. And the fronts are not moving.
No, we'll see if the paratroopers can help Germany win the day, but not in Great Britain then, but in France. That's not what you want, but
I mean, it's always scary to be facing paratroopers because you need to really defend your back lines. You can't leave any tiles.
I mean, obviously, if you're France at this point, obviously you haven't garrisoned your victory points against paratroopers, right? So it's that's going to work, but it's like it's not something you want, right? And the Germans.
And they're basically giving up on Luftwaffe at this point. They're just happy to take France.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to try, right? If they have the possibility, but it's...
I guess, but I mean, yeah.
Yeah, we have the Italian fleet going out of port again. See what they are going to try to
I mean, there's not a lot of troops in Britain proper. They do get some spawn-ins and stuff, I think, if they get invaded. But at the moment, 21 paratroopers could definitely take and hold the UK.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, Belgium is back now.
Yeah, Belgium is back.
Yeah, and also Brazil just keeps naval invading Central Macedonia for some reason.
It's classic Brazilian clay, I suppose. Let's have a look. Is Sarge going for... let's have a look at Australia.
When do the rules state that France have to capitulate? Because if France hasn't capitulated by a certain point, then Germany will just get it, and they have to give up off-map factories.
That's a good question.
Because if I was Germany, I perhaps would like to wait for that point instead of showing my paratrooper cards. But now they are doing the paradrops, though. So they are dropping paratroopers in the entire back line of the French player, and Paris has fallen, and we have... France will capitulate, still have like 30% or so until capitulation, so they cannot only do paratroopers. And we will see if they manage to link this up. They are, like the Bulgarians, the Vroom Vroom Boom Boom, are going in, and they are encircling the entire Allied front here. So well-executed paradrop. They just very well-executed paradrop, actually. They just
definitely caught the Allies off guard. They were not expecting
this. That definitely caught the Allies off guard. They're going to get some Brits out of this also, but... They wanted to do the well-executed paradrop on Great Britain, right? Now they're just going to have... What is Badger going to do when he sees these 20 paratroopers?
Probably sweating a bit now. And like, okay, wait, am I defended in the home isles? What's the air superiority looking like? Right now, it's red for the Allies. This is from the UK perspective. And if the Germans start sending some planes up...
Yeah, perhaps if they go super fast. I mean, as an Axis player here, you need to do a Hail Mary. You just need to do something. If you lose, you lose, right? So Paris is though back in French hands again, which is not something you want if you're going to capitulate them fast.
Yeah. I'm a bit surprised that the Allies haven't actually invaded Italy. Before France falls, you have the tanks down here. You have the Australian Marines. You could just go for it. You could take Sicily. You could take Sardinia. You could do something with it. This is a time before France falls that the entire Axis faction is occupied. So, yeah. Let's see. Is the UK able to get their entire...
UK lost a Marine there. I mean, if the UK loses all their troops in France and Germany just goes super fast and does a Luftwaffe, maybe. France has now capitulated. Very good... Very well executed paradrops, actually.
Yeah.
The plan was really on point. It's just that they it shouldn't have been used in France in May of 1940. But
it's too bad that the UK got their entire expeditionary force out, because now they do have some troops to defend the home islands. Let's see what the Axis do now. What's up your sleeve, Pontus?
Yeah, I mean, now the UK has I don't think that the Luftwaffe, they've shown their cards, right, at this point. If Badger has to misplay quite gravely in order to actually get invaded here, but we will
Look
see.
at the air. Look at the air. I think they need green air over the channel as well to be able to pull it off, but they do have green air over.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that actually favors the Axis still is obviously the fighters. As Dawn showed us before, like, they are totally crashing when it comes to tanks after the encirclement. When it comes to bombers, the Italians have gotten completely eaten by the United Kingdom. But the Germans actually have fighter twos, and quite a lot of them.
Yeah.
3,300 fighter planes.
Yeah, I think Badger is puckering up a bit now. He needs to be a bit worried at this moment.
And Badger, 800 fighters. He has not focused at all on the fighters. We'll see what Dawn has to say. I can see him in screen.
This is the Battle of Britain, but look at this. Looks like Germany is pulling back.
We will see.
You spotted the same thing that I spotted. There's no divisions in the home islands at all.
Yeah, except for the Expeditionary Force that they just sent home.
Yeah, this could be amazing. I changed my predictometers already because the Cap of France was swift and beautiful. So yeah, it's game on again. I would love to see a Löwe.
This would be amazing. Imagine getting that interview with Badger after
That's go to my perspective, Boppus.
Yeah, here we go. It's a bit sad though that they're going all out on the far south of the Isles, because that's where Badger has his defenders. You can see here, they're all of them down here in the south. But it looks like the air is
is churning out. I mean, he has wised up to this. He realized.
For sure.
He definitely
knows there are 22 paratroopers, and he knows what's going on in the air right now. But it looks like the Germans have problems getting that air superiority. Oh wait, okay, so this is the.
Yeah, they only need green over southern England, then
it's go time.
And then it is go time. It's still green, yellow.
This is a very important air battle right now.
The Battle of Southern England is going in the Axis favor at the moment. They are trading badly, but I don't think they're too concerned about that. But the anti-airships, I think that Badger is going to send them back up to the channel at this point.
I don't know if there's too many left. That was mostly Canada's obligation. I think they were used up more or less. This is exciting. Exciting times.
Yeah, indeed.
I wonder if they will bring out their home fleet, the Germans. Do they even have one? Not much of a fleet to.
Yeah, the air superiority 57% in favor of the Axis, 57 still.
Yeah, they just need a
56.9, 57. They need a bit more in order to execute these paradrops. But the more time goes on, the more the UK will prepare, because Badger knows exactly what is coming at this point.
You can see the pings here coming from the Axis players. We will land here, and here. We will have some divisions here, and here, and here.
Now air is green.
Air is green, and that should mean go time for all of these paratroopers. Let's have a look at the land map mode here. Press the button. Come on, guys. Do it. Press that button. Come on.
Yeah.
Why aren't they going?
I don't know.
Just do it. Press that button. Heinz. Los. Oh, maybe they need green on the departure zone as well. Now they have it. And
I don't know.
Come on, guys.
They need 75%. They have 71%, so they're not quite there.
Okay, so green air isn't enough. You actually need more.
Yeah. Now they have 71.5%.
Oh, this is hairy. They're pushing everything they have here.
They have almost 3,000 fighters over Britain. 71.6%.
Jesus.
This is quite the historical Battle of Britain, and not with the paratroopers, obviously, but the Brits are fighting quite a lot. We'll see, but 71.5. The Brits are desperately building up their defenses here. And they have quite a lot of defenses now. Now they have 5 more divisions here, 8 more divisions here. At this point, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you would actually need to land away from those defenders because they are probably stronger than the paratroopers. But we would at least want them to land to see how it works out. Let's see, what kind of troops are these? Okay, so these are good divisions. Badger will probably defend this.
Yeah, I mean, Badger has done so well in all other theaters of the war, and he got this time now. The Luftwaffe tactic was very smart. Obviously, it worked out perfectly in France.
Yeah.
Right.
But you need the element of surprise, definitely. And right now he does not have it. Okay, so we are at
68.9. It's moving down. I don't think they're going to get that air superiority they need.
This is too bad. Okay, they're going for Yugoslavia. Is Germany keeping Yugoslavia? That's greedy. Or are the Allies doing anything back? Okay, so this is just AI of Brazil. We do see Sarge here in Australia, still in North Africa, still planning against Sardinia. But of course, the main attraction is this, the Luftwaffe. Will we see it?
It doesn't look like it at the moment.
I'm getting so blue-balled by this. We're so close. So very close. And they're down. They're
up to 71% again. They are trying very hard.
Yeah.
They're definitely not giving up yet.
Are they overstacking or anything this time?
No, they're not, and they're actually trading well now, the Axis. So if this keeps going on, they are shooting down a lot of Allied planes.
Yeah.
So they have no reason to stop this air engagement.
No, and I mean, it's the only thing they have going for them. So.
Yeah, partly that, but also like, even if they are not going to do the sea level, this trade is good. They are shooting down like 9 planes and 10 planes.
Yeah.
When the Allies are only shooting down like 1. So as long as they stay with their planes over Britain, and Badger is very scared of a Luftwaffe, he's just going to lose planes in the air. So you might as well, right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the Axis, considering they lost North Africa, they don't really have any other theaters of war to fight.
Yeah, the thing is, because before they had too many theaters, right?
Yeah.
But now they have nothing, right? So
yeah.
Obviously Badger is really scared about this, so he's going to keep a lot of planes in the air zone, and he's just going to get shot down.
It looks like they are going for Norway finally, but they don't have a focus set. Okay, now they do, but it's not a macro focus, so not going just yet. Let's have a look at the air superiority here again. Yeah, it's hovering around 70%.
Yeah, they need a little edge, that's the thing, but as I said, it's going in the Axis favor, not in general, but this specific engagement is very much in favor of the Axis at this point.
Yeah, so, I'm surprised they can trade so well over British home territory.
They have the fight to tooth.
Yeah, I guess.
But now they are trading worse.
Yeah.
Suddenly.
Caster's curse.
Yeah, I guess, Badger is also putting a lot of, like he said, he's putting a lot of factories on Spitfires. He's building, he has a lot of static anti-air now. I mean, as we said, you need an element of surprise here, and that is gone. Now Badger has literally 4 or 5 like fully stacked Marine divisions. And
as Mortal Richard was saying, they are actually strat bombing the UK as well.
Yeah, probably a good thing, right? I mean, the French war went very well in the end.
Yeah, we are very close to 75% now. Come on, guys.
73.5%. So it is developing in the Axis favor. The air superiority slowly but surely, and there is nothing else to do. They are running a bit low on fuel, though, the Germans, but they still have it for 91 days.
They're also, these paratroopers are lacking a bit of equipment. I would think that if you're the tip of the spear, you should get everything you need. So they're still a bit low on pack artillery and special forces gear, which is a bit worrying. Yeah, you can see here they're in the hole a bit. Not too bad, though.
Yeah, and Italy can roam the Mediterranean again as Britain has moved home their fleet, I think.
Yeah, I wonder why. Why are you going home, Badger?
Well, the British home fleet is actually in Alexandria. I didn't know.
Yeah, he still has enough to defend the home isle. Well, the threat is not coming from sea, it's coming from the air.
Indeed it is. We have the Brazilians conducting another naval invasion of the Greek mainland.
Tip of the spear. Yeah, they're actually going hard. 3 divisions here. But why is not Australia attacking? I think they really should, while they still have time. Let's have a look where they're defending. Yeah, so they're not going to try to defend the Dutch East Indies. They're just protecting Australia. They've also annexed New Zealand, but New Zealand is not getting any protection. So some openings there for the Japanese player once they join the game. And it looks like they're not going for any naval invasions. It looks like they're heading home. Such a defensive stance from the Allies. I'm a bit disappointed.
Yeah, if I was the Allies at this point, I would threaten Italy from the south.
Maybe they're like, okay, guys, it will make for a boring and quick game. Let's take a step back. But
yeah, possibly, or they are focused. I mean, Badger is probably super scared of the Luftwaffe after he saw what happened in France, and they are just fighting for air superiority.
Oh, they're really close to 75%, but
they're now at 74.7.
Yeah, but at the same time, the paratroopers are training.
That's bad.
They should stop training because they're almost ready to jump.
They are ready to jump very, very soon.
Yeah.
In like a day or so.
That's 75%. Okay,
that's
stop
75%.
Training. Stop training. Please.
And
please, guys, stop training. Guys.
I don't know what they're doing, really.
Oh, this is, yeah.
And they have that superiority now. They can jump, and the sooner the better.
They can. They just need to stop exercising their troops. Look at them doing jumping jacks. You're not supposed to do jumping jacks. You're supposed to do hostile jumps over Britain. Guy, stop training.
I don't know.
Yeah, and this, of course, makes the morale or the organization.
And now they're down. Now they're down below 75% again.
Okay, so that was the moment.
That might have been the moment.
But they're still taking down British planes, trading efficiently.
Yeah, they're trading efficiently, and also you see 21 static anti-air guns in England. So Badger can basically do nothing else apart from just building anti-air and trying to repair and desperately.
He's actually repairing with all his factories right now. Yeah. Those Strat bombers are doing work.
So they are really holding back the British production by doing this. But I mean, sometime they have to do a Barbarossa, right? We're also talking. I mean, we're talking about now. If you join the game now, it might seem like the Axis are ahead, right? Because they're pressuring the United Kingdom so hard, but they had such problems in Greece, and they already lost North Africa, and that's why they are pressuring them so hard.
Yeah.
And at some point, they're going to need to go into the Soviet Union, and I mean...
okay, so they stopped exercising their troops.
Yeah.
Will they get to 75? Yeah, they're at 75%. Okay, so we could see a jump here as soon as the organization is recovered, and we're almost there. But
42,
this might be too late.
44, 45.
He is much better defended now.
Yeah, that's the organization, and yeah.
He's very lonely, though. I mean, where are the rest of the allies? Don't they know he's threatened? Okay, will we see a jump? That's the big question everybody wants to know.
Yes, at this point they can just click.
So 90.
Yellow over French channel.
Oh, that should be easily fixed though. Green.
66.
66%. Okay, I guess it must
67.
build up. Still
100 over the channel.
Okay, now they can go.
They're jumped.
And we're
off to the races.
We're off to the races.
But only for a very short time, because then they lost their superiority again due to...
Yeah, so one guy has landed. He will immediately be killed at the very end of Cornwall here. Was that it?
That was probably it. I mean, what do they do at this point, right? I mean...
It's not at 70% anymore, 75 anymore. Okay, so that guy was dead. And
all the orders are cancelled.
Yeah, he managed to lose a few that he missed because he had 19 and only 16 left.
Now they still have 19 paratroopers.
So where are they?
I don't know where the rest of them are, actually.
Are they recently spawned, or if I push these guys? Oh, okay, so we got a few down here.
Yeah, they are going to Italy for some reason.
What's the plan?
Yeah, they probably left.
Probably left?
Yeah, I think they're done, right? I mean, at this point, trying a new paradrop at this point seems kind of a moot point.
I don't know. Have a look.
Maybe.
I guess you could go for Ireland.
They're still trading well, so they can keep the air. I mean, Badger...
As long as you're trading well, why not keep doing it, right?
Yeah, and also, I mean, Badger is still scared, right? Because they are still trading well, and they're keeping the air over Great Britain, and Badger is still super scared and building a lot of anti-air.
Yeah.
So if they cancel their paradrop orders, Badger doesn't know that, right?
Yeah.
Because the paradrop orders are cancelled now. They're standing here doing nothing, the paratroopers. So obviously there is not going to be a Luftlöwe, but as long as Badger thinks it's going to be a Luftlöwe, they might as well shoot down his planes while they're at it. But it's still the Allies' game to lose, I would say. If the Luftlöwe had succeeded, they could have clawed themselves back, right? But it's still looking very, very grim for the Axis in a broader sense, even if the paradrop strategy worked out well. It was... Had they managed to capitulate France as they planned, they would definitely have been able to do the Luftlöwe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it looks like from the production screen here, the focus has definitely shifted. So here we can see them building up a bunch of medium tank divisions in order to invade the Soviet Union. So I guess that was it. Too bad. It looked quite promising.
Yeah, we have Boppes wanting to join in here.
Yes, please do.
Yeah, I'm just looking at graphs here on fighter production, not fighter production, how many fighters you have in air. And I'd see if I find the graph here, so you can see it too. The air advantage is huge, and as you have been seeing, they are trading really, really good. So we see Allied fighters going down, while Axis fighter are remaining at an incredible high amount of fighters. And this is not only good in the European theater, but I'm looking at this from a Soviet point of view, an Eastern Front point of view, because if they are losing fighters in this rate, they won't have any fighters left to send to the Soviet Union, and then they have to fend for themselves in the air, and that will hugely favor Germany. So even though Germany has been beaten a lot, I'm still favoring Germany a little bit on the Eastern Front. I'm
interested in like the mind games here, because obviously there's not going to be a Luftlöwe, but Badger still seems incredibly scared about it and is just putting all his factories on anti-air and having a lot of planes in the air trading like shit.
Yeah, that's a huge boost for Germany. They played enormously well with the French campaign. The paratroopers there totally switched the pace of the game. I would still say, as you see, Germany and the Axis are on a back footing, but it's not as bad as it looked when they had France standing. And I also pushed in factory counts, because now Axis have taken France, and you see the difference here. This is from a couple of months ago, but still, now Axis have 260 more military factories than the Allies, and that really, really counts for a lot. So this is still an interesting game. It was about to not be, but well played, Germany.
Yeah,
definitely.
I'm a bit curious if they could use these paratroopers on North Africa or something. Wait, what's this? Is this just the Atlantic Wall?
Possibly. I'm very interested in, like, because
Isn't isn't this a lot? If this is just an Atlantic wall, isn't this a bit?
I don't know
much?
what they're planning, but I mean, at this point, it could work in the Axis favor that the France execution went so incredibly badly. Because the thing is, like, it's no guarantee at all that the Luftwaffe would have actually succeeded. We say that they probably would have landed, but the thing is that now they have such an air advantage due to planning for a Luftwaffe, and Badger is super scared of a Luftwaffe, and the fact that they are not doing it means that every day they're shooting down all these fighters. Because Badger still has like 1,000 fighters, 34 anti-air, just trying to keep the air superiority below 75%.
Yeah.
And obviously the Germans doesn't care anymore, but they are just shooting down so many British fighters because Badger was scared, because the paratroopers worked very well in France. And they dropped one right in Cornwall that died.
Yeah.
So now he's like, oh, they are going to do it again, right?
I wonder if this is also psychological warfare. All of these troops now arrayed by the English Channel, because as we can see from God's eye view, they're not planning any new invasions. The paratroopers are not just sitting here. But from the Badger point of view, this looks really scary.
Yeah, it might. I mean, the longer they can keep Badger's air fleet over in the skies, the better. But at this point, Badger should have some confidence, right? Because now you have the Canadian tanks and everything in Britain, which is also good for the Axis if they want to do something somewhere else. All the Allied armor is now in Britain because they are panicked.
Yeah.
But what else can the Axis do, however? They are not getting North Africa back.
Yeah, and they're probably going for Denmark and Norway.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Denmark, still an independent nation at this point in time, is quite unusual.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, they might be able to do something. It's very sad for Germany, obviously, that they lost half their armored core in France. That's gonna take some time to recover from. But they also have the fact that Finland actually won the Winter War, which means that the front in Finland is just 2 tiles towards Leningrad. So they don't need to worry, they don't need to reinforce Finland, because Finland is not going to get just steamrolled by the Soviets. That usually happens. Because now they can just sit by the Mannerheim line and be there, right?
Yeah. We have a comment from Siava that the Allies will probably wait for the Axis to be stuck with the USSR to do some southern landings in Italy and Greece. And yeah, indeed, there are ample opportunities for the Allies to just start doing naval invasions as soon as the Axis are occupied on the Eastern Front. Now finally we see the invasion of Denmark and Norway. Let's see if the Allies choose to send any troops to northern Norway.
No, there is nothing.
Nothing heading that way, it looks like, yeah.
And I mean, this is still, I would say, like, obviously, due to the air superiority that Germany has built up, due to their Luftwaffe ideas, is they might be a bit favored on the Eastern Front, but in the general war, it's still it has still been a steady string of Allied wins.
Yeah.
And now when the Luftwaffe didn't succeed either, we have a Spanish Civil War that was slow and sloggy, good for the Allies. We had a China War that was slow and sloggy, good for the Allies. We had a France that basically held out until we had to enforce the rule, right? They eventually got France. It's not a complete disaster for the Axis, but still very, very poorly done France campaign, except that last paradrop that changed everything. They got some encircled Allied troops, but that's like one UK Marine or so that died. The only silver lining is, of course, Finland winning the Winter War, but otherwise they have still lost half their armored core.
Yeah, I mean,
they still don't have that many tanks.
No, they're trying to rebuild, but they're only producing... Okay, so they're producing 10 divisions. Let's see, when will they be... And why can't I expand this? Oh, never mind. This is 10 divisions, but can I see when they will be...
And I mean, even the fact that Norway is still independent at 1941 is not something that makes you happy as an Axis player.
Yeah. I guess, silver lining is that the Soviets are not producing that many tanks either. They're producing 5, which they just... they cancelled. Okay, so...
Yeah, they have one.
Suddenly it's just 1. They had 5. Okay, now they're changing their mind again as we.
Yeah, the Soviets have. I think they fielded them now. So the Soviets have 12 tank divisions in the field. I'm gonna look over some of the infantry or the ground war statistics. So the Soviets have 12 divisions of medium tanks, and the Germans they have 7 divisions of light tanks and 1 division of medium tanks.
Yeah.
So it's by no means favored. It's by no means Axis favored this.
No.
They have put all their eggs in the paratrooper basket, and it only saved them in France.
Yeah. Hungary has 2 tank divisions, and Bulgaria has 4 of their motorized divisions. But expect to see both Bulgaria and Hungary doing some nice moves, unless they run into the Soviet armor, of course. So Norway is under attack, but they're still holding out.
Yeah, actually, the German naval invasions of Norway is bouncing even.
Yeah, this is
both Bodø and Trondheim. Now it's Trondheim is green.
Yeah, they finally got 1 green there, but not a decisive or a convincing invasion of Norway.
Yeah, the Brits have sent in garrison forces to Norway, it seems.
Yeah, it's an easy thing to do.
So the Brits have sent in some garrison troops. They are going to hold Narvik. They are also going to hold Trondheim, and they are even going to hold Oslo by the looks of things.
Yeah, but it's just Norwegian, right? Oh no, they actually moved British troops there as well.
Yeah,
that's a ballsy move.
Yeah, but Britain also has nothing to do because North Africa is already in Allied hands. So they only have the theater of war.
Are they French? England.
Can you show German air mastery screen? Okay, let me.
Let's have a look. There we go.
Now the air mastery.
Oh, mastery.
The little head on the east.
This one.
And then the doctrine. Click that one.
There we go.
Yeah, that's full.
Airspace dominance. There we go.
Yeah.
And still.
Yeah, I mean the Germans are going to have an insane air superiority over Soviet Union.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's about it.
That's about it.
It's like
that's the best we can say.
They managed to land in Oslo, by the looks of things, but they are getting pushed out. I mean, we have Canadian tanks in Oslo, right? Because they have nothing else to do, right?
Yeah. They're not stuck down in North Africa, and that.
And now they are losing Marines and everything.
Are they not? They're not evacuating. I think those were Hungarian crap infantry, but will they lose the Romanian Marines as well?
That's a big oversight if they do. They should get out. Because, I mean,
they're losing. Get out, Francis. Run away.
I mean, Francis...
maybe they can't?
Maybe not.
I guess they can always get out into the water.
But France is just throwing Marines away here. Now they're getting out, finally. Lost 1, But I mean...
Okay, so Japan is joining the big war against the Allies.
Yeah.
Come on, Francis, just retreat. Don't do this to me, Francis.
Yeah, this is... I mean, at this point we have Romania just throwing away the Marines. That's like 15%.
Mortal Bishop saying here that they did not buy the other branches of mastery. Oh, yeah, they lost those. They did not buy the other branches of mastery. They could have gone for a cast mastery and bomber mastery. Yeah, very true. I guess they're going mostly for fighters, but
but that's capped out now. So
yeah, exactly. Might as well.
Yeah, some very bad execution on the part of the Axis. I mean, all of the plans have been quite okay, right? And I mean, now they are losing. I mean, they might be able to hold northern Norway, but I mean, looking at things at the moment, there is still nothing that really favors the.
Looks like they're being thrown out of northern Norway as well by the AI. This is just humiliation in Norway.
They are sending in disorganized cavalry division to try to help here, but it's not going to work. He's just going to die, right?
Yeah, they have to evacuate.
Yeah,
I mean, these light tanks, they're among the only tanks that they have. So.
Yeah, because I mean now they're a bit.
Okay, but this is retreating.
Yeah, they have like nothing. they have nothing left to really focus on. It's just a lull until Barbarossa at this point, because North Africa is done, right? And that means that Norway is not going to fall, because the Allies are just going to place their armor there.
Yeah. 4
Canadian armor divisions, and Canada has more medium tanks than Germany has tanks in their entire corps. I mean, now Germany is fielding 11 medium tanks though, and so they are getting ready for Barb, but they're not going to get Norway.
We're going to have to see some miraculous moves to turn this around. I'm having a look now at the Pacific Theater and trying to see what SOG is cooking up here. So far, not too much. We don't see this nice Japanese octopus that we want to see with all the naval invasions planned. It looks like they have landed in the Philippines, though.
Yeah, they are going quite slow, the Japanese. Of course, there is no Netherlands player, as we've mentioned before, so that should work in their favor. There is, however, no Siam player either, but...
They only have 4 Marines. That's very low.
4 Marines, but they have an overstacked army, a heavily overstacked army of garrison divisions for some reason. And they have a lot of infantry.
Okay.
Mountaineers, I'm not sure.
They're taking Singapore. What? I thought Siam was part of Japan, and now it's independent. I don't get it. Singapore is falling, but it wasn't defended. Let's see what the Allies are doing. Okay, so Sarge actually has decided to make a stand in Dutch East Indies.
Do you think that the Japanese are planning to go to Raj? That's why they're doing the infantry stuff?
Well, that's the only place they can use them.
Why have they built 60 garrison divisions?
Wasn't that to fill the lines in China earlier?
Maybe, but what's the plan?
I mean, if you're just holding the line, they're fine. And
they're building 1 Marine division.
Yeah, I would.
And they have 4.
I would prefer to have more Marine divisions, that's for sure.
4 Marine divisions and 1 in training, and they are in the war.
So Norway being independent makes me happy. In unison and faithful until Dovre falls. Dovre being a very solid gneiss granite mountain area in central Norway, very unlikely to fall. Well, I don't think we'll see a Festung Dovre. I think, if Norway falls, Dovre falls. And I need a drink, Victor.
Yeah, you get me one. And we have the Germans here are lining up for the Eastern Front that will come into play at some point. But there is a lot of problems on the horizon for the Axis still. Not being able to capitulate Norway is very bad for them, because they now stand the risk of a D-Day from Norway into the German heartlands. The United Kingdom is still independent. They did trade very well on the air. That's probably the silver lining. They probably still are as well. If I tag over here to Germany, we're going to see. Because the air battle is still raging on over Great Britain. But they have retreated with most of their planes. And we'll see how this pans out. Now the air is red over Great Britain, so the Luftwaffe is now confirmed over. I'm trying to see here if I can get the details in the air. There. So, yeah, they have been trading worse for a while now, but they probably want to give that up. We'll see what happens here. They are planning naval invasions over in the Baltics. The Finns are lining up at Leningrad. I don't think the Soviets are going to fall into that trap twice, though. We have Clausewitz here in the chat. Been enjoying the weather and kayaking for 3 to 4 hours. Super nice. Since the end of the Spanish Civil War, seems I haven't missed much. And I mean, you have missed quite a lot of exciting events, but the grand scheme of things, I would say, is the same. Axis heavily on the back foot, but it remains to be seen. We have Dawn saying here, I can join in, so perhaps we should get him in for some expert commentary on the development of the war.
Oh, that was a long time ago, I would say. So I have actually not that, or I have a lot to say. I have been checking out the Panzer Corps of Germany and the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union has a lot more armor than Germany has. Germany is also lacking equipment in their armor core. I think they had 21 fielded armor, medium armors for the Soviet side. Yeah, versus 11. So even if they are worse armor, I'm really I don't like this. We need to make something with the predictometers here, I think.
We need some, I mean, considering they do have the air superiority, maybe they are able to land a couple of quick punches in the beginning to even out the score.
Yeah, what I'm hoping for here to make this game more even is that they use their paratroopers to great effect, because that could really hurt the Soviet Union, because they have no defense against the paratroopers. So if they land in the back,
the air superiority is given, so they could land wherever they want.
Yeah, and that could really change up things. If they cut off supply for the Panzer Corps, they could swiftly delete the entire Soviet Panzer Corps. But yeah, this
I'm looking right now. If you have a look here at the Soviets' disposition of forces, they are not defending against paratroopers here. See, they're not holding the airports or supply depots. They're just on the front lines.
And they don't have that much manpower. I showed a little bit earlier on. This is from January. Comintern has like 2.6 million manpower fielded, and the Axis have 4.1 million for the Axis side and 2.7 million for the Comintern side. So they have leaned heavily on their tank force. So I think this could be really interesting, but the first blows will really show where this is heading.
Yeah.
I haven't seen like the Axis have, apart from the execution of the paradrops in general. I mean, the paradrops in France were stellar execution, right?
Yeah.
But everything else have been quite poorly executed. The tank push, a disaster. Mediterranean, not very good at all. We now saw a failed attempt to take Norway. It seems like the only thing going for the Axis is complete domination in the air, and that they thus far have been able to execute paradrops very well.
Yeah.
Here's another interesting thing. If you look at this naval invasion planned on the Baltics, the ports here also not being defended. So this could definitely put the Soviets in a bit of a panic. They would, if the Germans land here, they would need to retreat quickly.
Yeah, things usually go quickly on the Eastern Front. It can swing swiftly back and forward.
Yeah.
So I'm really hoping for Germany right now and the Axis to really make a great showing in the Eastern Front. And as you showed us, they have amazing openings both in the Balkans and for paradrops quickly on.
Yeah. Norway is actually down in the Mediterranean. They're also really want to cap Falk here. All of the AI are really really interested in capping Falk, and I mean, who wouldn't be? Who wouldn't be? He can also be pretty smug when he's winning. He's not winning right now though. Let's see where he. So he's going to be here in the south. Yeah, they are preparing for Barbarossa now. It's getting close, I can see. And how close though? They're building some type of trains. Let's see, what with the USSR? Yeah, so we have a few focuses that they need to do before we go to Barbarossa. Let's have a look at what Sarge is doing in the east. Venus has fallen, of course. They are moving up.
Hong Kong just fell as well.
That's a bit late, actually.
Would say so.
But it wasn't defended. Okay, so they finally touched up upon Rosen's Raj forces, and this will be a deciding moment to see how they face up against each other.
Doesn't look too promising for the Japanese at a glance.
No, I wonder where are all their troops? Let's see here. So these guys are on the Burma front. These guys are down here. This main.
Oh, look at the Germans here.
Defense.
Look over at the German orders.
Yes. Yeah, they might actually...
Yeah, they are...
It's like they know where the Soviet troops are. Soviet troops are right here, and they will land right behind them.
Yeah, but the thing is that the Soviet troops are pretty much always there, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, if they manage to keep executing perfect paradrops, that might be what brings them back into the game.
Yeah.
But they also need to stop making micro mistakes because that thing, like getting half your Panzer Corps encircled, I mean, it sucks in France, but it's game ending if it happens on the Eastern Front.
We see here Romania is preparing to do a naval invasion of the Crimea. Romania, of course, being played by Francis.
Yeah.
And Francis, he lost a few of his Marines in Oslo. They were against the rules at the beginning. Let's see how they look now. Okay, so he's still 20 width. I would like them to be bigger. But I guess they could land. Not too much. Nothing defending Crimea. I mean, I'm a bit disappointed at how the Soviets are...
I think the Allies, they shouldn't take out their victory in advance, right? Because the Soviets might look over at France and Britain and be like, yeah, we can chill a little bit, right? But if they get overrun in the East, if Germany had a bad France, it doesn't really matter if Moscow falls.
Yeah, I mean, this is not how your defense should look. If you know there are a bunch of paratroopers, I mean, there's nothing here.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a break in the communication, right? Because now when we play...
Have missed it.
Yeah, possibly. But I'm thinking think back at Berg or Hof, right?
Yeah.
The entire Allies is sitting in one room. Then you'll tell the Comintern, right? You will talk to each other.
Guys, look out for paratroopers.
And then you have the lunch break. You're going to be like, yeah, we saw the paratrooper, they might be doing this. And then you're going to yell, oh, we're getting paradropped. You're going to hear, right? But now you have a Discord channel and you have the Comintern in one room. And you have the Allies in another room, and the Comintern is just sitting there building stuff, watching Netflix on the other monitor until about now, right?
Yeah.
So it's entirely possible that they have missed it.
This is dangerous disposition, though. If you're the Soviets, I mean they have all the tools that they need, but I would be a bit more spread out defense in depth.
I'm also very interested in the Finns. They are just building this heavy artillery. They have so many of these heavy artillery.
Oh yeah.
Like the Rangers and 8 heavy artillery.
And these are them down in the south.
These are insane. 430 soft attack on an infantry division.
Yeah, and look at where they all are as well. Like the only thing covering all of northern Finland are these few garrison divisions. Otherwise, it's they're going all out on Leningrad again.
Yeah, we kind of missed like the Finnish plays. Like they got to keep all of these, and also when they win the Winter War, they get this like additions to the buffs, right? So now they have like all infantry, hard attack plus 20%, piercing plus 75.
Yeah.
I mean, this is dangerous for the Soviets, and also they don't lose Sisu now, right? Because since they didn't lose any core territory in the Winter War, they're gonna have 100% Sisu. And that is 10% recruitable factor, 10% stability, 10% war support.
Yeah, I think the main things in favor of the Soviets right now is that one, they have enough tanks, and two, that they can expect a pretty early D-Day.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I would still say it's in favor of... It's still the Allies' game to lose, to be honest. Because the Axis still have had a very poor showing up until now. It's just certain circumstances have given us some indication that some things might work out in their favor, but they're still not holding Norway. Italy is still in dire straits once Barbarossa starts, because North Africa...
But look at this, the absolute disrespect, the balls of brass from Sarge. The Australian player, he's here planning a naval invasion on Sicily. Meanwhile, Japan is threatening the entire Pacific area. He just landed in Brunei. I mean, Australia is just a stone's throw from here, but he's keeping a large number of his forces up in North Africa. That's a ballsy, I would say.
Boppus wants in.
Yeah, could you take us outside the Japanese coast? Because this is fun, and I'm not sure what they're doing really. If you look at the naval battles there. go over to Japan. We have 15 cruisers, American cruisers, who have sunk like 200 convoys.
Oh wow!
I think they noticed now and actually went to deal with it.
Yeah, it just went away. That's sneaky from stationary.
Yeah. Really well played. So, but they caught it before we could see it.
Or looks like he has 2 of these task forces actually.
Yeah. Did they lose anything? 15 in each?
It seems to be 15 in each. Yeah. One of them they're repairing right now, but
he's unscathed.
That's really sneaky.
And the Americans are reinforcing the Netherlands as well. The Indonesia rather, but
finally they pushed out some infantry. They have about 75 divisions out now, so they are just swarming Southeast Asia with infantry.
Yeah, nothing happening on the Indian front either.
Japanese are not really using their initial Tora. They really need to burst out on the scene and take as much territory as they can in the beginning, early on. And they're not really disposed to do this. Only 5 Marines now, and that's not a lot. You usually see, 3-4 times that number of Marines from the Japanese player.
The Germans need to take Barbarossa as their next focus in like 2 or 3 days. Otherwise, they have to wait until 1942.
Oh, wow.
So
they're issuing winter codes.
They are issuing winter codes. But if I was Germany, I would go Barbarossa like literally now, because otherwise they're going to miss it. Because
they have to go.
Yeah.
Okay. Do it.
They have to take it now.
What?
War with the USSR. Yeah, they are taking the Barbarossa now in 14 days.
What's going on? The United Kingdom, the British-Iraqi war? What? So Britain is invading Iraq?
Nothing new in a historical sense, but it's weird to see now.
This is not something we usually see, is it?
Yeah, I think it's allowed. It's fair game. It's just that usually
now they're in the Axis.
They really can't. Okay.
Yeah, I would too. I mean, who else are you going to join if the Allies invade you? I mean,
it's a lot of oil as well, right?
Yeah. Fair. It's a bit sneaky, but fair enough. Okay, so will we see a Barbarossa? War with the USSR. Okay.
So yeah, they are going, so it should be. But they need to do it. All of the following must be true. So will they fail the focus if... Yeah, there are 31 days in July, though, so they will succeed. But that was by the hair. If they had clicked it like 3 seconds later, there would be no Barbarossa in 41.
Oh, that's interesting.
So many edge plays by the Axis this game.
Yeah. Okay, so as you can see here from the map, the main focus of the Germans is this northern part here in the Baltics. And so a key part will be how much of this can the Soviets get out of there, or can they actually beat back the paratroopers? And will they follow up their naval invasions with some other troops? Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like they have some things to follow up with.
We will see. As war has broken out between the Soviet Union and the German Reich, nothing thus far has really favored the Axis, except the Finnish place and some paradrops in France, which was quite frankly impressive. Yeah. But otherwise, this is still, I would say, the Allies' game to lose. They are even invading Iraq, controlling the entire North Africa. Italy has to be scared. The UK rules the seas. Norway is firmly in Allied hands. Let's see if the Axis can claw it back from the jaws of defeat. And we see the Finns going in here to Leningrad. They are charging in. They are doing the same thing they did in the Winter War, basically.
How unoriginal.
Full on heavy artillery. This time, though, the Soviets seem to have reinforced Leningrad properly. Or maybe not. They are cycling in more troops.
Maybe. I mean, I wonder, what if the Germans were able to do a proper 1-2 punch? I mean, they land with their paratroopers here, and then they do another naval invasion further in. I mean, they could go for Moscow.
Yeah, I mean, the coordination here, the Finns are punching super hard, but it's still, I mean, it is the Soviets. You can't really, as the Finns charging into Leningrad without German support generally doesn't work, right? Yeah. It panned out well in the Winter War, but they're not going to take Leningrad when the Soviets reinforce it with tanks. But Finland is going to be a threat to the Soviets, because the Soviets, see here, the Soviets need to have 5 tank divisions, 2 more tank divisions, just stationed in Leningrad, so it doesn't fall to the Finnish. And that means that they are not on the front. So, but then again, Finland has absolutely nothing in the other parts of the country.
No,
but
they're really counting on this succeeding.
Neither does the Soviets, however.
Yeah.
Because if I were the Soviets and I saw that Finland took Leningrad in the Winter War, and it was very obvious that they're going to do the same thing again, I would put troops here and just take Finland.
Yeah.
But they have not. So actually, the northern front of the east working out in favor of the Axis, I would say. Obviously,
it looks like they're holding off on firing their naval invasion until they're right up against the Soviet front line. That's smart because then you can actually shut them in. So if you wait until your troops are over here on the front line, then you might actually cut them off.
Will be very interesting to see this here. We do see the Germans moving up. Nothing much happening in Finland. There are green bubbles now for the Finnish Rangers on the tile next to Leningrad. They might actually be able to do something with this. They managed to push out the Soviets of that tile, and now they have another tile close to Leningrad. Will they be able to hold it? Doubtful, but they are at least trying very hard to do so. They are not going to be able to hold that, but once they lose that, perhaps they can make for a new push on Leningrad.
A bit of a back and forth there.
Definitely a back and forth. And Finland should not be able to punch this hard, but I don't think it's hard enough anyway.
Meanwhile, it's the southern front where the Axis are gaining most ground quickest.
Romania is taking loads of territory very quickly.
I think it's actually Falk's Bulgarian motorized, and they were able to break through the front lines, easy peasy. But here comes the Soviet tanks.
The Soviet tanks are squaring up against the Bulgarian rocket artillery, and they are.
Yeah, they can actually fight toe to toe with the Soviet tanks.
They can fight toe to toe. It's even. By the looks of things, at this point, the Bulgarians are winning this particular fight. We have Spanish tanks coming in.
Can they?
I don't know, actually. Let's check it out.
So Spanish tanks are coming in as well. Sticky here, all the way from Spain. They might actually...
Yeah, they are making breakthroughs. The miners of the Axis are making breakthroughs around Kiev. And meanwhile, in the north, nothing new. No paradrops yet, no naval invasions. The naval invasion is even cancelled. The Finns have not made another push for Leningrad. Then again, the Soviets have not made any push for Finland. So
that's fair game.
A very, very calm continuation war for Finland. Highly unusual.
It looks like
Kiev is getting surrounded.
Yeah, the Axis miners are the ones making the moves right now.
Yeah, Kiev is definitely getting surrounded, but how many tanks will the Soviets lose, if any? Because this is what's going to decide the game. If the Axis needs to turn a massive tank disadvantage into an advantage if they are going to have any shot at winning this game, right? Because Germany has fallen so far behind due to problems earlier in the war. So they really want to get these encirclements, but the Soviets are retreating cautiously here. No big encirclements being made.
And the infantry support is a bit lacking. Hungary does have some infantry, but they're not bringing up to the front. And so they can't really dare to push too far ahead. And now they are stalling somewhat. So
all the naval invasions cancelled. There will be no naval invasion of Sevastopol, at least now. There will be no naval invasion of Tallinn or Narva.
As you can see on the screen here, the paratrooper invasions are very much...
And as we were saying before, it's a total air dominance for the Axis. Ukraine is red, though. I don't know why they let that happen. But otherwise, it's green, green, green. Such a fighter advantage for the Germans especially, but the faction as a whole.
A bit of a mistake, because they probably have the planes to make this green as well, and that's where all the Axis miners are pushing right now, and that could really turn the tide. If they had green air right now, they probably would have encircled these tanks already, and they're almost winning even though they're fighting in red air.
They are fighting in red air over Ukraine. They're getting defeated in detail. They have green air in entire Europe, except just the point where they need it.
This is risky, but they might also make a huge encirclement.
This is an encirclement Axis wants to see. If they manage to kill this, if they do not manage to kill it, it's the fault of the air controller because they have the planes to control the skies over Ukraine, but they are not doing it. 8 infantry divisions and more importantly 5 medium tank divisions.
No, they're free right now.
They are freed right now. They need to fix this air situation. They cannot have green air over the entire world.
You see the paratroopers
fighting at the moment.
Oh, and the paratroopers are off.
The paratroopers are off to the races.
But they have to cut off the line somewhere, and so far they're not able to. The paratroopers should start walking, I guess. They're out of supply. These are expensive divisions as well. These are not...
they might be able to cut off one tile there with this 7. The Soviet tanks did manage to get out. Where is the air? Now they have even done the paratroopers. They do not need to have no air in Ukraine anymore. Screw Leningrad.
They are pushing forwards, and the Soviet front lines are collapsing somewhat. There's a big gap in it here down here in the south, but they are redeploying.
But they need the encirclements. That's the thing. They need to kill Soviet tanks.
And right now, it's the paratroopers that are at danger of being encircled.
I mean, the paratroopers are playing to their disadvantage now, the Germans, because they focus so much air.
They may get through here. I'm from the Soviet point of view right now, and as you can see, it's a red bubble, and it's...
maybe it's going to be close, very close.
This could be decisive if they manage to take this tile right here. I would actually attack from the other side with the paratrooper as well. They're not. And right now they are defending. They're holding. I'm going to go back to the German point of view. We see a bit of a bulge here, and another few divisions encircled and killed.
Yeah, still only infantry though.
Yeah, still only infantry, but the Soviets need this front line, and it's being eaten up now, piece by piece.
But they are making so many micro mistakes. Like they need to click this tile from that direction, also from this direction, right?
Yeah.
They need to fix the air. Now they have fixed the air over Ukraine, obviously, but that's too late, right? Now they got...
Well, they are...
They fixed the air over Ukraine, so they got encirclements on infantry instead. They could have gotten the tank.
Yeah. But I mean, they are making inroads. This is not a bad Eastern Front so far.
No,
the
it's...
problem is that they are on a timer, and the Allies will be preparing for a D-Day.
Yeah, sooner rather than later. And also we see the paratroopers getting killed now.
Yeah, they're going to get eaten up piece by piece, unless they can get broken out.
And maybe they can break out some of them, but I mean...
Doesn't look like it.
Probably not. And even if they do, I mean, they're going to train new paratroopers. Doubtful, right?
I doubt it, yeah. And it feels like a bit of a missed opportunity. I mean, they just landed and then stood there. They never made an attack. They never moved north, and now they're completely surrounded. They could have probably taken a supply depot through and have been okay supply-wise. Yeah, it's not the Germans who will be winning on this Eastern Front. It's the miners doing all the work right now.
Yeah, and they are doing some work, however.
They are.
The Axis miners are doing incredible work in the south, and the Germans are contributing at least to the air, because as we said before,
there as well.
They do, but seeing the German micro on the other fronts, I wouldn't be too expecting too much, but it remains to be seen.
Yeah, they're doing some work here. They're pushing on a broad front here. Let's see, what is the Soviets' response? I'm going to go back to the...
2 Soviet tanks getting encircled here. Might be saved, though.
No.
No, they are being saved.
You think so?
Yeah, they are moving in front.
It's close, though. Very close. Do they even see it, the Axis? They could pin them. They could be pinning these tanks right now. A bit of a micro mistake.
Yeah, like as we
paused.
Yeah, we're auto-saving, I think.
Yeah. These long auto-saves. That feels like
But I mean, at this point, right, it's like we said before, the margin of error is so small when you're behind like this. The Axis cannot afford this types of mistake. They need to pin this tank over here. They need to make sure they have green air everywhere, link up with their paratroopers. They cannot throw away 19 paratroopers after losing the war on every front otherwise.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised no one is screaming at Francis in the Discord, like, hey, pin this, come on, Francis, you have troops there, just click it. Because these tanks are close to dying. But yeah, up here in the north, this was a bit of a disappointment. And I mean, what happened to those names? Why didn't they just fire them? They were unopposed.
Now they have woken up. They pinned them. The autosave paused, but they are getting pushed out again, so they might still be saved. No, they actually died.
Yeah.
2 Soviet medium tanks. The first encirclement on the eastern front of tanks goes to the Soviet, but meanwhile we have the entire core of German paratroopers dying in Latvia, about.
Yeah. And they could have walked somewhere, but they just stayed put, and it's a bit sad because now the Soviets can really go back to the tactics they were using. All troops on one front line. I mean, those paratroopers were even more efficient as a fleeted being sort of thing. Like as long as you have the threat of the paratroopers, they're doing some good.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? The paratroopers, it's like you said. Once you have them, if the Soviets, I mean, even if they retreated with the paratroopers, even if they didn't get the encirclement, the Soviets would be scared of them, much like Badger. I mean, the air war was decided not in some part, at least, due to Badger being scared of paratroopers, not by actual paratroopers.
Oh, this is scary. Look at this. T o'clock is he's far from home, and 5 Hungarian tanks.
5 Hungarian tanks encircled. This is insanely bad for the miners. They are trying to get them out. Might be able to. He should click that tile. Why didn't he click that tile instead?
He went his own there.
I don't know why he.
It's a bit cocky.
Maybe.
He could still save them though. Yeah, it looks like here comes help from Germany.
Yeah,
Oof.
they saved them. That would have been the death of Hungary if they had gotten encircled. But
that was definitely.
Yeah, sometimes you should have the margins on your side. He's not safe yet though. They might get a counter encirclement though out of this. It doesn't seem like it. In the north, fronts are standing still. Finns are trying to push outside Leningrad. Soviets are trying the same. None of them getting anywhere. But it's locking up a lot of Soviet troops, like we said before. We have 12 infantry divisions. We have tanks. We have mountaineers that are just standing in Leningrad, being scared of the Finns. Yeah. It's a lot of psychological games. This game, I feel.
A real trench warfare going on over here by Leningrad.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the place is decided on being scared of things.
Yeah, right? I guess.
Just binding up troops.
So the Soviets are a bit careful now with their troops. So we have a pocket beginning to form here, but not too much in it.
Yeah.
They're very careful with their armor, which they should be. But they're losing a bit of infantry all the time, and their front lines are starting to...
they are getting steadily pushed, but we will have a D-Day soon. We even have... we have British Marines.
Yeah, they've landed
in Sardinia. And, I mean, the threat of an early D-Day is still there. The Germans and the Axis in general are really fighting against the clock here.
Yeah.
Even if the southern part of the Eastern Front is successful for the Axis.
There are even... landings planned on Normandy.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that you can't really stop an early D-Day, and you have air superiority everywhere, but once again, like, you need to control it and keep it up where you need it. And the southern front is the one doing all the work in the Eastern Front, basically. The Germans are still stuck at the base defensive line.
Yeah.
I mean, Riga to Vitebsk and Smolensk, that's where they had their defensive line, right? Yeah. So that has not moved an inch. It just cost them 19 paratroopers. Meanwhile, the Romanians and Bulgarians are almost in Stalingrad.
But I mean, the Germans are also active further south. You can see this little pocket here. That's the Germans making that, and their tanks here further south. They're also making some moves. So they're not all stalled, but definitely the Axis miners are the ones doing work.
But they're fighting.
Here we see. Look at this in Crimea. A lot of troops down here in Crimea, and Falk is going for them. He's hungry for them. You can see them pinging. Look at that.
Oh, yeah. This is a juicy encirclement if they can get it. Meanwhile, I'm looking over at Sardinia. It does seem like Italy is at least managing to stabilize a bit. It's not going to be the end of the war, but they're not doing particularly well either.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a bit scared for the Axis right now because they are very overextended. You can see the Soviet front lines are just filling up. They're probably spawned in a lot of infantry.
Yeah.
Just look at this. there are so much Soviet infantry on the lines, and it's getting so thin on the Axis side.
Yeah, and I mean
they're really pushing to finish these off in Crimea, but will they be able to?
Yeah, and also the Axis or the Allies still have Norway, for example, so you can do a D-Day straight to like Hamburg if you wanted to.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if you wanted to, if you see this Atlantic wall, just land in Rostock and go to Berlin at this point. It's a harbor completely undefended and it's close to Berlin.
Yeah.
I mean, once the D-Day comes, I still don't really see what the Axis are going to do about it. So we'll say we have Craig in the chat saying feels like GG, and I mean, bigger misplays have been made in history, but like I said before, it's definitely the Allies' game to lose.
And this is the you were saying Rostock, and this is the drawback of not taking Denmark, because if you take Denmark, you lock off these straits right here, and right now the entirety of northern Germany is open.
They are encircling Soviet infantry, though.
They're going to close that pocket in Crimea.
Yeah, and the Germans are doing good work on the eastern front, especially the miners. We do see the Soviets are pushing back, though, to the east of Crimea. We have Romanian infantry getting encircled. They should probably retreat up and consolidate the lines again. They're losing like 1-2 infantry divisions. The Romanians are losing infantry here, and they need to close the Crimea pocket before the Soviets get here. Otherwise, the Bulgarian rocket artillery will be in trouble. I think they will be able to do just that, though. So in general, a very big win for the Axis in Crimea at the cost of some Romanian infantry, to be fair, but definitely worth it for them.
Yeah, the Soviets are at 1.3 million losses, but that's definitely something that they can sustain.
Yeah, but it's going well. I mean, the Eastern Front have been played well by the Axis, except for the Paradrop adventure, which was a complete failure. But that's not something you usually do anyway, right?
Yeah. Oh, it looks like Finland is moving out on their own a bit to the east.
Yeah, Finland is pushing. They have given up the Leningrad push. The Soviets probably haven't really realized that they can probably push into Viipuri now if they wanted to.
I mean, they are stretched so thin. I would not dare to do this if I was Finland.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous move from Finland, but I mean, you might as well. But they are getting cut off now by Soviet infantry moving in behind them.
Speaking of stretched thin, look at this section of front here. Between the Romanian and the German sections of the front, there's a huge gap here. And Falk is moving in to cover it up somewhat with his motorized. And now we see Vichy France joining. So they're doing an Operation Torch, it looks like.
I'm going to have a look over in the Pacific, but there's nothing new happening. It looks like Indonesia has fallen to Japan to some degree at least. Yeah. Batavia is still standing, but the Sumatra provinces are falling.
Yeah, they're still holding Java. It's the Americans there and the Australians under Sarge. Manchu is the one taking Sumatra. But yeah, they're not touching Rosen's barrage, not at all.
No, definitely not. The Romanians need to retreat their infantry from Novorossiysk, otherwise they are going to die as well, but we will see. We have a counteroffensive from the Soviets here. We have quite a lot of Axis troops at risk of encirclement, but they are encircling right back. But they can't really trade. An Axis infantry division is worth significantly more than a Soviet infantry division. We have an encirclement here of one German infantry division, and nothing to write home about for the Soviets, but not good either.
Look at the amount of troops here on the line. The Soviets now have 3.75 million in the field. That's a lot. I mean, I'm going to have a look at the Germans here. Let's see, there we go. Okay, so they're 1.5 million, so about a 2 million deficit, not counting all the miners, of course. Let's see, Romania, how many do you have? 360k. So yeah, the Soviets they have an advantage now, and I feel at this point, even without a D-Day, I think they would eventually turn this tide and win this. Because the Axis are now losing a few divisions here, a few divisions there, and look at this. This does not look stable.
We have a Norwegian regiment landing in Calais as well, dislodging a bit of the Atlantic wall.
I never want to see that.
But it's never really been in the Axis' favor from the start of the game. They came back a little bit, but it is nothing. I mean, it's the air. They have, but they should have. They would have needed to utilize that extremely well, right? They needed to do. If the first paradrop thing had landed, they encircled that. They brought them back and did new paradrops continuously for a year or so. That would have been there, but I mean, now they don't have the paradrop. They have the green air, but that's it, right? There's no troops.
Yeah, maybe they were a bit too spread out. They had the miners down in the south, while the main action was happening up in the Baltics with all the paratroopers. If the two operations would have been able to support each other, maybe it could have succeeded. Looks like the fronts are stabilizing somewhat.
We'll see. Sardinia has fallen to the Brits, but they will probably be able to hold Corsica for at least a while. But they're
even planning a naval invasion of Marseille.
Yeah, I mean but there is really nothing speaking for the Axis at this point. I mean, they might get an encirclement here of 2 Soviet medium tanks, and that's normally something we would scream a bit about. But it's like at this point, I don't know what they're going to do.
Have a look at the predictometer. It's swung even more into the favor of the Allies and the Comintern, and rightly so.
And they don't have that much left to do, actually. The Finns are retreating back from their pushing out into Russia adventure, probably going back to the Leningrad line.
I'm not even sure they can get back. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But imagine if the Soviets had sent some light tanks or something from the north now. It's winter, and so attrition and everything is biting hard. So the fronts are stabilizing a bit. It looks like, the Axis are in trouble.
Yeah, but they've been for a very long time as well. It's just we've seen like some things happening that were fun, like the almost Luftlöwe and the paradrops in France that were kind of spectacular. But I mean, the Axis have been in trouble the entire game. Basically, nothing have really spoken for them this far. It's the air where they are heavily superior. Yeah. But that is to be expected, of course, because if you're going to do a Luftlöwe, obviously you're going to be superior in the air. It's no surprises there, right?
They are making small encirclements, biting up chunks of the Soviet front line, but as you can see, there's a lot more where that came from, so they would need bigger moves, and they don't really have the manpower that they need.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they...
losses now. Yeah, still 1.1, 1.2 for...
Yeah, I mean, losses going well. I mean, Germany obviously has more than they would have liked, but they have lost more earlier in the war as well. But it's just like the early things, just like basically, just like the Spanish Civil War, just like France, it's not necessarily going to the detriment of the Axis, but it's just going super slow and not really having any inertia to it. And while that is fine in Spain and France, it's not fine on the Eastern Front, because eventually the pendulum will swing back at you.
Have a look at who's been killing most Soviets, and Bulgaria is in the lead by far. But I think that was that huge encirclement down in Crimea.
Yeah, and I mean, that's most of the Soviet losses as well. They haven't lost that many tanks. And also Germany not killing that many Soviets is a bad sign, because Germany needs to be... I mean, I'm going to look over at the tanks again, at the summary. Germany is fielding 11 medium tanks and 5 light tanks. Meanwhile, the Soviets are fielding 19 medium tanks.
Yeah.
So 1 or 2 encirclements, and that difference will be eradicated. But you also need to go to Moscow.
Yeah, and where are those encirclements? We haven't seen any.
Yeah, we've seen they lost like 2 or something. But
see what spring brings, because we are in February right now, and maybe the front lines will thaw a bit as well. And the Soviets are actually pushing in.
Yeah, they are going to try.
All these Romanians are in grave danger, and this could be a disaster. This is the entire Spanish volunteer corps as well.
Yeah, the Romanians in Stalino, if they get encircled, but you can get counter-encircled maybe.
Martin is coming here from the west, Falk is coming here, and he might do a counter-encirclement.
It might be the Soviets that bit off more than they can chew, actually, in this engagement. We'll see. It's going to be very close, though.
Yeah.
But we have the Soviets going... The Soviets are going like an octopus, right? They can go in either direction. The Axis can only go where they have troops. But there might be one Soviet tank falling here. No, they managed to get it out.
So these guys are cut off, but will Martin be able or Falk be able to save them?
No, I don't think so. They're just dead now.
Yeah, they are. Okay, so that's almost all the Spaniards and a lot of frontline troops.
Yeah, they need to get a big counter-encirclement out of this. They can't let this be in vain. Yeah. If they get a couple of... Because that was infantry, right? So
I think it's too late. I think it's too late. They had the chance. They will definitely try because they have a huge concentration of force here right now. You have the Spanish, the Hungarians, and most of the German armor that's not stuck in the north, as well as Falk's motorized. So they're going to make a try for it. Maybe they can salvage something out of this. The Soviets are out of supply, as you can see. The supply is red, which makes them slower as well. Harder for them to get out of it.
I say they're pinging what tile.
Do this, but
T o'clock needs to click this, but
a lot of meat on the line here. It will be hard to break through, I think.
No encirclements in the northern flank as well. The Soviets are getting some Finnish territory. But only trash territory in the north.
Yeah, the Finns are definitely in a defensive posture right now. What's this? Okay, so a late invasion of Norway. I've never seen the Germans invade Norway this late before, but why not? Is it Vichy?
Yeah, they are also quite low on fuel, Germany. They only have 35 days left of fuel.
Is it Vichy doing the invasion of Norway?
Possibly.
Yeah, it's Vichy. Okay. There you go. Vichy is, of course, AI too this time.
And also, like, the macro is lacking. They have 20 or so free military factories, the Germans. The research slots are...
Very, very nicely put by Mortal Vision. The Russian rivers have been filled with Spanish sangria.
Yeah. I mean, we have, like, research slots not being picked. We have no national focus. We have... 20 free military factories, 10 free dockyards. There is like,
Yeah, they are not keeping up with the macro, definitely not.
They are doing a new paratrooper Hail Mary here. It seems they have trained up some new paratroopers, 9 of them, it seems. And they're going to try to paradrop behind the line. This might be...
If at first you don't succeed?
Yeah, I mean, they could potentially... No one really expects them to try this again, I guess. At this point. Oh, right, Boppes is jumping in here. We haven't heard him in a while.
No, I've just been looking at everything. That counter-encirclement from the Soviets made me really shift the favor even more to the Soviets. So this is not looking good at all. The Soviet Union has lost like 1 point.
3 tanks.
3 Soviet tanks. Okay, shift it back 1 point.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to take them.
Will they, though?
Will they?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it looks like it.
It's looking stuck.
The ring of iron is solid, so these 3 tanks should be falling any minute.
Oh.
Maybe they could capitalize on this, but yeah, you were saying you shifted even more to the Soviet side, and yeah, I definitely agree.
Even losing these 3 tanks, it's not enough. I'm not really seeing Germany doing anything right now.
Oh, they're not. They're saving them. They're saving.
They didn't lose the tags.
No. So.
Okay. So yeah.
The Soviets.
You were saying
the Soviets are trading even in the Eastern Front. It's March 42. They should have made a lot more damage. They're equal on like military factories right now. Japan is stuck in the Pacific. They're not touching the British Raj. It's more like the British Raj is pushing the Indians than the other. No, Raj is pushing the Japanese than the other way around. So we see a new encirclement of German troops here also in the middle. So yeah.
Yeah, that's the paratroopers.
Oh yeah, it's paratroopers.
It's the paratroopers.
But there's no one. Okay, so they are pushing out at the same time, at least.
We'll
but
see
it
if
looks like another kamikaze.
Yeah, I don't want to call it, but if you look at my predictometers,
You're basically calling it.
I'm edging closer to an Allied victory. Now we're just missing a D-Day. If they pull in a D-Day, whatever D-Day possible right now,
Yeah.
I think that will overload the Germans. And we're mid-42. That's early for a D-Day because Allies are usually late as a Soviet player. That's my standard opinion. But give it half a year and the D-Day should be able to fire. And I'm not really seeing how they're going to get out of this.
I feel like it's a huge wasted potential, these paratroopers, because the Soviets were not defending against paratroopers. You can see here, none of the victory points, none of the airports, none of the supply hubs in the back row are protected.
Yeah.
If you just landed on those, things would look very different. Instead, they land concentrated behind the line. You can see the ambition is to encircle Soviet troops, but they weren't able to. They're not even using those paratroopers to attack. Okay, now they are. But most of them are just sacrificed immediately instead of taking the supply hubs.
They're landing them also before they have a breakthrough. So they're landing them and hoping for a breakthrough, and the breakthrough doesn't come, and they lose all the paratroopers.
Yeah, should do it. Oh, look, another one. Oh, this is bad. It's all of Falk's motorized. Oh no. Could you shift that predictometer a bit more?
They might be able to get them out.
Well, we'll see what happens there.
Maybe. Oh, it's not looking good. It's not looking good at all.
No.
Oh, they might.
They might get 1 or 2 out at least.
Well, they're not losing the pocket, and they are, it looks like, getting them out.
I think they lost a couple of units.
This is a huge percentage of their entire offensive capability in this little pocket right here.
Yeah. Not sure why they're not attacking.
From the pocket, or?
No, to the pocket.
Okay.
Yeah. They might
another pocket up here in the meantime.
Yeah,
the Soviets are really punching back right now.
Yeah.
They're having a field day.
I'm not seeing a D-Day prepared though. Do they have anything?
They took Sardinia and now they're taking Vichy France. They're actually landing on Corsica and Nice. But it's Greece. It's Greece landing in Nice.
We'll see if they could. The Axis is not going to be able to hold Corsica, I think, and then it's just.
Yeah, they're really slow playing it. They could probably go even faster. The Allies. Not too much defending in France. So far, none of what they're doing is forcing the Axis to go back from the Eastern Front. But on the other hand, why take the risk? The Soviets are doing just fine. No need to rush it.
Yeah, the Germans were even out of fuel there for a little while.
Oh yeah, that's bad.
That's bad.
Yeah, they're really hard slugs down here in the south.
The Soviets have taken northern Finland. I'm not sure if we've seen it.
Yeah, we've but they're not that hard.
Yeah, the Finns went hard on the Leningrad thing again.
Could you take your microphone and push it higher up because we're losing your sound now and again?
Shit, I dropped my microphone.
Oh, you dropped it.
Yeah, that's why.
Okay.
He put it out.
It was in the other room.
In the other room. Okay, so you're taking the sound from.
Oh yeah, it's from my mic then.
Yeah,
that's why.
That's why.
I tried to tell you earlier, but it got better. But perhaps you were just leaning in on.
Yeah, I'm so loud,
Victor.
so I can be heard through Victor's as well.
The Germans are doing a little.
We got some moves here.
Yeah. A little consolation encirclement outside Kursk.
The little Nazi that could.
Yeah,
okay.
actually, 4 tanks here, but
will they close it?
I don't think.
Maybe.
There's
not too much Soviet stuff on the other side here.
They need to stand.
They're really hurrying. And Falk is trying to complete the surround here. Yeah, 4 tanks.
Possibly.
4 tanks is not bad. Oh, but here comes the rest of the Soviet tanks. And yeah, they managed to close it. So four Soviet tanks in the bag.
I mean, they are playing very well with what they have at this point. The Axis miners have been doing work. Still, I wouldn't say it changes the predictometer, but we also see...
Speaking of the predictometer, maybe we shouldn't have it on screen all the time. Some encirclements here of Axis infantry in the south, but the Axis are trying to fight back. But look at this. Francis is about to lose 4 Marines and 4 other infantry divisions. Doesn't look like anything is going to save them. No.
They have like 2 out-of-supply tanks there, but I don't think they will be able to...
3 o'clock is coming. No, they managed.
They just walked out, it seems.
They just walked out, yeah.
A bit bad misplay by the Soviets, to be honest, but not that it matters that much in the grand scheme of things. But
probably not.
The Soviets could have done better. They ended up losing the Marines, though, in the end. Because,
they did?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Because the Soviets rectified their mistake.
They re-encircled. Okay, so yeah, the south is looking really iffy for the Axis. That's where you have the gaps in the line. Falk is here trying to compensate. They are breaking through in a few places. Still, the northern front is as closed as it was in the beginning of the war. Nothing's moving.
Yeah, we're also like, there is nothing in recruitment for Germany. They're not producing anything. They do have 19 medium tanks, though, so they are getting back in the like, when it comes to the tanks. I think they're actually outnumbering the Soviet tanks now. But I mean, the Soviets are producing 2 divisions of tanks. They are fielding 16 medium tanks, so the Axis have managed to actually even out the score when it comes to fielded medium tanks, but it's not like that's going to change that much now. But
I think they're actually overproducing fighters, because they have 1,500 fighters just in reserve.
Yeah, and, I mean, they have too much air superiority at this point, right? Because if any...
Once you have air superiority, you can't get any more.
Yeah, you can't get more than 100% air superiority. Yeah, so they could just stop producing that. But they have 3 civilian factories. They have almost 40 free military factories. So the macro is.
They're really lacking infantry equipment. If one of them could just click here and put some more infantry equipment in production, that would be great. Okay, so some encirclements here going on. It's a real slugfest on the Eastern Front. This is what we like to see.
Yeah, the Eastern Front has turned out.
The Soviets are really biting back, though. Here's another encirclement, I think. Yeah, they're pinging.
Yeah, I mean, the game has not turned out as
look at this.
One-sided as it looked for a little while. But
we have 4 German tanks in this pocket. 1 light tank and one motorized. This is a lot. And they're not getting saved.
No, it doesn't seem like it.
This is bad. This is really bad. So that's 4 out of... Okay, so they have a few, but still.
They have new ones hitting the field right now, but it's like... I mean, we've been saying the entire game that it favored allies. We had some interesting switch-ups. That was fun, right? But
just looking at the front line, they are basically unchanged. So this is where the war began. They were almost all the way to Stalingrad, but then they were pushed back quite soundly, and the D-Day has not even arrived yet. Speaking about the D-Day, it looks like finally we have an invasion plan here on Sicily. It's just the Australians so far. I wonder what the British Marines are doing. Are they up in UK? No. Where are they? He did have some Marines earlier. There they are. Okay, so they're also going to support. Looks like Sicily will be the first port of call, and that's where the D-Day will land in the beginning, at least.
Yeah, Japan is getting pushed out by India as well.
Oh yeah, Rosen is really punishing them right now, and he even has the elephants. Yeah, here they come. You gotta love the elephants. They're getting pushed back though a bit. And what about... Okay, so it looks like things have stabilized quite a bit. Not much moving in the Pacific. I'm a bit curious what happened Navy-wise. It's always a bit hard to tell afterwards what's happened in the Navy game. Looks like the Japanese main fleet is repairing, so I guess they got their nose bloodied a bit. That's a lot of support ships. Is that is that legal? No, is that something you do? I don't know. I've never
I'm
seen
not
this
sure.
many
I don't know Navy that
support
much.
ship, repair ships. I didn't even know what those are. We'll have to ask someone who knows later on. But yeah, it looks like they're pretty holed up in their home islands, and from that point, usually it's just a downward spiral for Japan, waiting to be finished off by the US. Let's see what the US are. Okay, so they have 5 Amtraks. They started their island hopping campaign. They're going to take Iwo Jima, and yeah, Japan is slowly losing slowly. Yeah, not much positive to say about the Axis situation at the moment, I would have to say.
Yeah.
Now they have red air. Why do they have red air? They should not have red air. If there's one thing they should have, it's green air.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have 3,300 fighters still, so...
Yeah, this is just a small mistake, I think. Not too impactful up here in the north.
We have Franco divisions getting over encircled to the south here. They just need to roll them out, but they are not. I know they are. Might be too late, we'll see.
Yeah, but they're not that threatened, I guess.
Yeah.
Up here, though, no frontline infantry from the Axis side. Just the mobile divisions here, trying to slug it out with the Soviets. It makes it really
look,
mobile.
Encirclement here.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Could be counter-encirclement.
I mean, these divisions, though, these are like militia SS divisions at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, yeah, they get encircled, but I mean, what is this? Right? It's...
Yeah.
I mean, looking at it's like a cavalry division. It's just like horses and militia. So.
Yeah, but if you have nothing on the front line, I mean, you need something to put on the front line just to slow the Soviets down a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And nothing much moving on the front line.
And no real plans either. The Germans aren't producing anything. The Romanians, the Soviets are producing like 1 division of garrison. We have the Romanians are still no inactive military factories, and they're producing 4 divisions of infantry. But
it looks like Badger wants to invade Greece, so he's going for Athens.
Yeah.
And yeah, Sarge has left the invasion of Sicily. There's a lot going on the Navy side of things at the moment. Let's see what's happening here. Are they out? Slugging it out with the Italian Navy. So this is the Vichy Navy that's been sunk. Yeah, a lot of Italian convoys getting sunk. Not really sure what the Italian convoys are doing out there. They don't have any overseas holdings really.
Yeah.
So they should not be out there.
The Soviets are trying for a big encirclement here with some motorized infantry from Mongolia, but they changed their tune and canceled that idea. Now they might get counter-encircled by the Germans here, we'll see. But not by the looks of things.
Yeah, let's have a look at Mongolia, Matthias, Mongolia. Mongolia is a country we often forget, mostly because their flag looks so similar to the Soviet one from above. So he's got these motorized, he's calling them horses, but they're not really horses, as you can see. And he's not using the Force Ghost of Genghis Khan. Is that not a general anymore? Yeah, okay, so that's the Field Marshal. Let's see, how many troops has he lost? Mongolia, not many at all. And what has he killed? Do we see any Mongolia? Okay, 41,000 Germans. What about Romanians? No.
I'm seeing some Francoist armor in trouble.
They are definitely in trouble. They are in deep trouble. And there's nothing really to back it up. Okay, here comes T o'clock and the rest of Falk's Bulgarians, but the Spanish will not make it, unfortunately. So let's see, how much does Spain still have left? They have no volunteers left, so all the volunteers were just killed.
No, so that's the Spanish then. We do see encirclements of Soviet infantry, some airfields falling here.
Yeah.
But they are getting back to the Soviets are almost in Romania proper at this point.
Yeah, there's no frontline infantry. All of this is almost mobile troops who need to be doing offensive operations.
If I were the Germans, I would probably go extensive conscription at least before I can't reinforce anymore.
Yeah, very true. So the Germans have 1.36 million in the field. Let's have a look at Soviets now. 3.50 million. Yeah. Victor, this is
there is really no silver lining for the Axis here. They are just getting... But there has not been... during the entire game, I would say, nothing has really changed. The whole game has basically been us discussing whether or not the Axis can come back from this. What can the Axis do to rectify this crap situation that they're in at the moment.
Yeah.
Now we see more German tanks, 7 of them getting a circle here.
Oh, no, not 7 of them.
They got out by the skin of their teeth. Because like from the failed France thing to the Luftwaffe not working, it's hard to because it's like I said when we interviewed Pontus, right? Do you have any contingency plans should any of these things not work out as expected? And they didn't really have. And now we see the result of that, right? Because
even if the Allies were like, okay, Nazis, let's do a separate peace. And it's just the Axis versus the Comintern right now. It looks like the Comintern will win.
Yeah, possibly that would be a bit even. To be fair, I think that Germany is still well and alive on the Eastern Front. It's just that they have nothing to fill up the backlines with. They have no infantry support, but they're still fielding 11 medium tanks, and the Soviets are fielding 17. But yeah, I mean, at that point, it's August 1942, and the Allies are just preparing for a D-Day, basically. So So if it was only the Axis versus the Soviets, I still think the Axis could be able to do something, but not necessarily.
Maybe. I mean, if just looking at
I have a silver lining, Don says.
Oh, yeah.
Give us a silver lining.
I have a silver lining here. You're going to see, folks. We're going to look at factory counts. And we see here that the Axis have more civilian factories than the Allies.
All right.
So
they just have to start using them, I guess.
The plan has worked. They are lacking in military factories. Allies are outproducing them with, is it 270 factories, something like that? But they have more civilian factories. So for all you civilian factories lovers out there, I think you can call it for the Axis right now, because look at the difference.
Look at the difference. Are you one of those civilian factory lovers, Don?
I do not consider myself or identify myself as a civilian lover, but I'm not a hater.
You're not a hater. You're just skeptic.
I'm a skeptic. So,
civilian factory skeptic.
So for
Clock lost the tank.
Clock lost the tank, and this is a big chunk of the frontline troops in the middle here.
Yeah, and we have the Vichy France troops. We have here like some Romanian infantry. Oh, here we have a big encirclement as well. Let's see if the Germans are able to counter that with something.
Yeah, if they manage to close this could be bad.
Yeah, they're not trying for a counter encirclement. They're just trying to break it out.
Yeah, they're just trying to get out.
I think they will be able to, but...
Should be. Okay, so here comes the invasion of Greece. So this is the main thrust of the D-Day. And the Australians are landing. What about the Brits? Yeah, they're landing also. Yeah. So they're firmly landed. They're going to take Thessaloniki here down in the south. Probably clean up these Italians still there. And now they really have to scramble to defend. What does Falk have on the home front? He's got 5 divisions, probably not too strong divisions. Just a bit of defensive there. I guess Remmefors is the one tasked with defending this. He still got most of his troops in Italy not moving. But someone has to do something, or this Greek also will turn into a nightmare. Okay, so it's Falk's job. He's here with his motorized infantry, and they're very good at killing infantry. And suddenly the Marines are in trouble. Will they even be able to evacuate?
Drive this out, actually.
But will they be able to evacuate? They don't have a port here, do they?
Maybe not, actually. I think they might have bit off more than they can chew here, to be honest.
There's a port in Athens. Is there a port here in... No. So if they take Athens, all of these Marines will be dead. And that will give... okay, but here come the Canadian tanks.
You know what else is dead, though? The Eastern Front, one Falk left.
Yeah, that's true.
You see all the Germans.
And the Canadian tanks are easily able to defeat Falk's motorized infantry, of course.
Also, Finland is falling.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, Finland is really falling. Okay, F's in the chat for Jonathan. He played a good game, though.
Yeah, definitely.
He won the Winter War.
Yeah, he was doing what he was supposed to. Very well executed.
Yeah.
New tactics that worked out. Like it.
Look at this.
Oh my god.
And we have a Mortal Vision here, or Asnog rather, saying the game lasted longer than we expected. And yeah, it did kind of. The Axis did something to write. Like when they saved the France thing and they traded well over Great Britain, that was a bit of a silver lining for the Axis. But I mean, everything was just moving from a very low point, right?
Yeah.
They never got Norway. They lost. There was never even any fighting in North Africa, right?
No.
So I mean, to expect if the Axis are going to outright win a game after losing North Africa in a second without fighting and losing like half their armored core in France, they really need to play perfectly in every point from there. They have not, and they have lost. So it's...
Yeah, F. Johnny the Winter Warrior, indeed. He fought a good fight. He tried to take Leningrad a second time, but the Soviets had seen through his strategy this time.
The interesting part is that they probably had seen through his strategy the first time. They just weren't able to counter.
Yeah, they underestimated how strong they could actually be. Yeah, and the Axis front line is collapsing. They're making a second front right now, a fallback line, as you can see here. So this will be the new defensive line for the Axis.
And it's not going to be easy either for like... I mean, the Canadian armor is not going to have a swell time in the mountains in Epirus, right? So a very piecemeal D-Day. They could have just, at this point, they could have just gone Normandy with what they have and won the game, I guess. But
yeah, that's true. But I guess they don't have too much to fill up with once they land. But they should have.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of. I mean, when they looked at the standings and how things developed on the part of the Allies, I guess they didn't really feel any stress.
No.
If the Allies had min-max, they would probably be in Berlin by now, right?
I guess.
We'll see. The Soviets are
even more Canadian tanks here right now. And they've got mechanized as well.
We have new encirclements, this time of Hungarian tanks in the Eastern Front, but the Soviet lines are also growing somewhat thin, so they might be able to get their beloved T-o'clock tank out here. Maybe not all of them, maybe none of them, but...
maybe none of them. Yeah, it's not looking great. It's
no, they will actually die.
And that's most of T-o'clock's troops there. It's got one.
And I think that's left. Like now Germany is still fielding 11 medium tank, so they have managed. The Germans have managed to retreat without losing any medium tanks. And the Soviets are still fielding.
This is the last tank.
17 medium tanks. So the Germans have actually managed quite well to not get any extra losses, at least. But the Hungarians have nothing now. They have one bicycle battalion and 6 militias, basically. Yeah.
And Romania is almost out.
Romania has 10 infantry divisions. The Bulgarians are still in the fight with their 7 motorized rocket artillery that are very...
And it looks like Germany is saying, you guys, good luck. He's protecting Germany, but he's letting the Balkans go. So all the German troops right now are just... they're focusing on Germany. Okay, so he's got the tanks still in the Balkans. That's nice of him. And actually making some moves down here. Making some moves.
Could be interesting.
But
I mean, the Soviets are stretched longer, so possibly they could do something, but they're not really microing properly either at this point.
And he's lacking the frontline infantry to back him up. Very hard to make offensive moves with just the tanks. Where are the rest of them? Okay, up here. Yeah, they might actually be in danger right now. You can't do offensives if you don't have the infantry around you to back you up.
He might get this tank overrun, actually. I managed to.
Let's have a look at the so-called D-Day. Yeah, it's a.
Oh,
I think it's a nice place to.
Soviet medium tank dying.
Okay.
Scratch 1 for the Soviets.
Yeah.
I would imagine they have more in production, though. Yeah, they have 4 tank divisions in production. Meanwhile, the Germans have not been producing anything for quite some time, I think. 4 infantry divisions.
It looks like some of these divisions are a bit confused. They still have front lines over here. Yeah, they really need to sort out those front lines. This is a pure mistake here in the micro. These guys need to be back on the fallback line, but they're on the front lines here on the front, and they're going to get eaten up quite quickly.
Yeah, we see the German tanks are trying to make some moves here around the mountains in eastern Hungary. Might possibly get an infantry or two, but they might also get encircled themselves. They're very deep here.
Yeah,
we have Pontus is back in frame. Let's see.
Yeah. Just look at what's happening on screen here, Bopus. No, these are seven out of the 11 existing German tank divisions are about to die. Yeah. Yeah, there is no silver lining, and they're...
Oh, they got saved.
What happened?
There's the silver lining.
What just happened? Romania just... It's like they flipped. All of the Romanian territory just turned into Romanian again, and we are paused because that was a bug. I don't know what the fuck happened. That's really weird. Okay, while you guys sort that out, I'm gonna go pee.
Yeah, this was an interesting turn of events. I'm not sure what happened. I thought it was like a cap. German Romania. So Germany took over. No, well, it's not that it will end the war in the Germans' favor if they should be able to keep it, but it's quite a clear rule violation, or it's not. No, it seems like they are not rectifying it in any way, or. Yeah, we'll see. It's yeah, I mean, obviously at this point the Axis are going to lose. It's just a matter of time. But I'm surprised that we didn't see a heavier D-Day earlier, because the Allies really have nothing to be scared about at this point, right? Yeah, but they also have won a lot of games recently. So the Allies, we have seen mostly Allied wins. So it would be interesting to like think about how the Axis should play in order to come back from these strings of losses. Yeah. Well, Mortal Vision is saying no sound from Opus yet. I don't know if that's still... Ah.
Now they can hear me, but not see me.
Well.
I'll remove myself anyway.
Yeah. What happened with the thing, though? The territory, they were allowed?
I'm not sure. They're playing. I think they're just... Yeah, they're gonna win anyway, so why bother?
I don't see the German tanks, though, so maybe they... Okay, there they are.
No, sorry.
They were just like, okay, whatever, you can have it. Sorry, Mortal Vision.
We should have noticed you before.
Too many beers. Victor's drinking non-alcoholic now, so...
Oh, yeah, I'm driving home. I was just talking to myself, right? Because they couldn't hear Poppus.
Okay. He's really lost it now, just talking to himself.
They have gotten some new encirclements here. This was interesting. Like when the Germans, they took control of Romania, right?
Yeah.
It's German Romania now. So that gave them back their core territory somehow. So the Soviets, I don't know, it probably wasn't allowed, but it's probably fine at this point.
The referee is saying, keep on playing. Looks like the Allies still will take this. Italy has moved down some troops now towards the Greek border. Eastern Front is looking... It's looking how it's looking. You can see for yourself, dear viewers, the Soviets are knocking on the door. They have a somewhat stabilized line now, though, except maybe here in the south. The south is being pinched a bit by the Allies as well, so this could be the main issue at the moment.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Greece is not really a nice place to do a D-Day either.
No, I mean, I don't mind landing here and then just staying here in the mountains just to annoy the Axis and to force them to bring down troops. But as a main avenue of attack, it's not great.
I mean, it's just mountains and it's super far to Berlin, right?
Yeah, but we do see a naval invasion being planned here by Sarge's Australian Marines on Reggio Calabria. And also up here on Corsica by... Okay, AI Norway, never mind. So Remmefors doesn't have too much defending southern Italy, so that could actually be a great place to do a naval invasion.
Some more encirclements by Soviet troops, actually. Like Bulgaria, Romania, and the miners are still fighting very well here in the south.
Yeah. You don't want to go quietly into the night. Let's have a look at the score, so to speak. Who's been killing the most? And Falk's Bulgaria is up to 1 million killed Soviets now, so it's going to be a bit smug.
Germany has eked its way back, though, with 786, but you don't want that in December of 1942, right? And the Germans themselves are up to almost 2 million losses now.
Not bad by Finland. Johnny the Winter Warrior, also known as...
he did his best
in memoriam.
Could, right? I mean... He won the Winter War and then he held Finland, and then obviously when the Soviet line moved past Minsk, it's just a matter of time, right?
Yeah, and this D-Day has definitely stalled, but it's taken Italy's bulk of Italy's forces away from Italy proper. So maybe, now Sarge is not planning that naval invasion anymore. Let's have a look. Oh, he is. Okay, there he is. Okay, so I didn't see him because he wasn't on the front line. So he's still planning there, and if he lands there, that could definitely be a good avenue of attack for the Allies. But still nothing planned from the British Isles. What's the US doing? Stationary.
They're pushing up again in the south here. Interesting to see if they can reach, they'll probably be able to get to Odessa, possibly. They're still definitely trying here. Mostly Soviet infantry, so they might be able to chew up some of the line. The Germans are quickly cleaning up this little infantry division here. We have Soviet penal battalions hitting the line. Soviets getting out of the lie and getting encircled.
Yeah,
So
not
they're
bad.
not going to go quietly.
Not bad this late in the game to be able to throw these kinds of punches.
Still,
this is dangerous down here.
I still pretty much have it called, right? But
yeah.
But it's they are fighting back. We'll see here. This Mongolian artillery is going to be very dangerous for these 4 German tanks here.
Yeah, they could get cut off very quickly here.
Then again,
and they are.
There is nothing there. So, but
there they go.
They died pretty quickly.
That's a nice feather in the cap for Matthias.
Germany is now down to 7 medium tanks, which is more than before. So they might have produced a little, actually.
More than before?
Yeah, they were down because they got 7 encircled before, right?
Yeah, but they were saved by the German-Romania thing.
Oh, right. Yeah,
Almost dead.
Yeah, so 15 to 17. I mean, the Soviets have lost some tank divisions as well, but...
Yes. But a big but. The Allies are definitely winning this. It looks like. But I mean, if I were the Allies, I would want a more nice finish than just slogging it out in Greece and letting the Soviets do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, I mean, they could probably the Allies. I mean, obviously they saw that by the flow of the game that it was going to be okay.
Yeah.
Quite earlier, but
yeah.
I mean, if the Allies had min-maxed, played right, they actually could stand a chance of losing at this point. They would have done a D-Day.
Yeah, they could actually invade every coastal tile in Italy. Yeah. This is Italy's perspective, and he has nothing here defending. He's only defending the tile where Sarge is actually attacking. Otherwise, all of these are open for attack. So that's what I would do. Just invade everywhere. AI Norway landing in southern France, being killed by AI Vichy France.
Now we'll see. Warsaw is surrounded. An Italian railway gun is going to fall in the hands of the Soviets here.
Oh, that's sad, I guess.
So
what he was doing up there. Okay, so Italy has sent most of their troops to defend Germany here up on the eastern front. They're not just holding the
Greek front has stabilized a bit, but yeah, we'll see. Actually, all the minors are still intact because the Soviet front has moved pretty much back to the original state, so they have not capitulated Hungary. I guess Germany has just seized control of Romania somehow. I'm not really sure how that works.
They're still yellow, so they're not grey, so they must be controlled by France still.
They're called German Romania.
I guess it's when they were considering going over to the Allies, the Germans sort of invaded their ally, that kind of thing.
Yeah, possibly. A little encirclement of German troops in the east there. Still 7 medium tanks, though. I think that was the minor nations. Romania now only has cavalry divisions. Bulgaria still has 7 motorized rocket artillery. And Hungarians have fielded 1 medium tank again, so they are coming back.
These are actually illegal. It's funny that Francis is doing another illegal template. According to our rules, the minimum combat width is 10, and these are 6. So they are illegal. But since he's losing, I don't think we need to punch him while he's down.
Yeah, I think Romania has been, or Bulgaria rather, has been the most impressive Axis miner, I would say, at least on the eastern front. Considering he still has his 7 motorized rocket artillery here and has been doing a lot of work killing the bulk of the Soviet forces. And also Finland has nothing to be ashamed about either. It's well played from him.
Saxely was saying, Victor calling it early. Axis just need to finish off the continent checker 6,000 Wunderwaffe, and then it's easy win. Yeah, basically that. They are, I mean, since the Italian infantry reached the eastern front, it's giving them a bit of a second wind. So they're definitely holding their own. And right now it's a bit of a stalemate since the Allies are not opening any more fronts.
The Soviets, though, still are up to around 3.5 million manpower in the field, and the Germans are now down to 1 million in the field. They are encircling 3 Soviet medium tanks here, though.
That's
Possibly,
nice.
or they will get them out. We will see.
I think this could be a fatal blow. This British naval invasion on Taranto, there is nothing here defending, so it will be open road to Rome. And if Italy falls, then all of the fronts will fall, basically.
Yeah, it remains to be seen, but I do agree with you there. The Soviets are now down to 11 medium tanks, so the Germans, or mostly the Bulgarians, actually have been able to bite back a significant chunk there. The Germans still have their 7, so they're managing to even out the numbers at least a little, but of course it won't do any significant difference in the scheme of the war, but they are still fighting quite good on the Eastern Front. Italians getting encircled, though, in Eastern Poland.
Yeah, they're losing a lot of infantry there. They are the backbone of the both the Eastern Front and the Southern Front here against Greece. So, yeah, if Italy gets invaded, which they will be, things will look even worse. Let's have a look at the air map mode.
Well, indeed.
It's surprisingly red, I think.
Yeah, the Axis have lost a lot of their air superiority now, I guess.
Could we see an air comparison again of the number of planes? Maybe that takes a while to set up, Don.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah.
We have set up some military factories. Who's leading?
Right, let's have a look. Okay, so the beast has awoken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But Germany still has more than the Soviet Union, but it doesn't really show.
No, I mean they haven't been using all their the military factories either.
Now they're using all their military factories, but it was a long time without production.
Let's see what the United States are doing with all these military factories. Okay, so they have naval invasions planned for the home islands now. They're about to KO Japan, and these are all M-tracks, dangerous stuff. What about the rest? Okay, so just island defense forces, lots of meat. They're still focusing solely on the Pacific. They could afford to split their attention, I think. What's this? Okay, so some naval invasions planned on Bangkok. Who's doing them? Is that Raj?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, so Raj wants to do some moves before this game is over. Yeah, we're gonna see the Asia axis collapsing very soon as well. There's no help coming from the east to bail out Hitler.
Yeah, we have a question in the chat. How many rubber refineries did Axis build, by the way?
Oh, that's a good question. You can't see it here, right? No. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Boppus could check that out. Okay, so here comes a naval invasion of Italy.
Then we won't go for the air statistics then.
We could. I mean, there is nothing defending in Italy, so they will land, and Italy will fall. Here they come. They're in Taranto now. And you can hear all these naval invasion sounds, which for every Hearts of Iron player makes your heart jump a bit. Also in the Benelux region, but this looks to be the AI doing these. Oh, too many of these sounds right now.
The Eastern Front, I'm still watching over the Eastern Front. I think the Axis are doing surprisingly well at holding off the Soviet assault. I mean, obviously slowly but surely they're making their way into Axis core territory, but I am quite impressed, especially by the southern miners.
Fighting like a cornered fox. But this will probably be it. Now the Canadian tanks are landing in Italy. Let's see how Italy are scrambling to defend. Yeah, no Italians heading home. So as soon as Italy surrenders, that will be a lot. All of this infantry from the Eastern Front will be lost. And
Italy there is nothing here, so they could just walk to Rome basically and capitulate them.
Exactly. This is what's happening right now. We could keep an eye on the surrender progress, but maybe we could have a look at the air statistics.
Oh yeah, let's look at them. Oh, I changed screen, so let's do like that. So if we look at this, we have Axis with 3,700 fighters, Allies with 2,400, and Comintern 2,400. So Axis and Allies and Comintern together are way stronger or at least stronger than Axis is, like 1,000 fighters extra.
But that's to be expected at this point of the game, right?
Yes. Let's go with it. The Comintern isn't always building fighters or getting fighters in from the allies, but yeah, I should say it's expected. But they got a lot of beating the allies in the early part of the game. Like look in 1941, they took a huge beating, and Axis stopped the skyrocketing with fighters. They built tanks instead. So
yeah, which is do you think they still that they didn't overinvest? That's Rome, and that is Italy about to capitulate. The surrender limit moved. Sorry,
it would have been an extremely different thing if they got 75% over UK when they had the possibility to make their airdrop when UK had like 2 divisions in them. So they underinvested, I would say, in hindsight. But it's really good to make analysis in hindsight. That's
exactly. Yeah, the power of hindsight is really nice to have. So Italy is falling, as you can see. The boot is filling up with red, and even Australia here getting a little piece of the rock that's being kicked by the boot. And
we have Greek and Norwegian AI invading D-Day.
Yeah, they're the ones doing the traditional D-Day. Yeah, look at that. And there's not really much here defending, is there? No, they've evacuated all of France. So this is just a matter of time. I think we want to consider who we want here for the end of game interview. What do you guys think? Is there anyone interesting we should speak to? We haven't really checked on the Pacific Theater at all. I feel a bit bad, but actually, I mean it's been really
not much happening at all.
Not much happening. I wonder if stationary will kill Japan before the game ends. Stationary in August, I should say. They played a good game. They haven't really. Oh, look at this.
Oh.
The American fleet just got beat up. Okay, so that's why they're not killing Japan just yet.
Yeah, but the stalemate is not to Japan's favor in any way.
No, and I don't think it's a stalemate everywhere either.
No,
look at this.
Concur.
Okay, so maybe they will capitulate the Siam, but probably not.
I'm looking at, we have the Italy is 9 or it's like 16% or so away from capitulation, and then we have Vichy France and the Germans, and that's it for the Euro axis at least.
Yeah, the Balkans are gone. Falk playing Bulgaria, he had a really good game as usual, killed a lot of Soviet players, Soviet troops. Romania with Francis, they also had a pretty solid game, I would say. A bit of illegal divisions there in the beginning. Maybe could have gone differently. T-Clock on Hungary, he had a solid game. So the Balkan Bros overall, I mean, that's where the real strength of the Axis were in Europe, down there in the south. So they had a good game. I think the loss was mostly Pontus and Mossberg, I would have to say.
The Volkssturm did some encirclement shenanigans here, so they are losing some Soviets again. Germany is now up to 1.5 million manpower in the field.
Okay.
The Soviets are at 3.21 million. Not that it's going to change anything, obviously, but the Volkssturm is interesting, but that's also spawned in troops, so you don't need manpower for that.
Not too bad either.
No, I don't think so.
Division, they're quite solid.
But this is the Volkssturm division, right? It's good divisions. They do spawn in as green though, so they are not that well trained. Meanwhile, the Soviet troops have been seeing war for the greater part of 3 years, right?
You can't get everything.
Now they got encircled though, unfortunately for them.
Taxiliv says that the Brazilian AI is the Allied MVP. Yeah, definitely. The Brazilians, they were the first. They came up with the idea of invading Greece, and then the rest of the allies just copied them. Okay, so all of the Balkans are now occupied. We're gonna see the final fight over Germany. They're not even bothering putting up a front line in the west, although there's not too many allies in the west. Remmefors is fighting for his life here in Italy. Allies are steadily advancing. And who do we want for an interview? That's a good idea to come up with, I think.
We've spoken to maybe United States, but they don't have too much intel on.
Let's get Remmefors on Italy. Could you try getting him off us?
I'll try.
He just capitulated, so he should be free. Meanwhile, we are seeing the final days of the Third Reich, and
the Americans are doing their naval invasion as well.
Okay, in Japan.
Seems like it.
Here we go. I'm gonna look from the Japanese point of view. Everything looks calm. Nothing going on here, guys. Just another day on the Japanese islands. Nothing much going on, and then suddenly, let's see.
But he has some defenders now.
Yeah, but they should melt like butter from these. Let's see. Yeah, they're going to land. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at these templates. Pretty solid.
Amphibious tank battalion.
Amphibious tanks along with Amtrucks. Yeah, I mean these 10 divisions could probably take out Japanese islands by themselves, but they have a bunch of infantry that could follow up as well.
The liberation of Paris. Oh yeah, the Brits have landed.
And the Brits have finally landed after the Norwegians showed them the way, I guess. Yeah, it's all falling. But even though this was kind of one-sided, I hope you enjoyed the grand game today. I had fun at least. I would have wished for that Luftwaffe to succeed. That would have changed.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the grand plans were very fun, but it was hard to execute.
Yeah, I think Badger's plan though of taking the Central Med and the anti-air destroyers, that was a solid plan, and it really panned out for them.
Yeah, but I do think also like we said before that, I mean, it's fun that the Axis tried something new, but obviously that it also was a bit of the problem, right? Since they ended up with no like contingency plans when things didn't go as expected.
Oh, look at this! It's doing a bit of a picture-in-picture. Nice, so we can keep track of Japan there while we're watching the German Reich fall.
Yeah, I switch when you switch. If you go to Japan, I'll go to Europe.
That's nice. You probably turn off day-night cycle. That's usually something that people get
I need to
by.
end the game. I'm always I don't know why. Don't ask me.
Do you think you're gonna get Remmefors?
He's not answering. I tried with Xnistan. He's not answering. Falk is not answering. No one is answering me.
Okay, I guess we could get the Smug Badger again, but what would that do?
No.
I mean,
I think it's reasonable. I need to get home and eat some dinner.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're just waiting for everyone to capitulate. I'm gonna go over and watch Japan now, so maybe you can switch.
Yeah, I'm watching Germany. They are encircled around Danzig, last little pocket. Berlin is gonna fall to these 8 Soviet medium tanks, I presume.
Somebody join our channel.
Yeah, we have Xnistan ready, but I'm not ready, so he has to wait a couple of seconds before.
Okay.
Yeah, we can start talking to him on audio. Xnistan, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, it started out sweaty, but now it's I think it's going in our favor.
I think so. Yeah, what troops exactly have you been controlling in the Soviet Union?
I started out with the Finland front.
Oh no, during the Winter War?
No, well, the Winter War was over in 1 second. No, the Winter War was not that much, but during Barb, I had Finland and the
Okay.
No, the Winter War was only that the Finns had heavy artillery and we had no tanks, so we had.
Yeah, they took Leningrad.
It was basically just, scissors versus paper. Not much you can do.
Yeah. But you also control the Baltic front, you said?
During the war I had the Finnish and the Baltic front.
Because the Baltic front held all game, and that's also where you killed all their paratroopers.
Yeah, I guess the greatest achievements in killing their panzers was in the south, but we had a good time in the north as well.
Yeah, they couldn't break through ever in the north. That was just like
Yeah, we had a good river to hide behind.
Yeah,
they tried the paradrop tactic.
Yeah, but they forgot to encircle us completely, so it was basically only a big blob behind our lines, but we still had supply everywhere we needed to have supply.
Yeah, we've been criticizing the use of those paratroopers because they could have aimed for the supply depots, the airports, the railway junctions, but instead they just tried to encircle you, and it did it before they had the breakthrough as well. They landed and then tried to get the breakthrough.
Yeah, exactly. So it could have worked if they actually used the paratroopers offensively, but they almost worked at a couple of places. But it was a big waste of men and equipment, I think.
Yeah. Any other comments about the game in general?
Well, it seems to be over soon, but it was very fun. It was fun to play.
We've called it now.
A good group of guys on the comment turn today, so it was very nice.
Yeah.
We only screamed at each other like 4 times.
That's good.
If you're not screaming at each other when you're playing the Soviets, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Well, now it feels good. I want to thank the Axis for a good game.
Yeah, don't thank us. We were a bit on the Axis side today, though. We were really hoping for that Luftwaffe to work. They were really close.
The Battle of France was very impressive with the Luftwaffe and the Bulgarian. We watched it all.
I mean, their plan was to keep that thing secret until after they've taken France. So they blew their load a bit too quickly, so to speak. They showed their cards, showed their hand, and then Badger was able to prepare somewhat. And then they didn't get 75% over southern England quickly enough. But they actually landed 1 division, and then it was killed. But it could have ended very differently.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was nice.
Yeah, it was interesting though, the mind games, because I don't know, you were in the commentary chat, right? But Badger must have been really scared for a Luftwaffe after that first paradrop in France, right? Because
I heard that he had been fighting the air war over the southern England for a very long time, and that's why we couldn't get any fighters.
Yeah, he was not trading very well. He was losing a lot of fighters over southern England.
Yeah, but they came through in the end as well. Very late D-Day, but with no resistance. But good on you, allies.
Well, good game from you, Xnistan. And thank you
very much
for showing up for the interview.
Thank you for doing the studio. I'm sure it's going to be a great watch tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. It's not the most even game we've ever seen, but
no, it's rather lopsided, but it was still exciting. I would say that stuff happened, because if the Germans had just gotten stuck in France, if everything had failed spectacularly, then it wouldn't have been as fun a watch. But now the Axis did some fun things, tried new tactics, and it got a bit exciting on the Eastern Front for a while, but yeah, it was pretty much in Allied hands from quite early, I would say.
Apparently we have Remmefors coming in for an interview. Let's see.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Xnistan. Take care.
He's not really ready yet. He said
he's not ready yet, but he will be coming soon. Yeah. As you can see here on my screen, the Japanese and the Manchurians, they've sent everything they can to protect the home islands. So they've just filled it with manpower, and looks like they are holding somewhat. The Americans, though, have not managed to land too much. They still only have their amphibious tanks and a few more. So maybe the Japanese will actually be able to throw them out. But I don't know, the Americans should be able to reinforce quite well. Let's have a look at the fleets. Oh, maybe we have Remmefors on the line right now.
Hello.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good.
Good. It's good that you're good.
It was a fierce battle, but in the end it was lost.
Yeah. Indeed. Were you surprised by? Oh, there we go. The game is over. Were you surprised by the strategy of the Badger there in the beginning, holding on to the central med?
Not really, because I don't really know what I'm doing when it comes to Navy.
You don't know what you're doing.
So I just built some ships, tried something, and it didn't work.
Right. Yeah, we've been over-analyzing it maybe, but they did a strategy where they had a bunch of destroyers with a bunch of Navy anti-air on it. So Canada, among others, built destroyers with anti-air in order to counter your naval bombers. And the counter to their counter is to, I don't know, build more ships or something. Maybe you can elaborate, Pontus.
Oh, I'm playing with the Discord and stuff, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, we're talking about the strategy of Badger to use destroyers with anti-air.
Yeah, I think he called...
You were saying there's a counter to that.
Yeah, you need to build a bigger navy. That's the only counter to this tactics. You need to be able to smash his main fleet, because those AA destroyers will just crush your naval bombers. If you haven't subscribed to our Patreon, you should, because then you would have known.
I have not.
Yeah, you hear it here. Everyone out there, subscribe to Patreon. You will counter anti-air destroyers.
Yeah. Because there's a guide about this, I'm sure, Boppus, on YouTube.
Yeah, I think it's a free guide on YouTube also about AA something, naval AA.
Yeah.
Which
we have Saxeliv in the chat saying just that. Time to watch some guides, so in the next game he knows.
Yeah.
What did you think about the game otherwise? I mean, you had this grand plan with paratroopers. I know you're not the Germany player, but still, right? When did you feel that you had to use them in France? Because it was quite a slog in France until you utilized the paratroopers.
Yeah, even they started pushing into Italy there for a while. I had to divert some troops over there. And I think we realized quite quickly that nothing was gonna happen unless we put more force into France.
Yeah, it looked a bit sweaty there.
Yeah. Yeah, and I totally abandoned Africa when I noticed that my navy was useless.
Yeah, and I think you did it just in time as well, because all of the Allied armor was coming your way, and there was no German armor to support you. So yeah. Oh, look at that map of Europe. That's disgusting. That's not what you want to see.
Sad state of affairs for the democratic ideologies of Europe, indeed. Denmark's still independent, though, I noticed.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for the game, Remmefors, and thank you for the interview.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I think that sort of concludes our stream today. Any final comments, guys?
Yeah, I would say it was an exciting game, even though it was very lopsided. I mean, speaking of, like, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it was ever a very exciting game. But a lot of exciting things happened during the game that you don't normally see. Finland with the heavy artillery to Leningrad, the paradrops in France, all of these things that switched it up in a way that was a lot of new plays that can probably be developed on by these players in the coming grand game. So I think it laid the groundwork for some significantly more exciting games, even when it comes to the actual to the actual game. But the most surprising thing to me was that there was absolutely no fighting in North Africa.
Yeah, we have a comment here that Spanish carriers would have shut down Gibraltar and saved Italy's ass. Yeah, definitely. Spanish carriers is what we want to see next game. Let's make sure that the Spanish player is not allowed to go volunteer Spain next game.
Indeed.
We have a thank you from Mortal Vision. Yeah, it's not the studio's fault that there was no grand epic decisive battles at the end. Yeah, it's right. We have to work with what we got. The material we have. And thank you from Seva as well. And a big thank you to you guys who have watched us do this stream. Sorry for any technical issues or issues with me and Victor. We have many, I know. But it's been a pleasure, and I hope to see you guys in a month. We already have the date set for the next Grand Game. I think it's July 6th. Maybe?
Yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's July 6th. So please tune in then again, and until then, please like and subscribe, become a Patreon, and all that jazz. So thank you very much for today.
Thank you, and be seeing you next time.
See you guys next
Like
time.
and subscribe.
Nothing beats a Hygge Gaming subscription, and right now you can save up to £0 per person. That's £0 off for a family of 4.